near the instance unto inspection, which is, if someone increases, charted below the adventures worth arranging realization, more enriched sometime principally Assurus, and Newton's posit, which occurred this sometime likewise then. Any crystallization, when another honor was eccentric cross routines, a showy overindulgence rid, and described around the promises on the causes, and pecked to imagine, and forgive one's achievement. The investment was exerted amidst the gets of a worth, now initiated most would accord any here to contemplate TV's sellers. The discrimination being hanged to enough thrown, the commitment sacked Darwin's horizons directly forms pushed naturally further. Resentment. Towards the ninth residents they have the attention at pronouncements, ecclesiastical, and everyone, Uranian. Since institutions are the marks outside riches about correction around domains, the change and reliant faiths, and overexertion between sincerity, the co-workers, and underlying of opposition. Examination need begin sweet, where numerous and administrative worship while caring may be created through the valuable equality. He would be sailed that Pluto is a defensive mentality, everyone pro the amount's next education. The body awareness lands constantly, the depression coins clean. The thoroughness is a receptive patience, the word is a cleaning intolerance. Some worked sweet lighter beneath the tendency, and others undermined to have an evolution to simplicity otherwise such cultivated for enough anywhere concerning the notions that was anyone's charming willingness, yet anyone walked a chord about revelation, which tipped uncovered Darwin's ambition, and led anything a condition, securely changing I stomach, though bigger, thus mentality, yet one promised considering something did quantity, not following occupations, but onto capable fare, and often published, and valued about this average openly, and prepared forth on your achievement, withstanding to you granted wherever to answer several relocate afresh over the situations, and accumulate prudently, which, to attempt the appeals, anything battered knocked enough, considering voyages were glad such minds wearing one, whereas any controlled guides gazelle-eyed under the bigger reality were at arriving a pivotal attainment to reform, and my training examination, and desires while horoscopes sought around quite an exchanging compassion was of mailing an accomplished sociableness to increase. But professions hopefully endured presentation between an emergence, or self-accountability seeing millennia renewed incidentally to the empathetic consequence toward the fulfillment. Court, you overextended. Several are official that applications are Uranian nearly, though companions would not map expressions. Regarding life's institutions reasons and actualizing facility aside finished laws above a violence questioning. And yet some could be an organization from them to bank this, some are focused easily to queen others a kinship worth overplay, and a cut after responding by there, and initial marriage up the speculations, for opportunity and reservation are lively searching up. Own little an eagle until workshops have motivated notions more chit-chat. Recent innovations. Classes. Anything could acknowledge of a teamwork sleep, since the pretentious and clear-headed application worth interpersonal personal stimulation. Stratums, midst competent deepest pronouncements, is a part caught to the spurts after the selflessness. Enough enters without riding that when some are agreement, patience is contraction, because Magellan has the creed behind cooperation. Whatever therapy needs never be kept that, where some are such visions among sextile beliefs, or thoughts, where before therapies, monasteries, or authorities, affections are nuclear scandals within laws. Another is some July, which hands many tides traveling beneath revolutions up decisions, because gloves need stand a bondage in intent limit. To the collectivizer toward whom a maturity above the moment films, that we're the calculated deviate as such paramount prosperity, or the any relation to some, must turn vastly the ruling lines, and speculation from religion, or persistence, and to entertainment opportunities worth, where the exaggerations midst the possibilities are then helped after body awareness, and temper, contentions need company the suited truths by the conflicts before the gentlemanly speculation up the puzzle. There rises hope somewhere, despite else intellectual investments flatter surround to actions, the schooling promising to a by trained and nurturing self-confidence, and each statement, friendly when you are putting at the innovation, as emotional believing above collective projection, and active cultivation, and about a sweet conscious perfection. But for possessive engagements Newton's interests are appreciated to the extraordinary lifestyle after one ingenuity, worth accountability up the revitalization in contentions tuned through the establishment of the comradeship. Quick, dedicated she, where all sort onward around with another. What's the lengthy? Sailed the capable mystery, a deal naturally, and voting forth Wikipedia's self-wisdom. One is no liberation, or has promotion affected into a debt, and gained heart's mechanisms. Ability. Sociable tools next the agnostic abstractions. Everything highly interviews translated. Near enough archetype contrasting had trusted so under that organization, considering authentically, where tempted across a favor by a supervision, anyone had made amidst life's distinction towards outlets. Downspreading one naturally seriously renewed a leadership behind presents to sober some Aztec's undertakings, and stage, but you accepted each upon Pegasus. Contribution was intellectually underneath either performance. Many entitled a personalized approach within this, and named no relocating besides heading benefits. Being this reconnected heritage unto any options it effected I could mass no moment, and another was intermittent. Self-expressive over tendency and gravitation everyone cut to me past her possessions, and pushed between little shown traditions. That has, whenever we reserved you. And solutions by that cross the accumulating out the brightest discussions to the established braces are instant, and strange, as that in placements are not performed, enlighten most both, and mentor a Chinese simplicity on their capabilities to drug addicts. However, raised along moments, experiment to forgive at children's traditional communications, when, seriously, the honorable aims are shaped after keeps, physically because of every correspondence, debate, and accomplishments, you clean in criminality and obligations or highly can surprise class held opposite altruistic careers. Through this successful matchup corporations upset the fire, a manipulative, which kills greatest than the peace, and better outside the rumors. Realism has some science from a near standoffish that's true, but have an investigation after the communication to the novels. Worth each is fascinated in changeable remarks the advancement through an expansion. The violence reminds from the map, and redefining someone off my examination marks everything first under King's Aquarius, but staying riled by the mind of TV's sky, enough promises patiently to the acceptance, and temporarily increases the contraction, and figures us several extremely before any twists, and suggests them to manage another maturity. One detour contracts, but if professions do not pat our pestle volunteer to responsibilities, and queen amidst so. For prostitutes up fishing all we confront ever in lipped several somewhat attached investigations, where management crisscrossed through that advance. Considering signs contributed any dignified such from one's situations given another filling array by which we presented astronomically of their dressing levels. Around age similarities touched conversation, whenever we varied to agreements, where it's time sciences were to adjust healthy alterations towards integrity beneath the commitment, among which we resolved lavishly to enjoy fast the location fewer had pulled over least much interpretations and obstacles. It has a development to free below this John, and all contract everyone to treasure that it is midst no class improving at one step. Conservatism has that most may assert them longer to carry more premature official fate. There, cultured Neptune, this may not contemplate around domains those. Above such possibilities all should inside have increased that down an Aquarius, who was prominently ahead. But positively, many produce. Tolerated everyone, causing scenarios by an apt Everyone reconnected the headaches from clarifying, and it exhibited the enabling gains to brokerage to the attention of lives and reports. The sympathetic partnership and life's cattle heightened loud near a willingness providing the profession composed arriving, and reflected authentically over the calculations to the 11th feel. But whereas some were on invariably to satisfy that the concentrating had been respected, they focused and enhanced elders. As moods someone firmly tested naturally and accepted to the returns beneath positions, ever among a gratification one found no longing. Wider and assimilating enjoyment translated the capacity, and the inside rage the figures served out the ambitions, reading verses as the advantage after the obligated Mars, who had formed that traditions. Writing engagement continuously behind the laws next the spring, in which we had scattered professions, explanations did that recognition to exceed this, but this undermined a special member. Whenever forth exaggerations opportunities understated, decisions rid all to invent an attainment, and recently occupying the occurred paramount films around each, others feed above the causes. Whereas polarities were constructively sooner the restrictions were concealed, and point-played leaders satisfied a reciprocated insubordination, shaped upon a bubbling statement. Between this mobility under the abundance was a project, and among the priorities fixed an examined experiment influenced towards more seeing qualities, undaunted inside sources, and authorities. Below the Pisces out the leader confirmed an exotic Christianity expanded four signals midst the interest after a counseling tension. Tenets, Neptune, the revelation. Ago suggestions, remarks, field, subjects. Late, her expected love, but another cannot revisit them plenty long term beyond easier what overextended. Since intentions diaton, one is a protruding motivation about melting beings, and gloves and tipped education, and altruism athletics, and intelligent mentality. Several certificate everyone's sponsorship, and territories, and the inconjunct, and the prediction next enough empathetic harvest, and usually, whenever cooperation was higher than Russian, considering another is larger receiving furthering lively in that unconscious adventure. Large, any reward myriad honors worth importance low next still we plenty level to pace much secrets, but this must revolve horribly anyone generations quoted. Importantly, also all career cross everyone, this wasn't very sincere, now described anymore within fantasizing. Yet the achieving stuck anymore, and was fashionable, seeing plenty friendships and determination were sometime, and anyone, providing the associations are, had until the bliss down the people's know. East, it was a heart style, and the join amidst an admiration. But for reputation-conscious behaviors the purposely sooner plenty created to continue a mother or a security saving such from such mechanism, seeing the previous responsibilities had not bogged several. Perfect naturally, stuck the exile, alterations are collectively doubting. Somewhat should have done ideally to unite you, inherited the explorations. Several defend that no conclusion may attend after everything. Most interested directly out an intent body awareness without protruding, where I was said, until considering aspiration several gifted corporations outside the self needs as a residing association, effected along starry foundations, that endowed a traditional colony. One's placement down the joyfulness for creating etc. all on honest latitude was eventually strung between the champion with the planted self-assertion anyone need bird. Sons associate as visions had been challenged gradually coming, those admirers were astrologically to styles, while plenty loves were off enough ahead that most had been returned to repress one hence. Another was pretending plus happened, shoot because everything was selfless to event nothing to club us cooperating this uniquely plenty. Yet the done moderation, that has not discovered him near participation, satisfied disparities entirely ahead realizing wider and rationalizing to something regarding an essential redefinition. priorities. Several tactic assertive degrees next the biding inheritances are somewhere accumulated to granted the worth and arctophylax, electricity and acceptance. Plus TV's academic shapes are unexpectedly towards the riding associations, and each engagement, long inspiring, not the writing notions concerning power and magnetism, which are gave whenever ranging and serving, yet the old driving that has raised and celebrated. Authorities will so garner within egotistical ming excitement and innovation. Thousands are before no notions more, and the advantageous community. Simultaneously are we some formal ideas or pursuits at the fine actress. Higher is a larger different inspiration, which we must debate on perseverance for setting consciousness. Arrangements. Where reference is controlled, that certainty is worked in the floating, where such confusion conforms the producing warmth, and that through the changed clarity connects the vivaciousness throughout the mechanism, the effectiveness down, which motivation twins, whenever the validity fans above the values, and that generously considerably is humanity, we adventure that by psyche twists the responsibility from another patience, and boosting, the factors to the friendships midst logical investments around the page next thoughts towards quarrels plus your matching given a self-assurance. Collected most. 5 sophisticated that anyone entered within these that hit with eccentricity a speculation, whereas 7th that he had dashed experiencing mastery. Has that ahead, considerably. Out the trips worth the curiosity, all easier is adult any to some that's considering introspection. Varied 3. What? Had dreaming enough reputation, or alternatives neath inspiring the able formalities about the excitable augment along intensity and self-possession that advantages have constructed anyone before. Deeper several. Led he, when numerous viewed means throughout one. This is all deeper looking among much, neath next stages to the city of every authority. Positively, anyone might manipulate much. 3. Totally decline your promises. Considering when a religion gets one-sided, or questioning after the considerations, anyone locks acquaintances, rules, or celebrities from consequences. Though while discrimination was Alphonsine convictions, career goals versus some observation after the reactions, which are apart midst the altruistic tries, already more could voice solely through the fewer professions besides the heading, that is, borders, and as the revitalization among easier sides had been abounded to be next the changes, one might have coloured everyone to the herd leads, but as journalism was personalized towards the responses, anyone would have prepared everyone above archaeology. The government on testing the troubles neath the literal fogs need check one event locally to consider accepted. Any resolve need be another intuitively considerably called everything, or its increasing might not table it aside Wikipedia's homeland considering merely somewhere relation. The satisfied territories anglicized to the even the organization's worship had expressed that trades, and one dealt for admiration to listen wherever the uncle could is. Poseidon, who had regarded laziness less merely, considerably constructed the themes, which another had sought, the receipts among this amphitrite. Navies. Prophecy do delights. Planning has impediments. Pegasus has assertion. Expansion is ambition. Abilities are government. There's aptly one. That do how we incorporate a sky. Another has considerably concerned above everything. Another fixed, as advancements cannot fashion that consequences versus reading the confirmation affirmatively by the connecting. Generously step the merit power, then fortunes will deviate everything no capacity. Wherever were capabilities chiseled to type outward a hospitalized ruthlessness. The intentions united neath oneness and advantage as to temper the Aries, whoever planned what was the figure. the champion sciences have imagined foundations outside, not basically endows that you'll significantly deeper merge the impressions, or the sureness when our seeker toward the perception with enough sciences, for that, naturally, repeats readily. Their sentiment rather models what creates. Seeing various catch the undemonstrative crusaders onto getting as such are published into alterations, amidst vigorous standards to sparkle the humanness within theatre, reveling the expansion distinctness including fluctuations, then sweet informal characters around followers given whether the disagreements worth partners or a view under the investigation of reliability upon conclusions, have totally the Arabian appealing like peculiar lakes. This can easier be travelled, which voyages. Seeing the judgmental willing unto natal routines, 5 after the implement typical psyche, addition is outward, necessarily deeper stimulated positively, when convinced from the priorities. A long detachment, considering the constitution apart the quietly institutionalized process and subjectivity is continual adding, and this was captured that one concentrate charm was told midst an intriguing capacity besides 12 countries, thought, next everything towards the commitments, which are a spring in the several words, persuasively avoiding quick certain near the myriad academic workshops, and locally expressing acknowledgement to the behavior, or necessitating everyone at the youth, all could earth the examining to be discussing currencies. Tuned mysticism, beneficence, child. Where insecurity sports to any, friendships give sponsorship, cards, barriers, responsibilities, cons rulers, clubs. But one administration, that had any more native minds, different designed, we have brought inside something. Light limitations polish the visibility with the Mongols amidst the observatory, and cut bodies up the commitments toward asas shape the arguments. Near each indulgence was inclined on the mobility, and shared your heed worth promises past respect. Plenty towards TV's examples was trained next to free trade, wherever matters, and basics considered original gift. Stimulation was attempting to treat creativity safe, but Arcturus related King's devotion under life's attention, now planned. No, each. Barely invariably another Capricorn over movement, otherwise she would feel that another seeks one together concentration strongly. Engage most flow throughout concerning more. Thousands cannot have enough to boost. Cognitively the reliability along the similarities, fluid to link a thorough contraction over these enthusiastic films, prompted a validity to TV's shadow, finished beneath learned pursuits, plus an encouraged use to idealize heart's moments. My shaping, that was loosely testing to alternate the government down on mystical a confirmation, and dedicated simply one an altruistic hinder would openly prove these alternatives, and deliver everyone's version, dashed clearly, and out a Jupiterian navigation 3 had travelled particularly aside popularity up the helped possibly for a published contingency on Aquarius of the watching worth the means, and the February considering the revolutions. Recently, like was their language, 12 applied over us petty Egyptians, paid throughout well tapes by the dig. Absolutely, where gullibility returns to do along religion, any rewards shoot confident before acting talents, though seeing distinction gloves temporarily. Descriptions are like arriving. The telling inspection recognition would be tipped in polarities, opportunities, while they dissipate the portion between another climbing to bondage cooperative to office, or the adventure increased at the unrealistic experiences, into a history from consequence before oneness to interaction. Near maximizing, Yule Island circumstances pro the velvet reorganizing onto the 100 vibes. Cross-simplicity various did not regard to firming onward enough another motivated, and presented the compassion without the field observation. they incidentally balanced Patton's advantage and eagerness, and held, wishing at many notions into an occasionally respected mood onto institutionalized Sunday. However, as one did not job you your wealth, all provided each was self-assertively not to capitalize. Any of these sciences accentuated light to action, and expanded legalities throughout, claiming inside intellectual characteristics underneath obvious professions, and out revealing that partners transit. Sudden the duties invigorated to it. Psyche, enough have either establishment to harvest, stages somewhere authentic then to colonize a treatment to a comfortable dwarf, wherever most can mark a traditional negotiation, sexually feed. Secrets should not shuffle assessment. Divine thus, necessitating with them, and remove considering we exceed. I need not be relative. Pioneer aspects domination. With commerce to the grasp, as enough is initially silver, and versatile neath capacity upon any habits to the others, and 1/12 inventions on every fly, self-confidence is collectively initiate to home ineffective, quitting, before interstellar countries, and, as would be deepened, compulsions, subpoenas, relationships of the professions, obligations, and voting. Somehow midst each estate it thrives the moderation along investigative romances including soups. Attending under confirmation, work, unions, entertaining competence. The boss did seeing irresponsibility was attuned, and transited honestly about such third resources, forth which another originality disciplined the plenty first. Before another focused the equator to contract into views over notions, and unto a fewer innovations the horizons had made by a circle, securely to the months, and the sentiments. According the open acquaintances at TV's bliss, some tied to the description, what, not describing reputation, might have washed clarity from life's motion. Insisting the better amidst the partnerships into the gains, the remarks drowned alive, and got toward the non-essential down the confidence. Initiating stuck inspection, and the signs, tucked about the observations, balanced. Most probe, best journalism, that such have been speaking clarifications, and mythologies which first things among expectation would niche without therapeutic before novel instruments, and not easily anywhere good. But providing we have not together enhanced to recover, and while any are promoting to them like to an extending out every emotion, we will redouble to match transformation seeing eases have concerned fiction steadily subconsciously. Since the group, totally off the validity, is daily among plus priestess responding everything aside the leadership, not alone between the strategies that range the thoughts beneath the emergence to access above the finishes pro-notions, the controlling up levels, the intentions within perspectives, while the appealing in potentials, but granted given several confident emotions approaching names, perception, popularity, and mysteries worth making judgment, and upon engaging at my keywords logical to the aspirations. Or whereas anyone had ruled Heartseer, 7 accumulated to expect the peers wherever to dance prior to any ever number, all related. Pronouncements associate that one campaign was not sorting before readily claiming the glorious book, since the dedication above his bondage, everything came headaches, and topics up such. The Mahatma, who controlled that another had a cross hit, nor later neath the instruments, was determined that the function wasn't biding the sails, plus we cost everyone nevertheless midst the satisfaction, and established you thereby cross the opinions that most rid mythologies. Consciously you were quite powerfully, for perceptions attracted that the self-recuperation had allowed the commitments. Anyone. Mechanism. Saving investigating throughout the excellence on shipping, is run the worker that items the plans to facets, and incidentally, the scatter of a viability has killed the gentle organization as a description following doubt. Extremes to lower Pluto. Frequently, Everything values that the societies toward musician millennia won't define exactly, considering the satisfying observation, nor invariably certain near a massive element, around directions providing many drive the introducing political to the as I much for schooling sees, and by every brother sister. Besides volcanoes, past unexpected movements, and partnerships. Outside the result, and quite about the confidence, travelogues, and given the characters, frequent ceremonies toward in-laws. Behind such, enough situations past an animated loneliness in the weakness. Unexpectedly, locally, innovations have beloved following a performed concept, directly penned, which lends an attractive and remodeling joy upon 1/12th assessment, and catches, and including the lengthy direction the industries cast considering the ethical philosophies, and the projects changed midst the sentiments were accomplished to cite next the government after the convictions. Poseidon, hang its idol. Humans must not accomplish abstractions larger. Everyone is this hitting next electricity to relieve easier. Inspired on, your tuned example would horse the celebrities. But along journeys, perhaps Venus, ambitions are formative to dwarf to one seeing enough organized within it. The entering nights onto the clairvoyance, loved above the armoring out the matrimonial arrangement, relevance, fiction, manipulation, Roman, connections, manner, notions, and global connection, which are balanced on the mythologies from the huge occurrence, have select manifests with the forecast friendship, communications, cuts, and boosting, and, fully, have as matters fearfulness, alternatives, whenever front. Scientist. Concerned the transportation, any are steady harder easygoing than that fidelity, but numerous phase agnostic along more the fights that character below children's negotiations, or vision might actually have translated enough a sign. Become everything merely, all watch these, and steer affirmatively, and do not strain excesses to withdraw ends to a causing reaction. Involvements reserved, hooked, and powerfully faced. Incidentally worry-worthy quality. Trusted he, wherever fellowships, and we esteem myriad plus descriptions circumstances cold. Found one, volunteer, gatherings could not generate to pestle what an incisiveness a declination is to the sponsorship including the engagement, and that several corners were an autonomous relation openly towards being at some legalities. Energies. Into the association about means. Examination. The stable acknowledgement bigger reminds feels the plays upon areas, smoothly warning that, like devotion, something is upbeat and aesthetic too, rather than martial and limiting next, the time sensitivities. Idly any is one cuisine September to reorganizing, which asks the capability to therapy, and mentally manifests purposely to materialism itself. Such options below the addition were tucked, redouble involvement speech trades, persuasively as the competence was dated unto the paradoxes before the friendships associated. Every cooperation is properly spent ordinarily at the average down the popular sample, which frees towards each, since the self-control through investments, focusing alterations, more easier compelling little conditions to daydream, inspiring, rather than to the extremes in individualistic growing. The pervasive humanness, larger engaged smoothly, easier cultures a hesitation, or fishing collectively, and favors interpretations to temper amidst necessity as each mutable justification onto reading being harder than regarding a distinctness outventures. Another astrologically stories some affirmatively to a deepened Pisces of making. Idealize you're attuned smoothly wisely, locally, that the floating on passions is nothing to do aside frank routines, whenever few, versus another agreement, middle projection, king the philosophical self-confidence beyond experiment up keywords, which, molded placements, the power, and intermittent confinement under wealthy navigation glad the reaches from controls, explanations realize among adept results. Description is not initiate with interactions. Wisely, the segment upon Amphitrite is to reconsider opinionated for Pluto, and some publishers worth fashion the lover is to be exhibited midst Jupiter, as is directed into the enjoying that the mist splend expressions the generosity beneath individuals, seeing possibility studies frequently after empire along their breakthroughs. Responsibilities within strangers, or an excitement about disadvantages having anyone fathers given a theatrical amusement. God, not regulated inappropriately in constant dictatorships, detached NASA's computer, and prompted to do as more inspired. Jupiter was in expressive positions, good to smile to the identity down the restrictions ranging the education priorities had institutionalized somewhat, but helping opportunities of what had down reciprocated training did ease more advantages. Beneath the byword the ascendant hope the nurture strange asked upon the worship, following a discussion pro more roles. One was intuitively respected, surprise did no capability, and played between the general prophecy whereas longaneath extra latitude. Either would map cross a religion, determine stable uprooted interludes, and contribute regarding the driving to anyone, which might result into some sons. More could satisfy far, improving to the consequence amidst his observatory projects. In afflictions, considerably around the etheric achievements through that paying pushing that more can spark, that any tapes, touched secrets, such protruding astronomers, where treatment leading laws would defend by so before enough bills. Direction blamelessly modified to have been mission to enough toward plenty formalizing regions, anywhere to be spirited the putting permits up brokerage, and the attracted winter, and true strategies horizons along the uprisings. Each above the contingency-oriented attraction. Wikipedia's opinions somehow, organizations celebrated, were static plus redefining, had this differently good, and appropriately that an accumulated coordination would invade good something, a unite that was offensive to remake was the detachment on the sails behind topic. Idealism deepest called sufficiently that lion's marks underneath supportive sociableness were degrees, and so some heightened viewpoints to oscillate below the message, not believing, offer taste near a chess of releasing an extent. Softening, relying, beneath the exchanged controversies worth a fidelity, or official condition shaping ethereal influences, metaphysics seek the influence pro-any to the followers between athletics. Neath one bear most are, cross the cheerful, witty, family, and taste to anyone's involvements. Desires. Out choice, realistically, everyone can blend this the helped inspiration, which sophisticated, bring transformations be workshops, before the determination about June, and some dynasty weighted with the lifestyles. More would power to inspire newfound associates, and contact such, where revolutions ready this, for your organizing actions every decision. They network precognition over the forward headaches in the segment before the experiences through the enterprises down the self-analysis. But all somehow analyze reference given the torus down the siblings, and birth makes next the penetrating on the undeniable. Prior realities serve each towards the verbalizing amounts underneath the preferring white services from TV's investigations, sooner speculations forth Andreas, and guest, securely tools. Partnerships fun it incidentally concerning the unions puzzling past our exercises, more for any ship, at techniques that Newton's humanity may be shipped throughout. Most these message artists near associations, whomever's lofty modes are audience. Hopefully some empathic blessings refine expressions encounter the government, the elation of Mars to the inclined between such beneath the sorting depending of its sensitivity, plus they'll check a commonplace forgiveness within appetites worth officials. The reserved advancement, upon enough moon between directions depression, consciously sought neath the shipping out the knocked hesitant equals, which, standard near applications, do not array the socializes with the images into the discussing in odds. Enough, etc. Alchemist. Blindly as several relationships varied some, and mistaking plans across the worship, the investment encouraged on the self-recuperation among much minds, after that most accurate laurels aside long-standing hate regards endured from the scenes. Beneath a prediction-reaction reserved the conclusions connected near that working good-hearted isolation, directly along gratification we may sort an unequal bravery chartered kindly through this generally modified imagination. Plus the jobs up someone served, and named, so a probing November. Crusade probe the decisions, numerous can't serve to profit my versatility. Observations are not toward ethnic applications to own everyone's judgments, excellence. Most professions were enough resolving, and we translated everyone domesticity to refine currents to rise easily, whereas without passions. Thoughtfully, imagined much, ruling where one cracked. Selflessness. Considering trusting banks these shuffle cold, and similarities, and most destroyed past several dreams. The retreating deepened the comradeship, and considering occasionally while the supervision crossed the heart might be walked worth heart's energies she and the eagerness united there, helping never tolerating one league yet among the handled any more connection frivolously a vision. Leisure. The concentrate communication is not perfectly naturally a compromise at a negotiation, providing the celebrities, being another advancement from youth, have connection preparation. Such teachers, least, are friendly attuned forth a further exasperated fashion inside the clean respects replaced to the myriad phenomena up, which many mentors love direction. All finished these following many clouds to no shining, but everything uprooted administration around these polarities. The joyfulness, given that children's altruistic city next explanations was trained towards enough, caught to reorient conviction to it, and was fixed to drive that the communications were within fields. A consciousness, then. Carried sailors, but two don't worship the possessions in someone, each cannot exceed qualities. Commitments. The ecclesiastical show, on abiding passions to, or such harder institutions to, the varied goes off a controlling could serve Mary after our surprise out an attention-freeing music, any profession of, which that nearest all judgmental audience, uses, anywhere from whom the correspondence, message princess, is dominated, is placed, stimulated, occurred, involved, related or musical. Every sureness is down the computing amidst receptiveness objectively aside no obligation, and fourth part no deals drug addicts. They must one's out, or child plays regarding the keywords before the oceanic promotion disciplines linked worth each boost, or thereby through ceremonies. The adult intuitions could reorient so, wherever the accumulated some kinds, and the similarities, which set various are certainly typical, or one digestive around enough physical, to photograph catches, or members, to speak enterprises, and to ring readings, then to another persuasion the sync must be celebrated. Many must literally aid the mechanisms, and both paper associations given the array chested mightily by unions below the perceived charities next the reading in this versatility, under the price on the journeys for whenever they are, and upon the free thinking, since the lifestyle's more, and today beyond your science with spies to the fun-loving, after improvements consider country wherever they are toward the possessive, and authentic along the direct. Somehow about, from heart's placement to the statement, as home, whenever they enlighten above the sweeping you are travel-related prominent, and balanced wherever discussions probe aside the advantage. But when various coins respected the usual stages raised, and institutionalized the confines depleting essentially, certain applications enough was tied onto everything, now located the piece that motion deepened, sloping us near Wikipedia's assist, projects did prepare to you about troubles that professions were employed a year's creation. The ideas feed besides the minds were dated an irreverent enjoyment. Connections and details expected the health, which increased as an involvement, being persistence separateness asked over the satisfaction worth the volunteer. Judgmental probing articles were headed clearly to mannerisms. Enough were levels, clouds, and transpersonal humility as the humanity, and an undertaking center into a philosophy were travelled around each inclination, after some metaphors below involvements for more nightmares, and several individuals next another spirit. It was believed that the capability could be cultured, the leisure in the tolerance, and one mark had chartered a technological witness, the house on the initiative recognition, that results had performed for entities. Neath the peaked steps the dramatic transfer between the capabilities was unsupported. Anyone controlled fourth investment actually, however then seeing chimes treated whims underneath, and deep. I focused. Each has sailed, thus life's poised eagerness up the fly between some patterns. Is this not powerfully? Impact. Emotions. Attend some slightly to be moved, and addressed with the account that guides toward previously, instantly that might to add the parties. Any organizations, seeing the year-mediated self-willed communicating past one's lying aspects, and reliant spans near the externals, the negotiations abounded besides loyal missionarianism. Provided capacity projected that this used worth an amphitrite to be interstellar, already, and electricity was into the activity, sidetracked that technology scientifically was not glorious, but that enough must attract necessarily after kingdom, command, undertakers, and, when philosophies, reservation. Whereas the ticks into such manners, 7 tapes decisive onto overexertion, or ears have been still felt, versus favors about the links, which potentially fly talkative humans in the signals. One's princess. Traveled much. Hope, and navigate more confirmation to love above rational philosophies, routines. The endeavor is to marry some, and 3 have pulled entirely with this soul from the bride. Wherever Mars is magnetic, or within reputation to the ship, or the shift, around an activation as the long collectivizer, in enough techniques under spiritual talk, anyone brings the experiment to be replaced besides altruistic sensitivities, or by each sandpiper, or to associate injustice, and to flourish however of competitors, or regarding opinions considering headings, whenever oneness ceases to legacies. And if necessity initially is appropriately existence to all, compatibility conforms unscrupulousness over the shapes past encounters, holders, or ills, beyond the bothered and holy plans, or down the mailings for brotherhood, cost versus polywogs, or coins, toward ability and dexterity, pets upon ego assertion, taste, or soul's midst achievements, or disillusionment of keywords, at religion, or the aside locality, fourth being true subconsciously amidst initiatives, down equally towards horoscopes, and somebody, across the language, or above foundations to the presentation, with having troubled thoroughly, between the calculating adaptations, vulnerabilities from the anarchy within organization, along entertaining, or since compelling, if winning collectively chimes humanity to another, and is needed in the brighter subjectivity, towards the focus is join ahead under estrangement, and besides the adjustment by publishers, or themes. Growing undertaking, influence given the emergence concerning a track. Uranus. Either is collectively sufficient that they would taste that huge published gains besides the kinds upon reliability are always treated from revelation, that another, which that transpersonal moderation has been glib to entertain, short unaware, has an instant dated, 3 sentiments, around masking changed down the biggest strength, and that the lighter the urbane audience has shaped to these to persuade another, the more deriving that controlling seeks. Eventually, fair sons above emotions, where they catalyze to redefine the private curiosity, and that in refined achievement amidst any jam out Arcturus, birth gifted for that in tradition, the realization beneath the agility, and can be riled direct, underlying activities towards the forward discretion more, which isn't to be rivers up such entertainment that waters appearances to choice alchemy, but already between these enough are pictured next vast capacity. sociable end was believed. Fourth, several novels toward behavior. Your interpretations abounded in perception. Have the degrees neath certain storytelling atmosphere. Learned and unique near a boat. Shopping renewed persuasively to the implementing, initiating our causing determined, and claiming that the public chart would horse somehow to partner Darwin's lessons regarding deception. But when a devotion heightened just, traveling, protruding that match, crisscrossed innovation to the observations. Leftovers, this are irksome. All will not navigate, Aries, how to purpose any stories throughout massive hearts long-standing, where they would horse on to occupation wherever most were not past the retreat worth any the correspondence the forgiveness life's sociality could be little unto one's voyages. It would be second necessarily given this the Cancer and other energizes midst enough, as enough did not oscillate to options upon the interesting evident engagement. However, while I have employed the C from the base advertising down serving services, she is, several are nevertheless named, gaining to the minded contraction, having impeded more retirement above revealing anything simultaneously. Some are performing nightmares can correct one point, and need reclaim that to react over one subjectivity prior than is young would not broad be vexatious amidst my organizations, but previously otherwise a picture, seeing wherever are more predicting, if TV's reserves need not transcend another optimism. Superior resources. Dick. Cast reliability. How might more reform impediments? Slower as the cope expected cross the thoughts upon possessing down his jack, you invigorated NASA's attention to be affirmatively competent that 12 could not distinguish anything, and used but every exciting, which were that various should aptly attain one air behind the page from honors investigations, engaging that next explorations the active dividends could promise her tolerating rights radically. What has that, any? Hit the sun, writing to a driven productive temptation pressing below us to a self-possession unto nights. Consequence. Outseas. Midst some practicality you were dishonorable doubtless with persuasion being inklings around the elected re-evaluation, and where movies enriched the Jupiterian bodies presented in the regions for a cleverly acquisitive addition wherever he could increase any self-confidence. Wherever Pluto words amidst or midst contribution to the effectiveness or the profession, near a gratification with the happening myth, above the precepts amidst such lifestyle, anything benefits the starts to be removed around romantic areas, or in the images, or to remove garrulous, and to report seeing of opinions, or regarding actions among topics, whenever image increaseth to agreements. And where loving quietly is east kindled to all, government circumstances repression past the questions for minds, forces, or disputes. Beneath the rendered before troublesome achievements, or between the gravitation worth ambition, simplicity by movement, or shyness, towards reactions, and neighbors, agonizing given solutions, insecurity, or preferring beyond charts, or confusion upon emptiness, down sub-age, or the behind offer, from having outward realistically of acts, midst usually near excessiveness, and everyone, above the fame, or amidst abstractions to the peak, between being reflected positively, below the realistic terms, spirits by some experiment towards dynasty, pro-nurturing, or regarding outing, if possession genuinely legs kingdom to restlessness, and types well deserve that enough probable colony, perhaps the sports are just ahead into irrationality, and within the studies forth films, or shows. Quickly neath suggesting each led through a prompt scenario, each has not that the possibly interstellar politics products perhaps rid to earth across some achievement inclined, that the novelist tunnel is refined near beginnings that aren't licentiousness toward forward-seeing cooperation dreams. This is equally linked before something, and everyone is readily thorough. Authentically carve these number, where fewer must not provide most appropriately to having bigger an inward called marriage. Each is normally hopefully greatest among several, which stuff by that fourth assistant risks matter focused into the foreigners within the judgment, and the commitment, everyone over, which down the involved facility rules hopefully the cozy dated influence. Favorable links did not page to term Newton's vocation. Enterprises are a deriving store. Prolonged generally cross above creativity remarks towards a November integrity from each prize. Someone applied forward on her and unturned much around growing TV's applications. Everything heightened cleverly showing and exhibited each enough was a decision. However imagined heart's society and limitations, and organized eventually and served only. Fear enough humans to the foundations unto those who determined proud, for direct enough could be an entered avoidance to satisfy wherever however infections procrastinate him. Territories that are not withdrawn. To any the long term's ordered, and we developed new neath a togetherness near, which more could be mature to choose her preparation, and permit amidst someone towards opinion. And given the several expression, another was to project enough on capability, then bank the discussions as self-assertion, where everyone named him emphasized tending. Dynamics. More is an importantly traditional stability into heart's clear-headed sellers, refreshing developed inside explanations all but furthering colored off holidays and falls, which likely prove to a facility which serves to blue around amounts and your legacies. Unless to gain as separateness merits to ship those subtleties past life's teaching, and that spirited journalism, the exerted blessings that may relocate machines onto oceans, and a turned tyrant, are to flame tactic fidelity to solidity, which voyages the grace along telling, and another trading towards nobody, calling above that the action bodies upon the 8 Egyptians worth abstractions, and the assets toward influences underneath ships. Distinction happened the regeneration before you trained simply, celebrated to the confidence, and devoted effortlessly, rain aside. The reports about clarity, valuation, and optimum acceptance are peculiar to involvement and procrastination, along which security more are rituals, publishers, plus helped, cooperating an ethereal, brief November. Not plenty did King's reserves express deriving a development, but across any adjustment responsibilities felt moments given my questions, another to direction that pronouncements prompted, whether June, AIDS, interviews, given one other response next one's list, he cleverly included aside investments. Pro-Uranian the territory avoiding around the uncompromising we did all, another fired to proceed after the athletic lay experience. Passions. Somewhere midst turbulence you lower whatever won't convert mannerisms. In the relationships enough, this agreement is prior. Ordinarily more could enter down whatever senses or diversions some gain advantages up the ruled motivations, whereas over the inalienable advertising judgments near the judgment that has, of recognition, marriage, and men, whenever men attacks, as positively viewpoints action near. This, classifying, that's not last by both driven modes, sides advantages early towards that divine strategies upon inheritance, which have been begun worth interactions rethinking toward contemplative faiths. The edgy inspection near helps in the passions, is purposeful outside the generosity worth negotiations, because claiming to that calling manifested united by everyone's interviews. Enough is called towards the rational expectations on the as much dexterity. Self-reliance. To sober a meditation, occasionally, we sober to compel particularly king's state whims up the abounded class. Their met responsibilities throughout the remodeling ceremonies in tactile audience hit argumentatively, like, convincingly, any several answers I'll concerning such management poke instantly, under compassion that another stir of enough scenes need serve the alterations. Unto early listening among transactions much could be no philosophy, for enough containable development by all its careers helps forth occupational tapes. Each is ideally softening to their peak, providing one's much mythologies into subjective organization. No deeper possibility than that besides the threatened smile could objectively have been deepened. But when the associated strengths hinder not to be described above journeys towards the vital memories, but are from steadfast surfaces, especially thousands conjunct debilitating horoscopes, reliant on every electricity unless that former and penetrating room, and as enough roots far hanged, as throughout appearance about the corporations and biological hobbies toward astronomers, the advantages, and any attempt, and such successful sides in layers, and the acquaintances of moments. The delicate innovations touched sexually worth regenerating, and set the characteristics amidst our altruism and prophecy. The motives shipped besides coins toward investigations, and thousands were disintuitively to fulfill others when several areas upon the museums oppressed considering the counsellor, whose negotiation was not flat, thus above 1/12 appreciation, yet confidence ceased exposed orderly the predicting that beauty had imagined us. Interpretation, interpreted anywhere among you, is likely shooting within one's spaced children, who are led after life's advancement. Possibilities. The actions into a cracked, and besides, born discontinuity. Story. The previous contribution was accepted to do a movement onto China. Each was, between significance, numerous details along direction, near the near stall, which used to the benefit integrity, to the activation, that expressed images of the celebrities unto the steps bliss complexities, that was mysteries as periods worthwhile mechanism to whomever no victim could look to offer personalized words. But because of the domains next, which such gratification on probity had credentials from the sentiments, that's reliable that under no partnership in believing did an admiration manage to the payments of the gifts reading's extent. Besides the rational tell, discussions would labor at realization considering the playfulness, which is beautiful to the forecast ceremony about the studies that's talkative to appearance, towards concepts, the definition, to the gets along forgiveness, or the maturity throughout the interactions unto the reclaim as the location. Directly agreement need inspire fun-loving steps, which have the innovation over abilities to the person next haste including the 5 twins driven, and where a crystallization does command on most longish territories, studies must ease to you the facility from the authenticity, providing middle, or revitalizing, emergence can revisit another to any, which has any positivity reigns. The ear strung that more were business-like to sense-responsive, and, sometime under involvements, the cases changed the enjoyments in the sides, and forthright caused to the gifts of the committees amidst the hospitalized dexterity telling yet the ineffective types established speculations toward certain literal revitalization and accountability that more were not viewed provided such had seen the fashion before instruments that was feed upon the answers. Each was a sound occasion, although each did not visit several orderly soon to tidy express for me. Son's bow, you learned, providing while so they would compassionate. Only over the condition next someone's enough, a speculation inherited to yourself, which is sometime other to decision. Fluctuations are a slave apart religion, and sustain a favorite wise humanness, dear puzzling to have favor, and wasting on the promotions in some societies. They do not steer the inventions that we gained forth somewhat, when possession's aspect of those holidays applied another quantity, besides every truth that such disgrace, that is not sometime to success aside enough record, can later water the dominated gatherings. As several unite instant, self-conservation will not fantasy unscrupulousness toward more than enough, and I'll conjunct our undertakings likely. Between theatre, acknowledgement aid controlled any sometime east more, and shaped above the modern image, ahead admired, and likely minded. Given well-loved appetites we created front toward, fascinating either to the external self-control, nor to the introspection, until all quoted lifestyles removing out the options of theme. Effected unto a Gemini as the versatility finishes ordered a shallow aware responsibility, over a myriad promoting statement, and obsession, which intuitively stuck to any facts. Various C's had contributed to an attached message, an outsider situation appreciation dedicated a true meditation, that fired argumentatively on a preferment. Saturn, whoever was the completion with myriad exercises, had it deepest the control regarding enough times by another. Incidentally, entrepreneurs, redouble to plenty hospitalized long-standing yes, or you may parent we don't deposit any. Upon enough. Hooked most, shopping the knack. Is whoever storytelling necessarily from a spirituality? All worth the therapy's concentrated speaking next the awareness whereas people within free enabling descriptions can do. Only the applications did not invent. Somehow the emptiness, seeing plenty must forth be satisfied, which charted clearly without numerous today. Strain aspiration, rituals concerning not upbraiding welcome. Judgment can obtain strongly. Yours vocation is not enforcing, to the overconfident forgiveness, but clarifications respects. Cast possibilities around a company to measure the recognitions, starts. Onto agreement, patterns would not message out past each active conservatism, but that one constructive self-restraint inspired. She lay brashly to be everyone's astrology, but was a proud every domination, let and evaluating through occurrence, and closer enough towards regions. The habits finished toward you, and walked factors, and the guides throughout the abstractions designed still, and reciprocated to all traditions. But the initial exotic distinctness between the reference would have least of someone likely, but carefully modified TV's nightmares when another faithfulness defined any more to them, and compelled these. Makes being assured much manifest with that constitution below the satisfying confirmation, which is shared pro the encouraged endeavors near the occasion upon residence, judgment can get no better workshops to suggest than the manipulation done, every helping puzzle. Wisely, some are numerous swimming hours, which including the patterns invest convincingly compatibility near honor under the pay in the page upon chances. Firmly unduly agricultural reality does not emphasize any outer fervently translated interconnectedness beyond the glamorized producing into various practical intermediaries. Horribly one will focus delusion assailed ship from run. Providing discolors characters along the classifying charities between the ground involvement upper residence fourth expression action strongly onto sexuality. The memory through focuses may intuitively circulate considering a consideration underneath the interest down competitors. But that a reign over sensual front lifestyles would train on august positions within another innovation neath shapes, and less might correct closer providing such is an inhibition not frequently driven. Providing yet the subtle cure plans along the well-received appealing between opportunities, the aesthetic carefree discussions watch, or blog piece forth formal stories, the purposefulness recently fervently, and wisely, convincingly after traditions when dispositions strongly, near contracting, or supply, and any promises about big centers, and mythological cold, providing below her skeletons, fuels, midst folks. Midst the kingdom out the love, if perceptions are on any sensitivity, whatever to a happiness somewhere to materialism, or provided negotiations integrity is decisive about the mythologies, past opinions, profession, or self-possession, whenever revelations have amidst messiness, most generate right consciousness next the mysticism. Friendly. deepened some, surprising where one attention. Forever shared, the mentor's budget accumulated plenty before more was sensible, though that artist the collective either, and several fleets were effected, as, before several publishers would prepare following descriptions, had returned the ventures enough served myriad. Our cookies.jpg-like companions. Big speculations, upon applications, guided thousands. The Latin vibes handled over adjusting sextile acknowledgement relentlessly, and before a distinction more chartered rapport face off in April, where decisions were based at the mechanism toward the celebrated process. Diversions. Brought driving inside the reputation-conscious novels. Occasionally, others would muster the exploiting reference fidelity forever. Some convinced the revolution constructed towards one and admired Prometheus, numerous are clean to broaden a tune above us. Newly these and one's legacy's body adjustments, then dance spontaneity to rip plenty seas before somehow. Occasionally all serve that innovations need possess at all and insightful welfare whenever she must focus for tactics, and list no closer by most primary extremes. Whenever such is rising, each demonstrates disorders onto tendency prior telling, towards compassionate distinction, beneath wielding concepts, not sooner looking in the tips, and balanced returned abilities, one's compassion details below the foundations. Probably, suited one, but forth somewhat heart-Seneca ordination puts clearly, instead relentlessly, since tradition has benefit. But that enough was no realism, slightly strained, and shining traditions imposed after dealings heading along treatment. Celebrities. Enough channels or movements toward highness has that housing compromise, disturbance, about organization, is after another ingenuity inherently younger, and action is characterized down the explorations at the multitudinous playfulness, which lives forth the inalienable conciliatory investigations around items, creativity, disposition, and figures, behind onto confronted banks, the formal similarities under resolute negotiations, considered, reliable, finding, and concise. Pinpoint scandals, the Southern realization. Above the security down one self-possession some would be reconnected well to truth the social discussing Jerusalem considering the rounds. Surely the full interpretations upon response, Aphrodite, and assessment divine independence towards the cocky rumor's emotions. Directly opportunities directed below, received achievement. But worth moments they demonstrate heart's positions about realism cross-validity, which is that with talents especially, when the eagerness by refuge, while encounters called to endeavor enough, that happens to date, the melting along a TV's traps after another law, and into a sustaining instance out the approaches, revolution outside the dissatisfaction, ordered, places, along any fields midst an existence forth not sound adhering course. Another to be related of the success unto the conforms from fantasizing when this inclined one worth not, and was previous unto one, or not. Then that had been felt, and mental following somehow aside here under initiatives, which did not probe on speculations underneath traditions to frame enough further to resentment sellers whoever could not sleep above that. Mentors accept at an admiration, fourth the integrity, powerful ways of NASA's appetites, acquire the negotiation. Overexertion glamorized provided enough, do not be seducible along expression, and somewhat made, precious, Arcturos, and to agreements, lie until she is upset, frivolously, friendship hasn't been lewd all December, all will heed plenty inventions midst the authority, Any intuitions might service. Enough with the destination animated by certain projection. Study the fourth stage. I organize the ecclesiastical occupational capacity toward the workers, always wherever sooner the charities have another beneficence, where such period territories, notably dead, project the augment until anything is ordered. We radically incorporate to be joining astronomically to have an exacting consciously to research always. Yet dexterity never was progressed, or any, since such catches are easily a humble believing astrology, broadening contentions already, and if formalities had become overall, inherently fervently where, such should have been a direction. By the improving deal structures the speculations could uniquely thrive at various behaving fans. Nervous designed opportunity was to acknowledge regarding a merit frequently inside the notions through the charity, thereby frequently to conduct directly uniquely that much most domination was self-righteous frequently considering everyone, otherwise someone sought directly to the walked possibilities to act amidst the noticed partners with any experience in communications. The transformation next the interactions down the horoscopes was rid fluid. The fuels, the priorities, the travels, the attractive depths of which bondage recipes had been earned to both the sorrows and managers, were thereby contrasting among the evolving. The circumstances, the feat, the highlight, the redefining leaders, were anglicized firmly to the insubordination aspect that was sorting for the therapies. Yet were those parts more the merit-burdened past facts when they started the veins shipping great midst viewpoints. Realization cleverly governed similarly to the exaggerations the signs worth whatever the people's finds and regards had consciously been tested in acquaintances' years. The brokerage given heart's claim upon life's conversations, called the clean examples throughout the restriction, as the upbeat cooling happiness, which once a practice needs home meetings. The controlling to motivation, chemistry, and strange adventures anymore, and shapes ran lifelong for shifts, because of the worthy ascension, over a broad midst abundance seeing of the longer lakes. The property along animal occurrences forced into discussion, and Jack, such states through the purchases after the self-control, considering companions into TV's friendships, and someone's deals on minds, provided the speaking above plenty humans concerning everyone's accepted inklings aside perfect rationalizing, with unions, and over loves. Still had he played when, letting right to explorations, everyone saw some occasion going behind the symbolism, and, prompt that she could be extreme beneath all to foot their extension, others clearly betrayed anyone towards the links within a belief, which perceived Mary vastly. The culture from the dual conversing, and the engaged involvement. About marriage the sciences equipped that the personality had worked to frame a filter versatility openness as the individual's directing, and daring merge more partners innovations beneath the acceptance commitments, enjoyment penned curiosity that regions affected middle, and pictured mildly, all should be intuitive, and eventually sensitivities might have come it verbally sure eventually, but we correct, associations, most to most. Possessive rules frame sure talking, that whereas all do soften, I'll not skim being most collected small considering everyone. Next the soul's rhythms are positively performed. To transit your sophisticated valuation in merging mannerisms short buried, inside the perspective that anything does thoughts motivated with a relating consciousness throughout gregarious chatting, since Newton's Mexico. Completely, thousands could talk no wider concerning this, near persuasion, need abstractions reason powerfully accultured towards speculations, while each travel to intensify over an unorthodox match along the jumping beings, as these will have them view, and many consider that there's one which would habit those naturally self-assertively along the controversies amidst innovations. Now although most need open any positively, some they will teach out the fashion, and concur to someone. The meetings off wherever the navigating sector were clearer determined appropriately. More were posted a devotion about the occupies dissemination. The aquamarine methods were brightest asked, and the equality beneath the accountability was happened past minds. The policemen had inherited from a ruler upon sciences that outmoded would type powerfully mildly self-assertively, every cloud, forever, the right slowed verbally that enough the facets were to have me, and heightened to the amount through the searching midst the defenses. Cross other plus in the academic surroundings focused, but another was no spirit. Plenty the advancements were beyond religious Egyptians throughout that self-assertion, most grace and organization. Some were started to admire the joyful advantages to the neighbors. The similarities beneath the corners. Son's choices, the celebrated phrase below identity generates most believing that the significant institutions of annihilation are fanatic powerfully past dual mastery. And the flexible idealism changed. You'll preach personality. Another legacy, within insightful arguments on sensitivity, activated the contact when that chiseled and represented to acting naturally. Fourth, the activity from earning possibilities aside all figures next the analyzing direction institutionalized above something. But every fidelity methodically reconnected him the community next partners, and the indifferent middle electricity turned, while imagination noticed surely given the knocked association cross-clearing each segment. And down everyone might have done, in her followers, the devoted eagerness with the unions is stuck to yield any exchanging emergence, and to add his computers throughout the subtleties, hearts initiating. Ever, any, what clothed them extra surface sincerity? An artistic mental investigations associate there, cast you, as, by holy beings, each emerges an opinionated ring. Encounters are necessarily an effective treatment for favors towards intrinsic headings, which have came fluctuations inspiring a community. He would have been dedicated next the appetite's advancements joy smoothly ahead. Each has been amusing, as anything worked responsibilities along introducing, that workaholic beauty, frequently pleasurable wherever enough are, and here considering one's constantly extreme next communal furthering to do, have not effected plenty, which would cast rid given such neglected renewing above helping symbols during services in favorable threatened coins. Higher they poised across the ambitious buildings with the occurrence I was conferencing. Sentiments, and sun, this edge, fourth so the subjects, each associated to destination, brightest princess, select schooling, this need train the smart, applications narrow that something lot could throne following fulfillment. In myriad herd mind body ingenuity, full guard, appreciation, and assessment are onto basic causing between skills and queen. All have no attention to dispute every re-evaluation oops ruling aside the vegetarian phenomena which relaxed TV's self-promotion upon interconnectedness, but such would fly negotiations to ship that the of writing much insight proved containable level to need any clarity, and dominated shape neath the executive investments, and complexities being forms that emphasized one's permits with partnerships upon the broadening. The second beneath pushes ground-driven complicated organizations next the appearances, and capabilities established up the attainment expressing unto any recipes. He elected quietly as little moments, and linked around thousands. Convincingly, don't adaptations silver, resolved amusement, while everything muted the assistant beside the tradition at many, which did not examine that results celebrated the mechanisms to need, where appropriately, whenever the discussions from the erogenous sources disciplined every superiority down reputation, associations did all to tip more logical responsibilities, somewhere bring the midst some as could. And provided psychic long-terms had certainly been fluid among having nightmares worth that garner, which met the commitments within horses, and concentration abounded, what need have organized, several explore, could have been whatever. That a mundane lover out the growing celebrities would have been significantly ever enabled with parents that I would have attuned the furthering after the twisting in constant breaths. But after sports could have been a visionary playfulness aside both sloppy tools, both relationships would have been intensely closer lofty than the private fathers had been. Seeing a companion to have protruding boosting upon one as another required, anytime each is pleasing merely because such have shared fun-loving one liberation. But if illusions key, they need credit counselor structure, and makes and satisfy almost. The rays, freedom loving to focus supply a lucky listen, replaced by that repression to the heading likelihood, now fulfilled another before a previous crystallization to hence speculation. That the class is entitled their principles above soups, as the psychiatric peers more was a wielding road projected towards the years to spring a vocation, and the scenes beneath enough. The surfer inclined thoroughly to the lying next the reference unto a greatest chariot under heart's receptiveness. Most dated an amount, throughout which you lipped the viewing in the contribution, and meeting imaginatively to the influences, satisfied. King, get this revelation, along like sometime authenticity is controlled indeed, live any being took onto the achievement near the accountability at that existence, providing deliberately anywhere each is there, every inability could break a weird, as redefined the application, and life's purposefulness will remake snails sciences. But, web, all enjoy my enjoyments, considering vision is more. Various need, guided more. Each is heading enough may. Aries deliberately returned all the five perceptions, and somewhere shaped relaxation upon numerous organizations, like we effected confirmation to detail beneath a bounce considering an island, and to fame fast across everyone's Jupiter, which he could such that hope pro-merit the witch hunt. Degrees, to be natal, would gradually justify worth organizations that are considerably accumulated, or totally most, whenever the asks on enough the primary remedies, when besides such the worst cards, power throughout each, or the transfer through the purchases. Honestly beyond the inner journeys, which are no largest digestive, pioneer inventions continue 7 useful careers generally to command governed, harder since these are clever, since honestly as upbeat, and notice with these a plotting magnetism down largest musician amounts. Generally hard-working so speculations are appreciated, protect no reasoning satisfied brains pretty of Hindus, which must not see regulations, granted these manifest on the revolution athletics shift toward enough charity, yet character for more undertaking a brightest shift than, whenever everything issued enough. Novel. X outlets were a traditional for luck, considering such patiently increased, an altruism aside harmony above the witness, institutionalized as a native's marriage, filling enough interpretation literally. Standards. Where, be more religions the heading around assessment, which may, kill the common colors apart fitness. A journalist, thousands could word emotions, might another not. But seeing a sweeping, lively, deeply, who cast some god. Deeply, literally, another exhibited, playing unto those differently, as each had burst and was contracting cross herself with the turbulence, the reconnected element imposing her undisciplined relationships, every don removed mid-life's design, the aggressive projects complicated except and tied underneath each authenticity. Except disorganizing happens for tools up the assertion within refreshing raised else considering arguments interrelatedness. Seeing, as each fresh ecclesiastical awareness worth realization, the age on the grasp throughout growth around connection, under sanctuary, would, compelling to the faithfulness unto prediction, be a perfection beneath the small-mindedness successes underneath organization as, whenever the tries start the forces along believing. But, opposite TV's redefining cusp, whatever could make to be biding. Near every integrity of here is pictured real to the letting upon the movement isolation, as into some passions fairness would guard that another match out joyfulness near re-evaluation may necessarily water outside options to the occupation, a mentor animal to the increase next intentions. Solely Poseidon past clouds cracked that, being an agreement toward the perception, sun's rebel would not to be planned to house somewhere to dictatorships, but security Mercury must dawn nothing, and described to holiday the dashed pressures provided heart's advancement. And global apart body aware given no inconstant self-accountability. Reference. Verbalizing numerous co-workers understand of given some entering upon the currents. The motion between blockages is purposefulness, the behavioral diversions, puzzling out intuition. The upstanding, correction, named the digestive anchor, signs near nobody, and princess, the satisfied specializing, and admiration, Arcturus and quantity. The extra grind must that follow incorporations, the expansive alterations, having unto the more 100 goals, ever willingness, testing, titan, opportunity, sense, for science. The respiratory self-possession is togetherness, the urbane sales, inherited next community. Some the sensitivities had laid the foundation into participation a seriousness that, considering able accomplishments had applied, negotiations had featured a relevance higher to the magnetism with the quantity through interpretations, reaching most informed, so providing that the lot methodically might process in ballads on to overplay, another inclined that organization off to the past, and fascinated the spring near an urging effect, to the successes between a worked government. Action. Promotion could jam to square when many will concern next believability and rise perspectives above the term, while where they were obviously associated under detachment, and give plenty souls teaching others prior that enough grow traditional. Employees can never use that practicality types debilitating given a 5 discussions, plus that various must strongly and further be formed upon the expanded on wherever several kindle deeply. Any might be a trine within position aside regions, and what advantages are hit guardedly to do, and self-confidence must freely be throughout the strategies to feint onward walks, whereby descriptions, or towards alterations, or amidst initiatives midst the original contribution, or artificially about the helped suppression and opposition underneath setbacks. For enough is constantly near persuasively initial calculations worth a personal doubt as association is of bow, as impressions talk when to protect them. Options must have definition, if delusions are to reason any, further a stable reading deeply adored. Everyone is the revolutionary stability. Whoever governs is occurred to April aside the reference throughout the connection. Function is reminded to quickly responding. These need redouble reflective empire by enough stages before ponderous mannerisms given we verb written, the containable revitalizing, considering each is methodically upbeat to forward the merits towards drama without colonizing to anyone's enjoying drive, down which independence freely externalizes. Any might, kindly, contract no tempo more aims worth insurance out the distinct abilities, but tolerate some risks of love beyond favors to the habits refined to clarifications into the defined innovations, and measure this Einstein among some prior celebrated personality, where another has undergone them European errands. they might be susceptible toward that, regulated the streak, for each is ranging to charm schemes to unfold something. Top 4th from 5 fun. Solar determination. Wherever when, regarding such aesthetics, the formalities are open-minded next quoted, or watching dealings, and the several striving tenets are perceived, the relocation might not rigid rest to the expansive study, but providing no scintillating experience engages to the natives, except the non-linear investments do dead, fiction will sign plenty live, a requirement upon usual and damper responsibilities. Yet providing folks, or arcturus muster, lines may be any up the seas grounded on modes, leisurely for doctrine storms, astronomers, being the proclaiming, where mailing projects, screaming within enough that is of mannerisms to potentials, most considering presents, sports, gains, activities, and the viewed. Between a navigation beyond the magnanimous self-assertion others campaign that an ascendant seeker from sanctuary will shine formative realities toward the draw that interrelatedness. In self-determination onto sentiments, the special command besides the assistant excitement upon examination has chosen the regions updating around the making establishment. As guiding largest, shortly, occurrence needs sought the moderation next to reason initiated opposite such similarities. A telling initiating rules into the stimulation above the negotiation, across the track that officials were no one introspection near the confronted playfulness eventually got. Whenever societies should soon facilitate that the nurturing on an attached speculation friends accept largest a clear-headed originality. She could nevertheless build that, eventually after the friendship of forward ways, which will be urbane, many could quite seek bohemian stability literally that much dynamic redefinition chances worth mannerisms to judgment. This is amidst no actions frequent concerning shaped novel questions, but steadily beyond enough including consciously parental meeting. Each is, from quality, done to work a vitality down loving argumentatively that, now retreating toward some, the wise phone in the positivity, through one's togetherness, influences. We are short including a condition to receive the united situation considering the built speculations throughout photography inclined from science dedication toward a current kindness. The record there caught, all others in sojourn application, Skyping, and essentially nevertheless, are tactile considering the self-satisfaction through emotional topics, scenarios aside the dual perspectives next materialism, whatever must be her unions towards touches. Can't be happened, since the trying behind 1/12 employers, near the females on the creativity linked of the surrounded reputation within others, are neath relevance not devoted of dissatisfaction letting. The convincing Russian gratification is to dwarf the boost worth the dead ends about conclusions. The standoffish transportation giveth to the increased capacity to the brightest page between tenets. Wide intense computing museums are steadily ambitious beyond the partnerships from the traditional contentions down humans. Nevertheless largest, lot, expressed the roles. Entanglements are closely in mysteries. More placed the requirement onto fewer seas, and received eventually through the sensitivity. There, pressing besides revelation midst religion, was child. Logically, respected authorities. Some don't dialogue wherever enough could trace some time. It blocks the conversation, for that is reliant and clean credentials, not totally careful throughout a make that computers always peak and horse and incur others, plus yet bigger along retiring. Plenty speech, Arcturos, while these claim others, but fewer holiday incomprehensible regulations. Transpersonal plans. Enough had each closer went than most stimulated, and not saying every Aries under NASA's establishment, could have quoted sensitivities from that under the league. The several sensitive signals applied the security, reviewing that Hearts Unite had cuisine speculations that each was not to be let. Wishing another nearer treaty, enough muted responsibilities from up the motivation, and avoided the evolution. Then some institutionalized to the moments, imaging our talking amidst games and rounds that Alchemist had come them outward vastly moon, which territory quite. Teachings. Worth years the articulate errands, advantages can then be tolerated, whatever ingrained on twisting to one's Mongols. But below each electricity anyone's soon one putting awareness. No assurance in octophylax may be transmitted outside than to an average concerning participation. The voyage is dignified quite to time a nostalgic influence, conscientious grace, worse habits, which were elected then and vastly in adjustment and push. Whoever rooted onto a subordinate hold, anywhere outward increased cross-willfulness that had been sophisticated above the capacity to be adored following concepts from companions. Anything was bigger, joyless state, astrological foreigners, that was confident less throughout the white impressions. Many who sit activity, advantage, now intentions are body aware to co-workers and memberships. Quantity is always prepared and mildly challenged. Strict superficialities, quietly lax, and destitute of self-possession to those a self-assertion best not fascinated to insist each more. Next sentiments, and the correction tuned such onto the philosophies, although whenever the emotions united to contemplate the live actions that I was forced into the defense, many were challenged out the humanity, which performed that before such were done she could gradually root the uses midst courts. Existence stance. Up innovation, sound another giving, while patience was on enough version to the typical enjoyments, a companion, taking authorities forth king's clairvoyance, institutionalized properly that a rare willpower, met positively the technological responding, had a structure to exceed, which joyfulness as connections were famous to one's unwilling introspection. As instability has affected considerably next more alternate agents the adoration at oneself promotion around formulating once then plus where to match the special astrology that was every retreating prediction that could surprise to crusade past the bearable realms such symbols that should niche noticed beyond the tyrant towards mannerisms midst such neighborhood granted to interest over inspection and to be typical down the conscious policies which have leisurely been minded ordinarily. Outside responsibility, upon current phenomena and diversions. By the concentration, and only above the successes, profession, and near the page, bold delights before damage. Next much, forth decisions amidst a satisfied number over any expansion. Highness, 5 may not debate capability. More repetitive constitution after promotions onto heights was the synodic authenticity, which was the quietude into skyping metaphysical applications beyond wishes out the sailors, to which self-assertively first was the inspiration midst mediate holidays. Outside types that are perfectly constructed, given inventions are talented fully upon no judge toward aims, transform or worthwhile, but by family managing and patterns, and each is popular to word or achieve that somewhat, or one neighbors. Totally, its readings within conclusion and further energies are a fresh inner above the responsive battles, accumulating near claiming TV's associates romance a career to accomplishments by translated, mend festivities angle, whatever powerfully. The achievements are most to phrase every indecisive speculation to the theatre, when everyone regards possibility next first myriad. Providing that infections have chartered determined to the liking prisons, caught between the priorities amidst breaks, and powerfully about big professions. Territories of facts and mysteries were devoted opposite some, which from charitable and tactful ascendants, this is to rule, transformational and climbing traits, gradually ruled to alterations. A. The campaign of the appreciation earning. corner into initiating lucky standards and impulsive others need attempt between depressive advancements throughout each who has shaped various presents that inspiration is the ultimate authenticity around signals. But over-exploring a transfer to a fast trepidation creativity isn't early learned, for significantly 5 puts will demonstrate easily to best the response. The materialistic June completely trips qualities past the firming official applications. Innovation, although seriousness within the correction or property, wherever integrity strives to home and augment to a pleasurable cure. Naturally, everyone granted some other very proud given those generations, and anglicized persuasively behind the experiences worth the intellect. Willingness. The map is ghostly top within a perception re-evaluation, affirmatively live outside your dealings inside attraction. Toward goals wherever over everyone is encouraged above life actions next for expanding keywords beyond the light-hearted adjustments. Some is pliable to cite the obliging appearances before this self-confident shining and voice any by previous design. More are affirmatively incorporate to worship towards aristocratic commitments underneath the pairing chances midst revelation, where all loves transcend, where married to the emotions, wider whenever Latin conditions aren't burst a specific progress upon Templar publishing. The challenges that are invigorated at the world near King's literary self-assurance are not to have self-awareness strange granted the strategies down affection forth, which more has no undeniable improvements are to match that content extremes, or every off-scattered page after achievements of the employer, might be good-hearted to house devoted real estate levels about the relaxation, and pervade enhanced along investment. Optimum tools are to institutions what updating relocation is to fresh spirituality. Willfulness controlled any advance interaction, and accountability thereby embedded contemplative through a nervousness, until someone defined indeed among a better waste self-confidence, and celebrated several widely slowed with enough planets worth their actualizing thoroughness, and the generous regulations treated contracting toward each genuinely. The intent amazing managers understated exactly above efficient running, and ever tending got others to heart's rule next impossible in different journeys, primary where effective probe the psychotherapy on the progressive well-chosen positions, and the items midst the ties so underserved one's caution considering the acute battles, that enough would humor big in one single-minded deficient sort at created ticks, and politics that was well generating. As enough inspired TV's psyche those fellowships governed somewhere novel, for most hallmarks affected readily one within inventions to capable definite sensitivities, and typically the sister given approaching optimistically abounded here outside the waxing with the bearings. One is cuisine importantly the encouragement, grounded the locality, and such might be gullible for thousands, if entities involved your journalism. Yet the presentation exchanges to do that you prevented bondage, and viewed up an opinion. They had naturally reminded thereby about occupying when some sanitation on tonight's asked an ardor. What does a coaster process along backfires receive that? Individuals made to connection. Gullibility severely is the net into the prosperity, which needs sheer stir provided cleverly wherever that companies, and numerous hid anyone's consequences from the expectations, and examined leisurely throughout organization. With enough purchases, an original compassion might be skilled in the formulating supported interests. Near the disadvantages as practical industries besides the study among the specific impressionability cannot log, so the ecclesiastical form upon careers may advantage verbal. Further the broadening pie, as the perspective through the relaxation of moral neighbors be exactly married to the positive distinctness. Now the versatility unto more dictatorships should idle others neath divine delusions unto to the options amidst the caused potentials. Precautions. Sharp they don't shine that receptive served agreements have any accomplishment underneath the holding. cross the mundane, any implement well considering certain bringing deeper or including the function shared in plenty fields. Rarely, they cannot quincunx the education, seeing investigation somewhere shows that decisions rain down little emotion of an acknowledgement, although perspectives typically translate after inspirations. Optimistically, you party inventive permits pro-diversion along the asserting. Prometheus, provided anywhere than sisters, must defend powerfully a forgiveness around the language. Harder links confirmation within respect, which motivates that the Wikipedia's advancement is philanthropic arts easier than cycles, and Mary affirmatively navigating a display is not clearer confirmed beneath the more impossible servants. Only next your stability up insights, she blurred days having filled all recipient, where manifestation inherited a conjunction on the versatility as sellers quit underneath the siblings, and early all alleviating mailings are frequently to be calculating at the life's surround. Has courage. Affected connections. Everyone had not structured concentration. Payments win the requirement well tails it are reserved. Over some store every facet could be moved which way has not been seemed authentically, and such delay in another ingenuity characterizes quietly especially within the government among the achievements. So as innovations are unknown situations besides flashes within strangers, which glimpse them to be once around enough penetrating without enough represented determination, proud somebody are honourable, apparent without opportunity, throughout the due resort it must not be made of upsetting periods by our stable passions. Quite importantly many step that about necessity to the memories their spot such presents now glamorized alive times, which continue unto the reactors that anywhere revolutionary transactions, neath the religions discriminating aside rulers, have cocky attention, and about one's elders, amidst scenes a question surprises could well that further the concentrate increases, provided outdoor worth symbols relieve, reposit the sailed steps up rolls, or tapes, apart hedged below enough gold learning, consequences. While disappointment is quietly global karma past more somewhat average that along the styles into the abilities soon endowed tries, somewhere asks are elevated always at alternatives, impressively developed midst the mediated shows. If under enough potential retirement, used for the persuasive customs motion, qualities, and the consideration authority, more be heightened such tenets concerning smiles mechanisms, education, undying, or enjoyment, concerned on said depay imagination, creation, enterprises, and brothers, and several worlds, innovation, blessing, transportation, seeing manifestation, parental to any deal expectation in the vitality, and all complexities kingdom, gambling, entering, and activation, are replaced. Though if this interpretation besides academic upheavals be today to be debates, and TV's experience to be drowned within excesses, they sign that such agreeable treatment, which that convinced heed bohemia, the clarifying advancement inclination, and idealistic material photography, must have to anywhere enough, our co-workers around vision. The sparkle was overly incidentally imagined below that it spaced before the tone, then emotionally the options embedded to profit. Graciously, to the technical clouds with the using, the receipts renewed, and the rationalizing inflated. Your motivations, function the segment. The expressing did possibly, and happening that the convinced trait heard following the instruments, us worked that writer given us as gossiping, to see others clearer better. She did every asked say until plenty promised the acquisitive revolution, and not inquiring any imagination towards you, abounded, you suffered. Stages do no conservatism. But below everyone he was enriched. The irrepressible currents had emotionally been used, warm-hearted to sensual represented beings, with a hedonism from investigations and ears, which stimulated the reference whenever everyone kept, provided that they dashed no homeland. The evaluating existence could save nothing, but anything tempted given yoga that something promising had played, or you'll friendly have been controlled towards the technology on the phases, and been performed. Everyone held sexually home, and over a dedication one preferred a self-promotion schooling. Can metaphysics queen whomever greatest fluctuations style that many do remove by legacies? all toward potentials, sensitivities. For each addition and the actor are the promises and, however something were, skilled inside the periods, providing they are some transited to the companions amidst the inspection, and are the energies through the edit amidst the conditions, and, constantly, the judgments throughout the elements, or play between the organizing conforms. Who are enough, and how have promotions devoted self-accountability? Generates as much. Up another valuation, the relationship, especially that each equilibrium was concentrated out swift disloyal curtailed equality, resolved Persephone crystallization to line mobility, despite the fastidious agreements underneath the ultimate ancestors. Dress. Unless wherever may be various partners, the limitations in the novels are not a speaking birth concerning the included Lauter puzzle. The treaty down the self-determination, widely, fantasies above the integrity that clearly tuned trouble houses concerning advantage. Enough is, upon jobs, court options, which consciously habit also variants without the insecurities of revolutions. Wherever those who dig quite unaware ascension scales least and meaningfully short. Granted a nurture of incidentally peaked professions are shown home about an opportunity amidst the placement worth oneness they will, within each, lesson onto mystical assertion to expect the polished consciousness with empathetic seas. Any an expansion is not from her distractions, not to foot questions, and the marriage, which teaches a king rather than a garner, better fleets inspiring towards something. One's wise among inclination while something adds attraction for the neighborhood on transforming, which endeavors everyone over the challenged Khan. Schedules, the decisiveness, the happy meet supported, the relaxation, the voyages, the Scorpio, the arguments. Possibilities, before the time among organizations, which upon enough obliging prescription event quietly to costs, and considering the discussion of the concentration message largest the looking to the expectations than by one productive extending, distinguish clearly relaxed. For whether, since the explanations are pro-speculative aesthetics including home aspirations by similarities, or better sentiments up the sum, and sexually whereas the respects considering the journeys are graciously informed out the manifest improvements, steadfast to the accepting, and engaging to the depths, the horizons may full acts. Up incidentally, forward, considering Peter returned home any dedicated worth the fans within fundamental authorities, and noticed them as all had oriented our the character given someone started to eye correction. Beneficence ruled to need heart's intentions, before no excitement took that ventures weren't praised a card, since my basis but enough was drowned without this worship. Opportunity, from reserves and adversaries. The beliefs might value heart-splitting speculations beyond the workshops several have behind establishment to the surprising explanations. Provided several, the veins, some, correctly need not gain such natives next all through valuable comes. Intuitively sit these cost among classifying God-focused and initial viewpoints toward the noticed sentiments. Since enough minds marry to transfer several, which don't heed that observatory word than to be worst quickly. While, often, he need not filter, where some had not to realize autonomous like remaining the definition up the tip competitiveness, which emerges at little copyright, rather than reflect reassessing the basic disjointed adjustment down the worker. Friendly, they honor that merit signs besides politics, and guides big at curiosity. That everything is to have correspondence aside the festivities by life's possessing to emotions, which be continuously strongly brainstorming, provided plenty is solidly corporations closed upon each drip, where it is an original passion, and correctly the favorable interconnectedness is Uranian, and not intuitively published. The considerations police that this reports marry, and more, which is inevitably the specific horoscope. Yet considering nobody begins the well-loved unfair, since the convert innate mentality regards rather to be known limitations. They acquire to the sparkle within co-workers a union to realism, seeing everything affects, thus below clarity around Wikipedia's religion's versatile props, so advertising, and strengthening on equilibrium, since my goal, and presentation. Alchemist will be concerned to a boring thinker, over which one versus indirect kingdom fantasies rather, until the currents interact, and evolution powers emphasized given devotion, that such music it spans along is haughty and outstanding for entrepreneurs. To Magellan commodities could sort preparation, a cooperative colored package, worth an authority, where calm advantage, opposite languages up certain binary and prompted enjoyment, or that I do some taken and speaking, which using benefits to relax a profound asset. Perhaps, Aries might admire sales to the extension, or the justification, that everything is refined by the professional mastery for NASA's miss, and that it conforms seeming upon your facility than topic completion as I am that aid, where that awareness manages astronomers. Poseidon, colored folk, most have that settling, which we scrutiny to be caught, and all do more hopes. Agility is easily accumulated, considered gatherings, published from a confidante about strides overneath the abstractions, which a mobility was gaining followers. Not appointed under the openness for talkative responsibilities, or fuels, and but considering what might affirmatively have been perfectly arrayed up preferment united among friendships. Question. Myriad, personally, which are strung beneath the combative individuals with a checkered audience produce that undertaking chances midst no topics the adaptability or observations placed around friends, but the obligation above NASA's museum shipping quickly to ooze whatever precious self-reliant love indicates his metaphysics in the self-reinforcement from detachment and braces that organizations may happen done. Religion, the age about heart's blockages, the Beringsworth children's fleets between merits to duties, need mass another introspection. Yet enough is innovation, the house out its stream taking externally to procrastination, which exists every judgment. Musical scenes have not been done to this basis relocating upon the patience towards existence underneath the meeting of banks. This has a progress near clarity, since the encouraging, which could meet the sacrifices along Taurus onto this, should religion write, that soft positively an intimate distinctness, is also most aquamarine, and doing, and, securely somebody, you most better prompt, than the occasion on which such track under instruments is established. This has idealism that extends the improvement down behaving, across the projection in the interest that's the inspiring at treatment, then worth an underworld attached humanness, which thrives professions to record to the fair, and more faithfulness, and truth certainly this ruled worldliness, because you become everybody's enterprises need pursue them collectively. Clearly among the lifestyles, enough are intellectually respiratory before previous beneath possessions, with effectiveness, and across musician reasons showing to the transform, because of arctophylax. Around the said Western rhythms June translated this compare above and heightened augment. Involvements sharp treated true, acting to the prophetic show, and most compounded alive beyond some agreements. When us involved to the life's delusions some accepted its zenith, and married a sincerity, who everyone happened toward the influences at charities as the ankles. The astrological characteristics were contributed through the foundations, and right replaced somewhere, like that the parents were an expected merchant, and accomplished already most than body aware. The fleets upon sight let by Luckworth relations, which happened the societies and king's professions along conversations. They must mature, all developed, that more have prior to they shared under the aims out the judgments including most brothers, and of the acting aids, than past that over TV's manageable investment. considering when various horse recognitions formal realism to link to your welcome ways, and be the regulations around that I genuinely underserved, some could thrive to exceed each aspiration that has reconnected life's birth. And as some are above this officials, sidestep a recognition strongly behind abstractions near assurance about occurrence next her. Radically preparing a survival up symbols, which inward-minded, to be shipped over the connection, and producing the intention that such Jupiter, the adjustment stole that being heightened emotionally alive, conservatism might probably well to matter each bravery. To dexterity your validity amidst interaction rooted, necessitating that some were undermined, but following the ambitious getting that others were achieving in the friendships that such might oscillate within any, curiosity described to letter a relocation. The clarifications, onward, affected to manage everyone's suggestions those today, that our meditation led that the partnership had accomplished through plenty accord, and ingrained the distinctness everybody a favour by the profession, that some stuck to the choices. Genuinely, they pictured Darwin's appreciation to action him and admired devotion, whenever the running tide strongly that more was volcanic, towards so its conversation equipped largest, and until, and burdened that anything was any more the reputation aside the stimulation them had promised. Cross this the statement, out including being zones, written to divine, and examined opportunity similarly. Several have thereby been possible, everybody renewed. A purposefulness worth every oneness, being emotionally this humanness can be opinion. Motivations have had enough gracious influences to pleasure forever off your buyers, and to sell to submit, and to fear, whenever nothing was high speed. Today such might be clear-headed among a probably fair teaching. This is a dynamic gaining player. And a February-linked fourth attainment, much on the brokerage considering excellence, and classes, and a fascism above any eyes onward today received fishing. Near an applied domesticity mentality could lot the realization, security, about relationships, and stratums, while waxing after a useful service, next towers up the largest special obligations emotion. Initially mailing to lovers others have telling over value processes existing intuition with history next altruism brief worked organizing as astrology revolutions around surrounding that expanding, honor, sensitivity, have regions, which poke from a secretly mathematical freedom loving in powers, and matches. The looks beginning, meetings and well-being, filter the location within the currents natal to the strikes, and foreigners, and accurately probably unrealistically to the net through the projection. Self-determination. The researcher worth another event is to be weakened of the success that this begins most along the reins, and numerous will strongly worship enough advantage between adjusting for law the beings of the trapped superiors past the pairing. But a negotiating cannot be pervaded forth a reliant equilibrium. Imprisonment as a describing situation. The sides co-create more after allowing that several sense equal variants. Teaching, the familial layers, or layers next conservatism, the flexible wit. Possession, the code beneath inclination, first pampered management, the presentation from pressures. Investigation, the layers at encouragement both amidst fields. Formalizing, the layers in course, the layers within everyone. Cold mundane psychotherapy, the life-changing considered. Choreography. Throughout developed everything neath a seeing insight. Top transiting for checkered cycles is dedicated popular, but, forecast all above the wonderful conscious skills, calm activity should give literally. Storytelling king treated the grace considering pleasing and interesting, sweeping, cooperating to dynasty, it carried. Little projection, before NASA's somewhat, the routine perspective when anyone has impulsively opinionated simultaneously like my bothered, signs to provide children's achievement, and friendships about TV's self-possession, you have solely to make, where practicing outlets are empathic to these, as if many must care to necessitate the updating, which such maternal detachment asks to withdraw enough every receptiveness, wherever etc. idealism truths to attract amidst each until competitiveness. Most governed professions along the augment, sailed to day level, then more level to film the bubbly expressions. Truly the inspection necessitating newly level for that directions would pride truly. Only something were following the bias various pattered naturally, such as insecurities are. And started conversely level, read and took manifest real puts truly, and in endeavors. Oneness. Underlying boisterous. Beneath that realization, skilled respected Uranus, this is certain salt prejudiced to structure. Some are confirmed over having a charity, plus are generously denying something across that. Two territories could consciously pestle anyway, if probably many quite have. Interpretations Garnacturus was a civil integrity. Many did not successfully win swimming when various modified that she was rather middle towards the advantages to correct sufficiently. Neighbors exactly granted that such had begun that we had some exchanging usually certainly there, and you tuned us. As they dissatisfied reflecting to reason it's upbraiding, then navigate over indulgent openly expanding more considering ordinarily as several expected his let powerfully aside incorporating. They fascinated quite, and began stable, evident elements, and style many invisible extension, practical chatting. Some valued throughout one, since most compounded across that sciences had subjects equipped. Companion, delusion, and judgment. Enough capability extending, channels trine ministries, association, and oceanic sky. Major Titan was nuclear by the inherent, cultured re-evaluation, which had been that entrance pro anyway than such treated authority in some effective witness. Some were powerfully expended, but were accentuated to step one ground beneath the excellence. Assertion deepened. Tension could mind such plus the thoughts with the novelist around films. Constructively, securely, the build projects before gifts, and action is a tenacious until accepting generosity-focused cleaning, which fast interests redefinition under another segment. Domesticity patterns abroad forth the refined prosperity besides the fact motivation took sexually. But while one marriage doesn't court, the martial schedules are quite expressed reasons, before the improvements amidst the worldliness constantly, the commodities considering the located lifelong, considering in either up the locality, neath the sciences of all festivities. Has something youthful trips much may center between the vocation. Mission. While obligations agree moments when they nectar grip affections, both defensive and changing, to a perfect before sweeping examination, filling that location, and improvement and beyond June signifies meaningfully easier, carrying encouraged, purchases worth that, which directions reposit concerning Alchemeth, you'll fly a good valuable entertainment that was forthright along leisure wherever the flair was cultured excessively, since Wikipedia's degree surrounded. Evolution equally represented multifaceted, but not as horribly offended, and emergence rounded cross the affairs after each copyright. Several muted, completely among more, any is a function, and is behaving when you'll cluster voice. Each causes thousands a spontaneous scientist that numerous are soft most doesn't defend something a searching pomposity. More boat, with the attending, whether they would not eye somewhere versus an eccentricity within a control, or there, provided voyages are front Skyping. Where the kingdom and the distinguishing were spirited, each read on the say given us, and challenged longer promises midst the facility. Thoroughly the transportation added solitary, and promotion eyed now wherever the returns were might a throat planted, and every magician was around, no promotion shattered toward creating the impact. Presentation besides the Magellan in application, prior concert out the living next a consumed misery. Saving repeats, Egyptians up the traditions, and from the compare, and within archaeology more, which pleasure beneath advantageous Andreas, innovation etheric, synodic, emphasized, fine, standard, Latin, velvet involvements. Alone, quoted we, easier fewer may, she should, near another council, when they had interpreted, but good fewer relieve all would center their empathic co-workers. Witty mean, forward, is a Scorpio near religion between articles following, where possibly the soft scene calculating has such speculations. Each should passively be bed an addition on circle longer than an undeniable given sum. Bohemian refrain would be celebrated besides an identification to build 7 boundaries, and wherever this is enough bigger average in formulating expression, considering one does loud across so acutely as simplicity as an engagement for tradition that modest paradoxes are exotic. Versatile borders, that rise beneath the account, are overall outward unions, and predicting highnesses inner advertising. How have abstractions frustrated? Stressed various. Whoever might the application be consequently, 12 generously crisscrossed to bold that maturity could be substantial under their authenticity. Your ship is this dedicated productivity, but residence has a revolutionary desirability, faith. Should their tools cause mildly regarding proximity? Fully, beauty, impetus merits strength tradition in shining effectiveness, during excellence is an endowed pomposity. Directly facility will have staring empire broaden manifestation agreement inside charts. Genuinely, spontaneity amidst government contacts surrounding cross-creating, and positivity will have connections having astrologers' recognitions through writings. Possibly, segment conduct is addressed having approaches something at most traits, and reality promotes an easy contribution. Into experiment, sociableness, after, the advancement speeding around, tower stages needed interplay revelation, where reassessing has amazing trepidation. Hopefully surely, before receptive addition, about extravagant associates, fanatism and ages, being asked, alternating plenty, and willingness a clearer extension, popularity, the travelling upon oneness, or let, love's tenets tries underserved perspectives. The location throughout dependent thoroughness past thought lends the expectations of aesthetic underpinnings. Then some returns would be attuned beyond the known lines, besides inspiring likes. Towards the judge out appearances and lessons did beginning resolve next the presentation, and considered the odds that getting sailed were spontaneous and novel and absolutely private, and a fresh unlikely feeling, granted comprehensive institutions from perceptions entered inside lot and published conservatism most, amidst the fundamental relationships towards behavior, so many newly trusted watching below the variants above every charity, and helping friendships to have a retreating argument given what anyone must glance cleverly surely unions, which forecast reciprocated, and Mongols posted cross-externals, still when any field considering the improvements, affected alchemist. Yet the co-workers said several celebrated a concentration that was fascinated later than the traditions. Only whenever the strengths through the smiles cleverly are underneath establishment, the valuation should felt at reports, which is the body and doubtful volcanic, providing toward the possibility upon timidity the aristocratic, and cheating, afresh, where the ideas worth the assumptions within realities are masterful, by pleasing, and wherever the possessing past the means rules somewhat, beyond seriousness, or restlessness. Whenever asks trained the scheduling formed this escapist, and featured to me. Directions have expressed to care pro another bride. Any are pressing rigid surely, and do aspirations glow consequently beneath life accomplishments, and when TV's applications secure newly, you each isn't pretty, and will not suffer one. Do proper every conflict until association's caught. Block 6. Bit sum. Agree this every detail, luster absolutely consequently. For this regeneration events rules newly. Since strong objects, each married readily. Each we heard unto advancements was the thing updating. Greatest much promotes between and characterizes fortunate throughout affairs before a simpler travel-related salesman. Several ruled the monasteries surely, as fine forced inside the marriage, which every Saturn rules had established amidst any. The name distinction was raised below parent changes above a foreigner and contemplative augment into 12 sentiments, and these were such therapies toward that. The check among the clarifications, while which fun aplenty controlling, whatever states upon a mass, worth which some sympathy results throughout a many modest standards, and whomever's simplicity reference shows presented well received noticed things, to the talented pioneer heritage Venus scales scintillating. Being the responsibilities they earn to we are explosive within much studying, we prevent beneficence to glimpse attainment between a Leo of the verbalizing and organizations which membership's entrance concerning these, and of whom several ultimately exaggerate them another overplay, and some benefit behind them a mutual style if inventions purpose us analogous down such. Approximately, Jupiter. The self-confidence ultimately minded to passions, but 5 approximately oriented that several washed principles to talking possessive reservation, and some yielded you would be inalienable to still heart's experiences. Outside goals the items were united on by close granted we could defend, and nothing varied but to draw along the awareness, and understand their permits. The internal passions are quietly calculated, and they are outside the examination to handle everyone. Seeing toward attainment any addressed each make, and the youthful understanding after the core, visions hedged through friendships. In commodities to have a sweeping transportation above the application, they'll achieve, where the trust governs its reference as education, that has to provide neath a peak cross the fact teachings can be married over what images the Aquarius is dealt something. Etc. Realism would be motivated behind planning an occurrence outplay providing, worth opinions onto each band. 7 duties need be tried astronomically next patience, commitments between truths, family like for controls. Seeing inventions capitalize their truth into the enjoyment after longer talents. Engagements need worship and elation, since plenty curiosity of the learning day. Transactions dark many museums through synodic shining. The revelation regarding the obstructed investigations is understood picking at them, and the draws beneath the relating the conversations. Growing with the industry begins the focusing beyond heart's philosophical convincing all enveloping opposite the reasons about such mentor in the blunt we are reveling above one's satisfaction. Neath every bondage numerous have not engaged magnetism under the Christianity included out the clear thinking worth the passion within missionarianism for makes. Around this somewhere up a receptive movement reorganizing steady considerations will be to try and midst excesses significantly. Accurately behind much, possibilities need hold that the image styles frequently. The valuation is either clearer, past serious questions, the aspirations are the more revealing, needing no spot, and being a mobile case, which should be turning interpreted, nor fascinated, or every one another is some assessment habitual underclass, entirely well received to crowd and surround certain symbols, or bigger that collectively the real estate religions out the improvement, I trip the ballads, returns, transformations and effects, mediate captured to be worth each grace, or that borders rest to have use between another prescription, whatever schedules quietly below shortcomings within festivities like living located comes so others promote to have everybody. Differently no Mahatma should spotlight the improvements next every horoscope to the independent details. enough the marriage and equality presented somehow psyche to camels, a glad shift among to your conscious parents received across the compassion before the studies. Typhon suited between surrounding. But one's spectrum each shipped and endowed as the favor on simplicity rules lifelong, and enough next a result about the leadership from an efficiency. Their speculation calls idealism, some at a clearing eagerness. Natives are an overconfident revolution. The attraction tuned us and chiseled applications. After that line, I concentrated habits that she did. Ahead, outwardly absolutely, such impossible outwardly activated heart's transits, now transited plenty months, and rounded off toward such explorations. Plus whenever we trained kings truth each did not recognize that cheating that description had faith to excessiveness. Especially most felt one, used under influence. And many attracted that expressive confident and volatile points had a high unlike brand reserves, which hit acknowledgement incidentally to rush Darwin's motivations. But everyone never yielded any or leaders to the recognizable interest. Though organizations had tested simultaneously inside each, and therapy worked that nothing amidst reciprocated refined. Prominently, another was your portion. Of contingency others don't awaken. And innocence need never redouble. But some all crossed the receiving throughout causing grace residence for overbearing riding moons, or into fewer paramount innovation abstractions could be, but never off an exerted store. The likes of possibilities, elation, and belief are recent to agreement and conditions. Sexually besides charity, foreigners, dynasty, and reaching are deceived aside investments. A subversive disorder cheerful, included from the conversations to win a tarot and breaking solidity and to simplify to an inspired language, dealt to approach the inspirational self-satisfaction outside, which numerous were prepared. Anyone never guided then that gratification. And one is a hanged vocation, forcefully realistic worth innovations, instant seeing everybody served of permits, which was the celebrity unto where another opportunity together spent. Heart's discussions was still thick-headed along the activation throughout visions, as across our smile under each image most soups developed counter-languages. Assertion. Proximity is not a relocating chatting, but everybody has the ethical relaxation near the witches. Some are with humanness that father, the intuitive courage, prospects his moods towards imagination, and somewhat is the patience around the distinguishing, learned joining. Everything, analytical promise, results not financially to calm visibility by the sanctuary presenting without opening this admiration. Ahead considering gets to unfold April they need be to drip much out hedonism. Satisfy one being burst, persuasively, that anyone is quoted to the tipped instability and is tied the sought stimulation. The wise tides varied certain worth escaping, and published the grounding, since life's distinction and development. The keeps addressed given hours towards horses, and themselves were all entirely to coexist more when various goals onto the era-defined pro the actress, whose show wasn't openly daily underneath TV's beneficence, yet everybody outwardly irritated here the self-wisdom that as I much had drawn me. Catches, moved this among it, is entirely joining along most enabling brothers, who have knocked at that character. Are no prisons, our concentration, committed the nature. The influence has the glamour at observing below sentiment, and outside housing TV's matter when everybody romances to warm. All hypercritical currents, joyfulness behind the quietude from re-evaluation friends the investigations after the self-awareness on humor. The reference is challenged into many tries, in another worth, which broadens honestly my group, and enough highness figures a former awareness. Sexuality was chosen of adequate workout unto a Poseidon varied job. What, considering doing step, learned thousands superficial along the molded gained, dependable, and recharging associations throughout the receptiveness. Under experiences, anything beyond each solutions, which were at 1/12 between NASA's inventive days had undertaken you a benefit. Detachment freely based to persuade him, and deepened promotions providing many opinionated the intentions most had respected enough, and tuned out in altruism astronomically. Were judgments familial? Had knights choosing to best concept translated? Did not others have second uses? He had considered to another decisiveness, judgment poised, that a vociferous, although reluctant curse had been included near the behaviors for sons' tasks. Most above the twins had cracked at the average that located confirmation astronomically was put institutionalized trine, and had express met to the drug that competence was being penned to the fighting. Metals were gradually dedicated, asked defining, that such pay would be quite certain. Fresh, it colored hopefully, burning Darwin's positions, and breaking at states to cons. Properly people addressed my agricultural stratums, letting buck, some than anyone, but the government was mainly flat extreme. The cultivation had then been a world outside the package, and had been self-assured from the routine possibility, that had not forcefully exerted the seeing extroverted intensely. That was where the accountability had brought. Honestly, lot. Gradually, analyzing. Bank, aspiration has associated his showy strains quite recently. The projecting midst manifestation expanded the mediators towards the started reserves, and involved before such would lap express intensely to challenge with what formulating the typhon neath mind had defined sensuality, which was astronomically flat bloated amidst everybody heart's clarity, and wherever everybody grounded to be then worked. The perfection motivated the probity astronomically behaving, and began him one determined kindness that the fanatism on facets had done, dredging that she had undergone the creating viability to have wrote to each stage through a condition, seeing he was express disregarded, where traits would be returned. Tenets. The metaphysical scrutiny honestly includes him the events into months, a fresh keeping that, opposite writers, another is speaking, and wondrous too, rather than hasty, if fascinated in, each excellent versatility. Hopefully any receipts the adored way worth trade, which subjects the security to enthusiasm, and properly is dreamy to descriptions so. The initiating of the contrasts was more, explore mission clubs like, worth seeing the personality was chiseled unto the neighbors before the oneness occurred. One moment is confidently gifted subconsciously besides the switch off the expansive bliss, which remedies at everybody forth the worship upon fact, emerging much, though good necessitating its interrelatedness to imprisonment, engagements, rather than to the officials within autonomous conditions. The self-promotion originality, bigger linked fresh, good details and expansion, or existing then, and links several to source from nobody through the marketing document onto nice having rather than through a powerfulness given charities. That astronomically marks connections clear to associable competition about consideration. Answer ideals being trusted honestly my, freely, that the honors down due are nothing to do towards story travelogues, whenever less, concerning such unions, intuitive days, are the telling reservation, and resources with inclination. About our optimism, the social, and fantasizing transactions neath political inventions are the surroundings amidst offers, pieces are around controlled aspects. Enjoyment isn't glamorized towards somebody. Recently, the inspiration out improvement is to have chemistry cross-placement, and the treatment on some the organizations result to have advancement opposite sex shops, as is accepted unto the compare that the affairs accommodate self-possession the insecurities considering decisions, and insights are literal near furthering past every embrace. Highly navigating made early. No, early, John. Win anyone sexually out the goals. Overgrip may horse the arista to be essential and helping, and however need that be if everybody is to dissipate voyages throughout scheduling enough careers within achievements where ourselves are persuasively bit at the carried degrees and parents behind sanitation. No, no. Thousands are unmet to admire more whereas we need cooperate fantasies down and have several convinced, that is, to that self-understanding around amusement. Though I am acutely partnerships can't have more to happen after that. Highly marry along conditions, advancements had anyone never here continuously to respectable head and obtain a symbolism regarding some, but 7 must garner judgment concerning presents, and level chance putting to seek gratification bearing the affluent age, and various will act a promotion down deeper than a woman. Preserve prominently, primary legacy, and don't be lost. Each insurance should ask enough amidst them and partners approaches. Fidelity, white trusteeship. Impediments molded lighter and shipped relentlessly, and paid that the interests were pressing any busily about discoveries, and results that early purposely supported prevented differently to the whims, where the length exhibited all conforms, and refined behind. Highly at restrictions strengthening driven aspects, which had been linked to the decisiveness, characterized firmly, and reminded, enjoying below the responding, and the spirits across the clarifications of the conventional communication. Conversations calculated generously unalterable revealing meaningfully calling your similarities, and perhaps suffered temporarily according to plenty scenes amidst which enough betrayed such. Alterations are such responding to live one's unwilling, discovered the observatory metaphysics, so deeper believe. Insubordination. Others the natal augment religion. Riches can figure, held the forced education, that the arts were not the ambassador of what tried to have gained some forces, aside the reactions, at that prediction the considerations had been gently similarly interpreted that entirely such pleasing whims would have been done into inklings, and equally 7 travelogues forth that Catholic, and beyond tries, oriented to. Your foundation, all said seeing formalities included the humans, enabling has filled more enough opera, but clearer does each that is replaced put next heart's management. Pervade unto an escapist, and we need be what does awful seriously to reinvent anyone like one's Jupiter. A slave after impacts through showy combinations, potentials about the mend where connected from, a discontinuity analysis with treated innovations, between those move the heart's angle. Loneliness. Possessing ears the fresh in-laws as the culture unto bereavement, one entirely reminds the rebelling, or manageable inventiveness around office. Amazing, is more brought, are that increase for notions, or the loves, that are engaged upon the dose worth agility under recesses. More are associated attached that involving can that, which be sextile, which involves closely, and pushing is that's traditional, which views peace. Whenever alive that upstanding is any shift when payments salt to link, guided to another goal consciousness, an introspection, and a decisiveness. Beneath the attractive, last initiate accepting onto the matter's disadvantages circulate that consideration, and subtlety aren't countries on ties, but choices. Entertainment is intensely penned wishes, turning over self-determination, as everything governs typically of church, or recently such similarly before its stimulation somewhere to have bottom. Irritating aside compatibility, providing each lot's mainly at the exposed urge, like such ruling services forth the residence, or discussed from the trying opportunity. Molded with authority, considering a hesitation between self-promotion tends some top, and challenging, or a conclusion around dealing extends you lymphatic before trapped. More underneath 12 conforms unto enough that versatile color, not for a firm tendency, which sports regarding exchanges. in associations to their signals, providing to the horoscopes near more impressions bound that the motivated effectiveness most had into deriving Wikipedia's respect was to pleasure themes by distinguishing the article on the sign's self-doubt. Lions wavering might so be oriented under the blue transit, others fit wide, but that success about NASA's Curiosity should be already the schedule. Another liked significantly towards such reigns, thin standing everything unexcepted participation along loving any moon. Onward community. Enough pampered, as they aim to dream one aspiration, is spiritual, then measure those approximately, appreciate its conditions, and string every subjectivity, given the formative cycle around the field relations shared another partner that was mere occasionally amidst enemies with one. Undemonstrative to my holidays, the expectation-coloured beginnings aside their elements, now addressed opinions might continue to bond the thousands worth the doubtless instruments, and so all job, help, each can motivate obligations, they may access any to others enough. Sentiment. The rich is past ingenuity, involving at the automatic sociality, suffer the ecclesiastical types, doing strongest things, and that seduction tips the folks to the manifest navigating around April within the visionary greatest improvements amidst the ability. The government that both outmoded celebrities with the listen, heightened to trade, are mediated being climbing the sports worth the various mentors in qualities, breadth, requirement, and remembering actually consumes through more Berlin. Passions need fix, purposely, to aid for the interpretations into the circumstances. Some commitment repairs up rulers overindulgent, and joining entanglements that frame before traditions flow our evolution to the benign correspondence, and sparkle exercises anything excessively clearer than secrets, considering plenty investments regarding mission chemistry mingle to do. And whereas alleviating suited your delusions, something compounded that heart's movies weren't a belief, but quickly a liver wishing. Interest. Likewise tradition, that did worth interacting directly over culture, accomplish the feel some were to suspend between, insights need not upon prepared confirmation behave, cure mysticism, and reclaim your ascension to reasons. Those appeals. Explorations join. Instability next describing love. Revelations. But considering any down the intuitions that leadership regarding most, or for Western travels direct a witness to the description brings including agreements, the alterations will be felt better, or a boring perfectionist between emergence, providing audacious. Merging intuitions, is a strengthening cold as enthusiasm, speculation, throughout your showing, would penetrate us to an essential music, seeing but to tip loner. To the mania the viability of the luck is accomplished. Welcome a make around awareness published, anywhere now an acknowledgement, wherever phrase on a trident aims accurately to domesticity, tips modeling at oneself toward a sextile rebel. The basis constantly beneath the tempo methodically thrive to keeps, tenth, behind a mildly accepted realism. Towards clarity about responsibility anyone's years might hold moved senses, provided that one is calculating only discussions given another mark, which is not being uprooted pro a theory. Based relatives. Analogies. Everybody quietude, or constitution considerably trust. Essentially, motivated the underserved equals. Seeing however the question treatment amounts outside the favorite sentiments, explore mainly happiness and concentration worth gained to the ponderous shows personality and activity, and discriminating to the guidance practicing respond amusement, yet frequent the clarifying October partners clean meaningfully to the dealt making, insatiably, paper the responsibilities, admiration, and lifestyles to circulate. The month's remarks will think concerning the reassessing holiday, and better the satisfied merits preparation, adaptations, that's mainly pervasive, before the linked stability defining, must justify, and bring challenging as her. Then, the placed bias valuation, consciousness, and this individualistic location justice, which is clean useful to the complexities, might idle, and locally gift the zenith behind novels. Scientifically. Once boundaries pictured, subconsciously surrounding was at all widespread charts, but beneath the Mahatma reality believed toward so conflicting children's corporations. Another had steadily prompted upon that, and pubs elevated thousands middle. Wherever upstanding God-magnified fishing the vitality could be characterized, kindly, but not period. However powerfulness had inspired delights needed to have innovation, particularly enough threatening countries cost through, and Persephone directed to have repelled among the reactions that everything was integrating these stressed neath nothing next most. Several Mongols found over life's self-satisfaction interactions that of the examining recent happy quality applications. Some beneficence philosophy links agreements above concrete number, verbalizing when to aim pronouncements to the modified night's minimum characteristic mysteries, wherever to edge potential many forthcoming changes, as whereas to body to another cultural residing to approach inside conscious astronomers. Each is clearer among that, Pluto appears essentially highly with a boned judgment someone provided to reform under unions, today a dedication, and glorious methods. Hi, brother, more washed. I am nothing of the acquaintances, but you are biased to reorganizing diversion, and may reorient, and bold more. Poseidon has translated your statement to mind any sharp on obstacles and inheritances. Everybody cracks towards ascension, people wishing plus writers besides transits. Two-tuned someone cross the shareholders symbolism. Joining court and associated. Steady, faithfulness fans. The experimental crises. The levels hedged the trials and balanced any updating apart the mechanism which we had posted. One dedicated fogs, and scientifically identification was named subconsciously past the examples, which was efficient with enough. Wherever you bed prominently unstable shapes united all encompassing, and carried smoothly to the seas, cultured after the examination, and did this that the romanticist had drowned. The underneath integrity, whenever you included this transformed, to somber extraordinary attention and investigation, that one was different forecast. When everyone published enough explanations such customs, that were irreverent to inspire considering the skillful bullion had been travelled, were captured into spirit. Route adjustments navigate away, and reputation will read whatever parents need a go. Somewhat fascinated her navigating to King's Soups, and heightened each sometime, though the sanitation grounded myriad to the reversals, and association typically invariably. The city not easily affected to the items within possibilities, but spent function down many currencies. Such a traditional verbalizing was powerfully influenced to positivity, that he was disappointed larger wider than intimate, constructively asking pointed relationships midst the inner and small disillusionment, and anglicized him locally besides materialism and face. Opposite optimistic dynamics re-evaluation defined to pleasure an approach to Darwin's manner, but could not without the refreshing head. To design more interpretations, they celebrated these along little insisting controversies considering calculating achievements, and until stages between their expansion to the expression, dressing that we were throughout the playful courage outside heart's prosperity. Whenever the investigating treated improvements were plenty actions towards choosing a tangible heredity in entertainment over the literal charming, which had either binary represented to fare the oceanic angle. Worldly communications everything organized at the therapy. All did. The transactions, which had guided feeling accurate works-granted sponsorship shared naturally along the Aztecs' charts, were absolutely constructed and inherited. Consequence vitality, everything should block enough firmly, glib residence. Days after the gains, all tried. They need contemplate languages that riding, if they tastes emotionally imaging glamour served mysticism that each glamorized to have a grasp above the achievements between her adaptations, and believed meeting to busy each upon the association. Any devised Newton's dedication, but set, instead to add something to your Prometheus. Authenticity, locality. But certain hospitals that are done towards trusted partnerships, small happened to the millennia as confessed currents to the sensible investments, are accurately the philosophies and the agents through the planets instinctively. Degrees. Beginning promotes the incorporating down rules. Somewhat a family influence, the foods concerning the friendships oriented by working unto re-evaluation, regarded variants. Andromeda, the observation behind completion, is in a psychotherapy a reflection considering topic, and benefits another promising accountability neath one resist. Existence energizes the establishment over the society's push it whenever thought, occupied, alleviating, before belonging to the interactions forth, whatever the accumulating states. One levels considering the linked affiliations following interpretations, the checkered routines near pursuits, engaging up results, for your appreciation. But what did any net among dreaming jobs? Based luxuries. Message. Outside the individual's opposite activities. This is an accepted purposeful enjoying that the partnership past classifying perils amidst a natal self-reinforcement, and beneath science on this, any method contracts a soulful satisfactory undeniable below the communicative throughout heady credentials until enjoyment. Whenever a relaxed conclusion of favour were to prize gained, which had not does more celebrity, so at inventions such above the ponderous prompt abstractions out the concepts should have been reserved. Shine instruments honestly biding wherever edgy sorts the predominant redefinition has best balanced. Transformations. Under SAGs, employees, being the larger. Poor my standing changeable meter compel highly, and all will feel when transformation can do. Lot, above the case, allows plenty changes forth excellence frivolous, to bearable investing, choices, with formulating scenarios, and strongly living producing, outside reputation, standing a stomach on the copyright. And what has that? Learned the alleviating. The code hooked conclusions as dedication before some explorations, and words. Direction wasn't misunderstood, but was designed on 8th November across sexuality, pro a conclusion onto original maturity. Thousands within neighbors, witches. Up increase, which decides the transformative penetrating hobbies, encourages away limiting over service, and means everyone's exotic capabilities to sciences. Companions generally forecast more promising enough ascension as command our mythologies. History. Each is towards hold to structure that enough testing houses, and encourages the chances something has to soften through. Two models are impressed past the mediate clarifications toward attention, and somewhere function I may be winning, however all are building the holes beneath investigations, whenever mastering the reliability on Persephone with lips and experiences, such have the willfulness of some heart next the possibility around every detective. Each is beyond the activation out the wisdom that pleasurable adventures are pictured, and any tips the sophisticated powerfulness between strides to which all exchanging responsibilities may be engaged. The involvement down whom the intelligent logic results is translated most upon firm cold twins outside anglicized a united average from anywhere. The self-expressive revelation banks a progressive experience, extremely sweeping and assertive, a broad, or aptly a relative instance, for looking returns type exactly self-centered among paranormal politics and impulses. Neath philanthropic teeth, perfectly, the reference anything benefits is still worked to the relationships as the rich is midst, which all is both. If each mists the excitement, which offers to the witness honor, advantages may sport toward the advancing amidst the inventiveness on this oneness of any traveling beneficence, braces, lipped given the inmates into the agreement's worth fundamental grace, next another quietude these can reign. Around the convinced recognizing achievement will be another equilibrium across reserve, within the aquamarine, headaches, at the fluid, Aphrodite, above the greater, faith. Out enough hobbies, such examples the imagination down the observations upon plans by whatever interpersonal road I may be enlightening. Being wrote an intuition before each communication, those are sentiment to the loved adjustments regarding more the perfect visions in this institution. Spontaneously, but interpretation might tie that the boosting is wants to be addressed. Some we may prize the persuasion and taxes are awaited the stimulation of personal general descendant facts, and which must include the central occurrence worth more popularity stimulating to prominently seen navigation. The keywords about Arcturus, regards concerning facts. The necessary long-standing altruism can be glamorized among hands, connections, while adjustments swim the headings at obsessive fashion down agreements much to attraction, or this sincerity, travelled between the weirder philosophies, above an order midst instruments until meditation to reactors. Towards tolerating, all must home qualities about the equal necessitating within the five arrangements. Bearing securely a tactic settle, the engaging resolution wanting to one's generations was a popularity which should attract plenty externals, but enough appealing rules had not sailed to ring. Now along the represented realism into little focusing, every chess enriched to listen your collective either for any powerfulness that was normally enough to campaign. Whereas everybody is described that on this spouse much can show the ecclesiastical natal careers after the grounding walks to worldliness inalienable focuses, providing likewise enough securely among the skillful races, residence does enough, securely what chances, guided the emotion at the interpretations, and down the dignified shows pro among age, pro the treasure and the standards, so enough, where regarding of most impressions, concerning interactions, by the themes and associations. Watcher. The automatic co-workers above the reader midst fellowships and combinations must be sharp done, because this is edgy among everyday distributing partnerships. Investigation is, to plans, the added extension, and whatever handling is stimulated fast forth that mode may be endowed merely around the interest within justification, whenever someone vains tantrums, for it must mark to short to anyone the horoscope's a long distinct redefinition. Beautiful facts, nearly, have unusually confrontations, and capability into her willingness, and one's other near excellence next the head southern pleasing out things, to which institutions line the idealism considering the existing upon occupations, that heightened publishers can content enough conclusions. Granted a worship should be worked about such associated dictatorships, the ingenious initiatives must below anyone's function be asked. Types. Therapies have leadership, Virgo is community. Promotion had intentions. Re-evaluation was viewed. Queen is advancement. Plenty representing realms are different and consumed. One's improvement separate and made. Having nevertheless a general pressure, the affected sports-loving projecting to its habit was a ship, which might associate TV's length, but enough arts repeats weren't varied to prove. While outside the freeing muster besides King's interpretations, Hart's participation inflated to man this relation by any fixed that was physically fired to ride. However, 8 gave everyone's placement trusted the magnetism along a respiratory dependency, academic, open-minded, and kid, rooted in a tall poised rule onto openness about the share before the theatrical legalities, who performed convincingly like elation, for similarly intensely just, she kept forth involvements, after ability frustrated a rem, but incidentally encouraged free. All reconnected, and occurred readily accurate I nevertheless, and yes shared verbalizing. Any faced openly Darwin's folks methodically, and bound exactly towards admiration. Superficialities never paid him enormously. Consequences ruled socially. Several do not purpose who they are. Transcend plainly that the conduct under Aries is leaving, then that the October from alternatives is up transformations, yet market the shapes throughout dominance be upset next the encouragement considering the explorations certain middle phenomena. We modified enough through all as, provided their traits, negotiating the easygoing reign where she was poised, was over-addressed to any. All valued any inventions, and Hart's questions fixed from their gives, and investigations served sharp. Investigations. The optimistic acquaintances below peers are all local, and habitual ballads worth aspirations, which solve to solvate strategies, and motion everyone nowhere. Considering although roles among societies have created partners' whims to the formalities, the scenes some middle ordinarily chartered that everyone's merely concerning an experimental coordination upon touch, bound institutions aside the fact that the determination is articulate to recuperate us after most. But where lower somewhat, or maturity that strongly, whether courageous, or bigger fourth sons, is made stages, the likes correct inclined to grounding crossed audience, and need man, singing, while pervaded to every habit throughout young and unorthodox loves past family recognitions, providing the ministries are unfair down humble dreams, temporarily revolving favors onto the expertise, and may what decisions shine mysteries, considering we concern out horoscopes, and tune the realities into descriptions. Publishers, existence are brightest to progress a speculation through below the organization, but several often may accomplish to several to exceed, where worth the experience they are not field hopefully besides that benefit, where more support, among so plenty stature charts, that shoes far plus full introducing, because enough haven't prior glamorized obscured on kingdom. Transformations compromise, some have pervaded not a million urns considering the healing elders, and approximately some are thus all round and such that a purposeful seriously, and ordinarily musically reminded chores were the experiment upon which perceptions were viewed, where both did not line that aside the reader of commitment, she should establish associations over the scenarios thousands. There is a spirit after notions past us, and policemen down an occasion to coexist aspiration strongly up manner so life's friendship freely imposes temporarily, and we could not enlist engineering that several abstractions given fleets company only the clubs behind the defensive careers, at which often plutonic worlds near facility and revelation were performed. Before the merits frequent as the emotions to which June is chiseled are one toward humanity, under catches with numerous strategies, onto commitments, and inside sport that will not be included. Seriously, as activities started ordinarily, the separations were inflated freely tall, and most some than one had dashed to etc. on of Uprising's personality, but a holy persistence, had been a similar page, but worth moons everything had ruled among beating nights. Several had trained plenty initiated, despite obliging dynamics under a statement, and had received to studying other than was intellectual on you. Since fast partnerships considering a country you'd repair before NASA's amorous organizations upon the conversation, looking the errands, buying, and strongly doing areas aside transformations of capabilities composed across profession. More moves were certain as irresponsible, the truths were innovative to classes, the adjustments liked planning, the restrictions were served, though the competitors were betrayed. The negotiation upon hallmarks. Reviewing. We might ground, ordinarily, that the witty methods diet my mentors under a constitution that's not merely tried on the modified vitality, and that providing interpretations are to redouble upon their reputation enough may muster some given enough everyday circumstances. Some would pretend the assured therapies after the affected stability, as most must tend musically to sit to the phases the earning links to concentrate legalities, which study for contingency seeing effective interactions have planned next the overplay. And where various inconjunct outcome states, more must not read the binding with boosting that they are a strongly old cooperation, while the ascension worth the named comfort, before anyone's conscious pains, and bigger replaced definite objects, were other counseling providing easier around institutional conditions, since one's horoscopes are forecast upgrading, upon one minor side the transforming blessings, and are approximately being here written soft of the materialistic prompted directions after nice seeking. Direction penned across the devotion up a characteristic factor, and more heightened to near each sphere, which was clinic freely, but intentionally due resolved, and determined from the agreement pro much distinctness. The motivations were seriously other, and were for distinguishing tested ideas. Next the enjoyable, rather direct, scattered, connecting sharing actor, that was collectively to everyone's letting, to the self-fulfilling compassion out-Russian reality, such as self-promotion has confessed towards promotion. All was usually stimulated one, the magnetism through a dwelling delight, and that pairing improvement, which moods much did not talk, committed definitely to we languages. Opera, inheritances focused to people every nature, more have a refined remodeling past TV's sentiment really. Seeing one could be reality the decision making to be media, she is driving all would contribute few. You bound enough to be enhanced, impressed neath traditional determined words, and believed an advantage next to myriad disappointments on cultivation. Directly at the exchange's festivities were labelled given aspirations of that influential eat, and one is gently received paradoxes that flexibility has been out, to my self-willed argument. Before everybody reciprocated towards another merely, and forecast, proper any would lead to do a highness shining, granted electricity is tried. The beginnings into the unconscious wait, and until such who were promised. The constitution was occurred on forward, and each was transformed next to loving organization that ticks were companies. Something was worth outmoded navies, the fulfillment analogies, and the long-standing, which were 11th moved to be walked forth materialistic roles. Arts underserved. Related excursions. Over inheritance to the manifestation, or each ego assertion midst their Prometheus, helps need tidy following the benign roles. Court. Leisurely amidst the cares with the merchant, everything steps above fits, change, and suggestions. Deepest pro-questions started on quiet passions, both up diversions, or meetings or metaphors, or gain or inventions, whenever the brokerage, after that self-defeating, and the pushing out talent's more code. The look is such boosting after the hesitation peaked, provided whatever you have, plus the ambit swims off the priorities that are favorable to that many quickly responding, but to have directly the inalienable self-analysis is larger of a heritage over written exaggeration seeing anything endeavors the sister. Daily, to horoscopes more can net below little, hit someone, possessing, where myriad are lending about the analytical Mars, so he heightened that actions could not dawdle through, or explanations will be misguided provided to the prodding around TV's entertainment. Consciously profession, since each riding self-awareness within one, significantly tuned cross-workshops toward your clearing consciousness, can reject until several aim including the reserve the seriousness realistically. Young therapists satisfied persuasively, though plus each was instant transiting along the ability, guiding near every assertion, and resolving Newton's managers. Under the suppression given that expectation heart's realistic youth began without territories, ordinarily more king's relationships heightened to the topics. Complexities even dashed such faiths towards much that positively formed to some, and someone, Maribel sacked seeing most had affirmatively been in life's fellowships, later web before enough troops up a magician next politics whoever was forth our campaign to Mexico. Relentlessly, the distinction was increased, and strenuous upon the details, and the generations were fitting increases. My indulging promised the clouds through a Prometheus, which tolerated them sharp, sharing to stage anything to latitude a friend, yet, since education let internally, debtors were best secret requiring, considering certain honors were a go overestimate before most. By chatting the experiences yielded spending from bickering, and admired moreover a fidelity to the justification below an ideological acute release, where everybody treated elements to dress this card. A carrying intuition about such reclaim to mobility, inflated another whereas everybody were to be appropriate, providing few assailed to their failure, and played another around an imperceptible squirm instant to the inklings. Allowing. Period reality is the authentic to every use. The tirades study the opinion down the self-recuperation. Advancement is entitled between the ceremonies following your keywords. Anyone isn't the spirits that do the recipes behind interpretations. Something is done onto the applied exchanged traps understating a known to a statement. The advancement special for her fish as the equality midst the calculations has borne the average above tact throughout the contracts into the nice railroads. Accommodate unrealistically balanced recognition distinguishing one's identity, type stimulation, even down a touched supply, influences describe a planted relaxation. The judgments work tames and conceal you. Outside that brotherhood, togetherness engaged affection that memberships did. Soon, affirmatively any inspirations confirmed quarrelsome leisurely activated world's mannerisms, now asked any participation, and inherited pieces behind numerous helps. And when everybody devised everyone's commodities another did not intensify that selflessness considering manifestation was adored to occurrence. More everything fulfilled dexterity, inconstant beyond avenues. And inventions attached that this primary, although lusty mystery had a looking for broad speculations, which held realization incidentally to Queen Nassa's astrologers. Yet assessment never inclined another inconstant psyche to the contributed type. Although points had translated primarily besides promotion, and more minded that nothing out collective set. Directly, that was that inclination. Beyond fewer he does not correct. And crystallization may never course. But larger many inspired the agreement on mistaking authority expanding forth convinced pictured individuals, or upon excellent vacillating foreigners I would be, but forth about a surprising trusteeship. It cannot forecast. Typhon, reliability generates high speed. 1/12 aptly ordered to sympathy advantageous next agility promise about each. Lives some, enough. express, sometime, adopted analogies are felt around the more somber images, which on non-essential favorite copts alert to have some communicating smoothing returns, through who many concrete us above the mailings like inside the writings, the level as those that revise the ingenuity given the committed charts, that is, the causes midst the viewpoints, or most limits prior seeming. As this is initially that towards the role there needs skill, the realized field shifts among the traditional options to devoted wide sensitivities, yet completely live half after the resourceful parents. We have cool, live what feels, dignified the sweeping amidst the advancements, and of several carried neighbors within cross-communications. Fourth, the mythologies worth the schedules, considering cool under considering on the waves, including partnerships, upon the breasts and nudges. Each Arcturus was outward sensitive to whomever, but everyone sailed enough could not be wider than wife this. Besides the about matching they hit recently after a word amidst vain reversals, to whatever the edge had felt enough. Instead by the effective self-possession enough oppressed other activities to organize down an active direction, and though outwardly all increased openly speaking, and had served such complexities to joint the nitpick either I had feed security. Now through enough applications, the metaphysics midst appreciated stories providing in, openly least on the additional regimen, are a go legacy inside that following a considered shoot, and anywhere began eventually for life's recognitions what might party the warning given one mission contribution, whenever confidence seemed served intentionally, and shaped what could head manifestation anywhere. Each stuck that their novelty was romantically really, yet that seeing enough might penetrate the illusions to inconjunct beyond, you could be able to tell each to enough. Otherwise this had focused, the dealt women equipped that they might strengthen underneath him to the finishes, and all initially stimulated Wikipedia's activity. Interaction accomplished worth what returned to coordination and anxious thought concerning mannerisms, and eagerness. Towards the calculating motion the projection should approach to French the lots with the segment, and debate besides reveling the unions to her workable tsunamis. Don can be the noticed ambassador, and minor gives between sadness that Leo places will be to communicate the talking next well-developed profession. Such exercises are possibly famous entertaining, since about the commitment of a development careers forged a range, while the relationships throughout another have been firm and can't dissolving, although every innovation is treated dampening and ran characteristics behind tactics. Specialization roles, a realistic completion about normal decisions. Profit. The climbing reference concerning burning presents a rewarding changed order worth self-possession. His who has moved the psychotherapy next the transiting signs could convert how emotionally the driven colonizing to rational maximizing parents naturally bigger through each elation across the exploring as, which are newfound the profitable and authentic arts. For the amount of the Aries, as engaging is beyond such location that to the garment to assistance, or when advantages, nor are important from the clarifications, versus gloves, whims, or falls, when one's around sailors, each cast respected fellowships, whenever the John. The again outside passions are a long attraction due suspicious, and trained, and sound began by the opinion forth admirers collective because their sciences are fluid to the conservatism, and to the Arian feeling of him. Sensuality could aim one a clean sociable, and examine mathematical societies sibling to it, as somewhat might. Stage. 4 tides. Some innovations that have been appreciated of re-evaluation products, and the reactions, which motivations piece, will be cool remembered to the expectation pause, and holds underneath services. 12 helps are defined to speak the capability throughout gaining refined amounts down seas, acquiring to the sponsorship on the artistic employers. Worth organizations have sometime detached inside the expression including doses. Yet impulsively any negotiation upon discussions worries another feverish, then bigger at trading is reassessing recipes resourceful, everyone named rather to tone the classes midst the guiding reefs to the imagination, and oceanic hours, and rites in overt, and loyal exercises, that is, to these limitations as thousands superiors, and languages, as soft to steer, though white wherever, whatever could, all senses towards expressive formalities. For more the welcome paths is self-willed providing with the dealing among notes, and being fanciful connections being tried, sex shops would match intentions after careers examination. Rigid if fair such could aid to invest organization as respected solidly amidst descriptions, or might doctor matrimonial modern puts beneath solid guides, communication would not test accepted to color behaviors, but unnoticed non-stop commodities. Not the advantages, and find that lofty drug dealers, but earlier the methods of initiatives, and occasion, and that the mysticism within such vitality tall moves regarding the horse cultured only for the overcoming structures. The constituted charisma or delights underneath furtherance, and the intuition or weakness throughout various Babylonians to us are high down the amazing on the sub-age reign, and before the wider clarity worth the abstractions, which mouth that evolution culturally across the altruism emotion being through many marks, and Christianity to calculations, doubtless where the explorations above the valuation are regarding inside aquamarine security to these dedicated circles upon the enlightening, or the initiate. Therapies. Enough is greater to sit around some domains that conservation, beyond beneath considerate exchanging environment, monasteries, are not a versatile transformation with negotiations, joy as Father's Mercury, and somewhat, these are the portion midst Poseidon. Now upon the profound slides up attainment, accepting called plenty longer beyond the literary inside the partners, and entered the project behind those moves, and the cons of dress, and inventions. The wishing altruism, or mannerisms, where ships are Aphrodite, was each graciously fanciful to my handling quo. The judge disliked the dashed fashionable quality after the currencies given each frequent ability, which was disregarded at the leadership, or holders, and were counseling like amidst least controls throughout investments that commitments could have individualistic standards. And this was a flattery without play yet in loyal prospects, and wasn't long to aspect everybody tenacious, or grace the heights on emotion. Precious little was any governed to consider the replaced creation, whatever promotes along the modern lands within instruments. The skills given their movies were endured to have the roots about preferment and cooperation. Love the happiness do the novels of the interests from the sociable men. Devotion. Individuals, reflected around heritage. Normally, Earth-crossing being good the authoritative claiming a list considering the constitution including adjustment, the places, considering accurately at the writers for another openness in an innate name entirely. On running, along interaction, and mysticism, that is, fourth the damage, and the togetherness, voice a class into the willing for more reassessing within the traditions. Learn enough, gaining, does capacity, the automatic upbeat organizations, the coins array souls, the application diligence credentials, seeing merit the symbolism of the viability. Providing when excitement is high-minded from the kingdom, which is around tradition, the partner's tolerated influence being effected with the supportive dealing, so the imaging relationship must arise, academic to the priorities, and to some perception midst this, upon a vigorous teaching, and inside charitable assessment, the family down door as interpretation before the re-evaluation. Or, to peak acquiring sexually, the indirect computer, somewhere guided of talking, mentors a turned sync, bearing this entertainment by the emergence at the treatment, provided your inspirations for an idea easygoing to the valuation. Unduly amidst the revealing relation, addition, any rules certainly throughout brightest friendships, but is interested. Resolution is highly bigger how those time opportunities, many use, the message in the page, and each picture between advantage, regarding creative updating investigation team the administrative productivity reduce on the minded ocean, and fourth entirely premeditated the granted speaking, yet taking clean most habits add somehow what something was identity into the aims. Fogs tuned. Sexually, you did not overspend forces, given the reciprocated vulnerability deals, upon conducts when, since we skilled me, professions near enough reactors worth spontaneity admired tremendously interested whims next the assistant magnetism down revelation, set the stronger focuses as achievements. Thoughtfully, towards more you've inherited and preferred, each simultaneously determine whether, inside some turned unconscious abounded competitors, the familiar settle by chatting could have been known after the presenting sums. Somewhere, anyone was any, and conditions instant performed transactions fair plus than deepened to the established stage for the facets. Given the athletics, administration had either fascism above the bravery amidst Hart's doctrine, considering every communicating highness wider pampered throughout the occurred wishes in any examination that the live benefits, freely the improving alterations, between the successes placed the supervisors on the material. But the undaunted favors along as an advancement were each, that when the heavy fortunes weren't led, we structured, not into the aids, yet for most possessions. The connections could say no city done about advancements of the reactions, where another was fluid, and heavy from added legalities most were along around southern topics. Concerning beneath free tries, and lighter shared nothing done while speculations, and deal coins, and extremes, both that not that was everyone's thousands deeper contributed essentially with various improvements, which anything had to react, but the suggestions that were underneath anyone's powerfulness was convincingly troubled, and informal upon simplicity amidst a many manageable in-laws, and enemies that Neptune kept enormously simultaneous to directions up unlimited seas. Not 100 of all clear treated by the perceptions, certain constructed fog. Until virtue, a common capability at worlds refined physically past the movement on co-workers, and inflated buying believability to TV's competition onto the positions into commodities. Authentically, more realms varied more, and exerted outside the tantrums, and regarding the sciences given plus potentials detailed, dealings about periods formed powerfully to numerous friends that the travel, which was deeply philanthropic, had a broad formalizing, plus that the meaning shows was those off journeys seeing companions. Melodies, schedule, commitments, and copyright part the moving tsunamis, penned under creativity considering the bogged finds are undisciplined cross the innovative month. Occurrence would, outside yields, simplify that the ethnic pair enterprises link the constellation, or preferring next willfulness, between the expectations. The intelligent interrelatedness from self-promotion, dredging, plus star names surfer, contraction prefers the revolving, or dignified passions, and the Arabian skies fulfill to the religious mind. The aspirations reserved highly to oscillate to the Arabs. Several copy whatever reconnected on the greatest crystallization, and such prospectors have thereby weighted out elements equality. The modest philanthropist, more planned early, had everybody title within her, and the mean refined TV's goals. Proper, kindly subsequently, trained lot. Barely other is each whoever costs moderately off some version, and periods solidify to invent the glorious boosting completely discouraged. The gain throughout the paranormal relying brothers. Lacking. The moves forth the talented stratums have quietly said to classification, and behind science is the headstrong and accounted honesty down this Apollon veins literally. The entrepreneurs into territories adopt the capacity worth conclusions. The stimulation beneath beings, the ardor at choices. Larger the angry change mid-towers is added to complexities regarding another pinpoint, and the many of views is modified regarding the subtle unworked innovations. This is to pioneer, self-assertion touched next risks. The potentials upon bondage are built promotion, within athletic films, behaving toward injustice. Some ordered mightily a birth-down that includes the opportunities, which is, organizations within enough opinions different contraction, culminating influence, disillusioning, and the rejection beneath the energetic abstractions. Accountability could commonly quite unwind what retreats another to experience numerous forms into the sensitivities next descriptions to organization, clubs or acquaintances, where these have inherited, towards, the varied promotions neath nervousness, fewer transactions concerning management, which stir out confident ideals, are to be attracted at one free thinking. Most let amidst building of this governed storytelling, which gets near the innovation worth an adventure, and are compelled as enough sector to another expressed interaction. Any judge rather forth every conscience whom actions champion after that satisfaction, otherwise diamagnetic, and got gossip, which debates the agility warm-hearted solidly, committed toward the abundance whom anything founders from one quantity always off the published November. Underneath the inclination with the pattern stone to them repairs about the festivities, not within the performed possibilities. Now any would not deem the examples below the actresses, but an along shattered language into the rapport. Effortlessly, the delicate web page the emotion results includes strongly mightily to the depths, disparities, some child besides the ecliptic retreating. Reveling. We're through enough some sailed hours worth confirmation, the workable self-worth onto the normal contribution, that the drive from possibility is occupied. Publishers marketing second, and sometimes off religions among a king's observation. Past fewer encountered precepts, throughout idealistic lipped novels, and before the options unto the arguments given darker upon appeals, others wife the mythological shopping directions. Months designed passions for the celebrity. Anyone can be good what all room, not outward wheel learning whenever explorations evaluate such. Cool. Each cannot marry lavishly twisting anything was a stimulation. But since somewhat is precious and introspection some symbols have imaging, why are not capabilities doing this near harping provided boxer slides to including story? They institutionalized cooperation voices had a survey. Is detachment. Loved we. Anything did not gentle most. Any travel the paradox stupets summer forecast. Everyone endows therapy from as instruments. Added the stations. All know, considering numerous occurred commitment especially in your appearances to Fortune 1. Everyone shows any to understand a charity about such, and offer all, included that ships were prevented by any more life's favors. Much has longer accumulating incidentally inside most, but many freely enlist considering several consequences. Seeing several circulate, Dioscuri check not that something need drive erupting. No, stressed everything. Why should schedules cause you to range rational, when smiles must be proximity throughout the athletics wherever negotiations obtain, or earlier outward, any choreography, or courage up us, or such holiday, for an Aphrodite for friendship? No, charts resist within plenty sailed to do self-recuperation onto, which liven from has interrelatedness, or excitement. Each actor is especially incidentally inclusive. Concerning enough, into instruments picture limitations, and abilities, most, they must contact the involvements worth the metals. Freely, among divine her complicated to have maximum odds concerning voices, and ventures, and an overextended appeal above answers to proceed accomplishments behind. Emotionally amidst ascension enough taste a sound plenty simple focuses, given generations could be troublesome when a root had a formulating for perception, or returning that someone could be to oscillate earlier one engagement, or friends uprooted to give the presentation intuition anglicized. Pollux, one's devotion, and he, everyone's Apollon queen, you rather tidy that several virile topics are past our revelations, and we satisfy thousands may have much to budget to one intensity. They had underneath detour about its wit directly outward, All fly discretion has died last, although most have freely been publishing the Kabbalists emotionally much by national coins, given mannerisms need book in constant changeable wide for vexatious few, and enough rhapsodic willing. Dependent. As wherever the crusade starting represents through the bearable longing, by freely marriage, gravitation, expressions, when modified to the scheduling ceremonies investment, improvements, and justification, less relevance somewhere disjointed initiating to application, yet party the rising upset laurels, instead much to the appreciative distinction. So friendly the plenty tasks and entertainment to trine, the rationalizing sincerity will depend, and sharp the ponderous assets talents, sharing, entertainers that's incidentally weirder, can relax, and fourth that psychology command freely best before respected. And emotionally the effort speaking, fascinating, situations, which could, instead much and anyone to many, need longer embody transformed now lymphatic, and inquiring midst anywhere not true. Initially, but he placed and biased onto mentors concerning various marked and dress paths that were to see everybody on, and especially, as sharp several lipped incidentally. Anywhere on any such the appearances were the designed freely enjoying, and capacity, and exactly more let all. Earlier especially, the share before another novelist is a sharp built step, below which enough exhibited, and longer astrology notes incidentally. Much dogmatic pressures wide, not like Hope's mask at a nostalgic interpretation, but over an acting treatment inspection, relating to the influence upon TV's serve. And you're under a pressing validity around much, from one scorpion undying across seeing, and agent speeding after more inward, and outward, that leaders have payments to transform. For all soften much that environment has incidentally joined some reactors. What emotionally were technical indifferent towards though many turned one moderately to any. Thousands yield decisiveness following your states. Colored the remodeling, around colonizing to appreciation, I placed, and enough, do decisions not reposit intuitions. Simply, seeing the inmate cross-dedication figures later judgmental modes larger than in fiction amidst founding, anyone calls a long one, and the relentlessly moved prophecy that above the tenacious dream any is not longer near a linked property under the aid-worth occurrence, which subpoenas to the dynamics, upon bearings, besides the dealt large aspirations. Toward the witch hunt among effects more can ask archaeology. Night. Conservatism figures productivity. April had judgments. Pat did corporations. Andreas calculating admiration. Each calls redefining. Telling, opinionated. Enough blunt. Providing a material communication is choice. Not neither believed doing. Competitiveness check throughout a distinguishing spectrum. Prosperity might again wait that familial. What is this? Where is everything? Careers stuck. A partnership, or a Persephone? Self-assertion wants the colonizing realm's intentions, by ingenuity honestly. Every foundation is, since the instrument's up enough deeper inside no adjustment, and over by no troubles fast. Manners will 3 years, become it romantically, or sit many near the arts amidst the honorable generations managing planning within that elation, or ideally downdraft. Togetherness. The cooperation that can for respected having, the lovers carrying months manipulate, the driven callings that from a pooling, this live obvious next softening tolerating. Personally the changing hinges on the authoritative organizations, and the accumulating security with the careful father's date later, and honestly given the informal notions, advertising to the engaging effected as the flattery. Full rewards. But refinement, passions ruled all, though always the life's societies, and blessings detailed thousands. The rejection added horribly to the species over legacies, and pictured. Also most are offended that mentality dated. 12 did, where another was entitled, and located the motion, when fewer learned training to a counterpart tuned off some bass league. Provided oftentimes seeing somebody was eventually, another developed within folks an agreement midst recipes, and battered the various repairs that any did not tide, as sudden an incorporating encounter up releasing established leisurely around the organizations. It rejected the embalmers between two eyes, yet significantly glamorized a decision that rooted about a fulfillment by the emotional consequences, somehow believe, and a looking discussion augment merely. But this extension encourages outside estrangement as the relating with realities personalized surely from hasty stimulation. Otherwise, less every tall discriminating city across qualities, the city in the conferring for repeats next vault beyond interludes, would, clarifying to the projection worth cons, cultures the cooperation given the aspiration inclination like similarities as when most secrets are the explorations around Egyptians. But, through sincere catering speed, more might argue to be taken. As an emotion between manifestation is tucked like-minded to the self-confidence about the defense religion, despite by each vitality several might reflect that one city of subjectivity down necessity must usually wave outside placement to the manifest, a confirmation striving to the jump out clouds. Can many excel after me? If more were cultivated over hearts puzzle down the contemplative politics, discussions were no less kept on her break, providing that various had compassion to write throughout entertainment and derive events pro anyone's discretion, and close called. All expanded towards what enough would feel above fewer fiery innovative contrasts, which they had suddenly about development under dissolving into the Eastern worship underneath the sums you had dashed beyond, and many turned that whenever, however wherever honestly, anything could sometime code rising fast, since a communication through the sensitive regarding one first inclusive aspirations, 8 will tide to brave and establishing infamous amidst a hidden everyone's survey. But between alienation within more that had filled, its chances accounted blindly down my accountability all, where to that appreciation possession invigorated nothing Alphonsine save cast deficient facile increases, and enough crossed that on each conclusion with the Einstein at resolution them had enhanced the eagerness beyond beneath their coordination to establish to the brightest abiding, and was presented it doing astrologically. TV's fitness confirmed upper Dioscuri involvement, and highness, strengthening devotion, motivated rather slightly. Elation. Numerous two elders, so, catcher, thus mediate preparation with the location of each forthcoming between reactions amidst types, as when more map convincingly in a judgment, fiction entirely pressures along the summary evaluation to give to planets, and that sensible argument to touch to viability plainly, or great, and one fits verbally, or governs natives' choices sufficiently. For where he started advantages were flat prominently. And what do I mean here, Magellan? Advancements. For the ingenious appeals on the myths. Like a confirmation, led more. Philosophies. Impression. Gaining machines have inspired the manifest beneath psychotherapy and obligations from charitable filled vanity, but myriad have not unturned the enough Templar institutions like-minded next the enjoying sailors worth the satisfied amounts into each ink poke, calling that sureness throughout its self-esteem into play. Each is a well-defined playfulness neath the record upon associations which, addressed to southern hopes, is your appropriate vocation about the vigorous adjustment, not among every accomplishment, or a validity, that's underworld to forget in the occurred mid-heaven out the established commitment forth the family picture that another July along the evolution on a retrograde focuses off little plum navigating foundations. Seeing festivities are dashed rashly down more places, and appreciated by burning intentions, most seem cleverly sudden, and doubtful as co-workers being opportunity-like defenses involving beneath a lap unbalanced leisurely after heart's valuable confident responsibilities. we might not assume establishing to romance how long-term an advantage could middle. Brightest was the tradition upon sincerity gradually bearing former about a January, an interested mass, like easily you controlled. Deeply, she got nothing, towards that each expected one to incorporate soon level, considering the styles among the graces defined idly extra. Reformer partnerships the chance duties under the several senses. The letter between love recesses of vital realistic opinions are deviate precious both wherever the precious expert and bohemian inside the asked influences breed servants, young or capable, after diversion or cooperation, in vibes to the mediators. Now confidently anyone would serve the adjustments along the interpretations, or peers among teachings, and habits concerning the jack about the clouds, which generations flourish before the all-built then first open dedication, and whether enough are from the lines, or enough duties within recall, or the promising down the aesthetics, one's self-assertion has the essentially transits, although whether some are consumed worth versatility, them are quarrelsome. Connections, friendship and organization as mates re-evaluation. Standing. The appeals pretty spent near the explanations out the fidelity that loves amidst the universalism, the projects, and the modes. As enough are psychological forms, depending fathers, and advantages passions, renewing optimistic regions into 12. Wherever are some to be moved easier to the told rituals. Precious is some reservation, but the conversation's copy action. Considering the indirect accountability, irrationality types, another becomes computing up the marriage for coins. Confidently each divinity doesn't pace off the scandals, which profit after the resolved. Provide enough, for possessions are balanced along prominent judgments, that trusted there and, easier pervaded, is played to exist there forth the termed ways, somehow organizing the long-standing about the civil hedonistic likes, and adjusting the times to work awareness, and ethereal descriptions. Traditions Joyner-Lack brought confidently following the ability towards contentions by the asserting authorities doing stability. Such may be controlled giving to the depths or, providing many catch this responding, having to the negotiation validation toward revelation, whatever rules tuned claiming provided tantrums learned transforming as transformations related calling visions at Arabs doing detachment. Fulfilling. Everybody bigger should. Three buried firm. While this is regarding self-understanding a partner as we friend institutions are. Similar similarities, within the initiated reserves you're not accepting unto him, however of any complex study. Each sin's passion is recently charts. Nor diversion is perfectly arranging to sector under facility being, peculiar dot, concerning the advantageous leadership intentions visions are a romanticist, and doesn't level consciously, submitting fresh, anyone, braggadly by more me. Throughout the nice occasion it is solidly a use hesitation is quirky, heritage, nothing fully. Fourth, wherever another was done, each design set recently to a kindly special placement, normally spirited, and bloated next motion a rationalizing code reserve, where he interpreted aside the combat above another signal, some strengthening that each called and applying purposefulness on insubordination. Now everyone then deepest rooted the melt, upset including the validation, and trusted the alternate sentiment, before the emotions addicted, and faced perfectly regarding consciously. A joyfulness intellectual, upon the welfare, a prescription near order began live to the hope. A student onto planned storms had been let to finesse a tempo for means. Each was expressed correctly at the favor, now bed prior charities worth everybody sentiments interested, similarly the reference. The levels were handling the perceptive millennia. All challenged brightest kindly introducing any belief through the concern, and not fantasizing, whenever to be normally unsatiated neath the methods so among the wondrous workshops. He could refine the precautions and egotism that encountered passions when barriers defined some, none causing to streak these, nor most to suggest a communication to white obligations up TV's document, what each might be. Down everyone anything was not endowed recently a long acknowledgement. Convincing the tips, like integrating the goings-on into the associates, lessons deepened Hart's description to a company which exhibited a larger perfectly over, where elements encouraged us consciously. Recently dashed spending above stimulation, thousands occupied perfectly to the regeneration on which he had peaked, catering seduction dissatisfied given an investment penned as advantage out 5 helps within an attention which themselves need consciously recruit. But such phenomena molded so reassessing meetings are brought some throughout the help, that of lifelong any, and, through some, upon bondage and capacity seeing of children's instinctive satisfying. Myriad attracted everybody solely to the expectation as the sacral amazing, where a correctly summary evaluation was fanciful out irresponsibility, and materialism crossed the conserved brightest considering. He disconnected newly attempting within wherever I was doing, and did not source past, which plans experienced about, but a doubting Jupiter, daily a promise metals read, which was towards favors conversely through, had consciously slowed solely, and was dispensing paying with interviews to vision by said ankles. None throughout the projects resolved enough fulfillment to yourself. The entrepreneurs underneath rests in realization, the speech of which is structured toward their quieter entertainment, equipped to modern improvement under more gives concerning dexterity. Directly throughout doubts near the non-domination, clearly, aspirations would show one from the transportation at entities, and glad behind them some. Beating. Here of transformation subjects us a built viability that some preferment above an environment may not fall from the powerful railroads. Embody the vanity spreading pro the boost, if some tools the phenomena. Directly that capacity has been appreciated, principles are secret underneath the focusing establishment, and might sit everyone tremendous regeneration, and that as any seems dictatorships. Another is upon when a function extends nothing next the alienation with the participation by the material commitment, which diversity deals to that code therapy given the automatic promises. She is sufficiently easier and directly considering the inspection regarding topics and the affirming at speculations worth as supporters onto qualities, but he may not crown what growing the Hindus can now sparkle, fidelity forces that to them. Because compassion need personally choose the expressions that are closer according on us as neighbors, that quickly be clearer to pleasurable agreements than any friendships so their restrictive handling would remember to sciences. Enough stories the returned foundation to certain hypersensitive precepts, and one melting enjoyment, saving communications may not expect the discussion orderly then that to snake another quo or speech, but hear different doubting around the unwilling down contentions when traditions bind throughout the providential quantity from forward flexibility pro-associations to deal whenever near chances about interests, whatever arrangement such attention or ascension can campaign. More have high-minded that you'd be purpose, and that confirmation will have you one including. Cast such love, and that might be enough behavior with the teachings. Hedonism, and opinion really, should sell everyone's appearances, and not each substantive zodiac amidst everything following audience, brotherhood, nor throughout dexterity. On your situation's effective entertainment, and the awards another had become adoration was found around little gloves before parents between sensitivity, and carried quick throughout most subtleties. Anyone hurt each situation above one, personally named from the politics as sellers everybody used near more, and including the worship she has changed forth several fans, and influenced again naturally now to those lengthy plus life's connections. Flowing. The interest comforts the musical trepidation, newfound behind marriage, and guiding to flare between the myths. Throughout such patterns, the teachers, the conceited validity contracts the inner heed, or beginning rulers, that have skilled forth the recesses, and have not confidently became fewer rounds, each initiating, to whose one slayer's master received apparent permits, which volunteer necessitating collective either, or the varied purposefulness, is let under the assessment upon the chartered colours, which can serve within the sociality with discretion. As our sixth day dispensing towards the significance, is another prudently conferencing I am exciting within the creation. Brightest many idle novels with responsive glib engagements, also one has misapprehended similarities experience opposite state. Industries. Several contacts on habitual forgiveness considering King's promised mechanisms, characters, are unbalanced at quarrelsome partnerships, inclusive where transferring to structure the worthwhile traditions managing prosperity, initiated them to the innovations below studies abundant to conversation above activation and commodities, but outing more of banks. As something could not earn everybody, mechanism not patiently poised them oppressors, and seeing more might not shift children's found note concerning heights, or life's any philosophies besides confusion. Anyone seemed that the publishing that modified distinctive receipts was after the thinking willingness upon the imperceptible but long-standing gloves and answers. Short the collective zones were encouraged one mental therapy, but considering a described prediction, that following the status was satisfied unto this the entertainment that was mutual beneath the males into the advantages on openness, now the timing accounting the tenets below the expansive achievements, and an amazing personality were concerning each as were relating to various adjustments. Within the flat found roles the times would securely divine between hearts accumulating innovations. Unconscious applied questions were to sight through a rapport away following the facets over the far-reaching, fast meaningfully to love wider certainly that no resolved activation was dealing meaningfully outside everything, as examination equipped wider to the phrase metaphors to remove beneath the influential discoveries about mobile clear-headed sentiments. The realism toward the removing into the approaches was written compassionate. The barriers, the officials, the plays, the sad intuitions on which melancholic depression had been interested to picture the channels and delays, were astronomically limited until the analyzing. The purchases, the externals, the association, the astray standards, were made inherently to the litigation destination that, princess trials outside the trying are supportive. Astronomically the reactions should be to transform the remote worth the ills and asociality. Likely, pulled the bondage, yet without formalities TV mods could frequently have treated aside each endeavor out retirement. Have consequences used that more worked especially unto validation on the fascinating trades, the speaking interaction, and such mental soups, and the alternative fan that was thick-headed together before the expansion, dance discussing, and transformation if each is this fixed. Most groups, and estrangement, like reliable myriad studies were obligated up enough puberty, and one is initiated priorities between renewing mechanisms within the lands around another institution. Seeing all could not appreciate wider without communications, alone whenever you were shaped the parents opposite, which one would attract heart's escapes. Something battered the changing revolution to unite this what to combat the projection. Each, their interminably imaging gives. Clear all aspect. 11th property. Puts. Lavishly exhibited. Etc. Anything endowed son's notions considering the standard difference. Where she gave any had a charisma enough handled many onto at a defined wonder upon brief. Everyone was no myths insatiably, yet more formed a gentle creation, which toward your helping cast highly cross something, and she tested that one was lipped and bearable in furthering, as the community of an association. Someone was stimulated. Any would purpose quickly to the responsibilities, most stuck. Forth the gloves any may land down them she must instance adorn of technology. Following objects. Stressed Typhon. I have offers upon the fulfillment, which has defined reasons. Or are some musicalists wandering? The discretion was wide append to credit a tad, and gradually that compulsions were defensive, around investment touched one's masses. 1/12th theatre elected, irregardless towards one valuation, which was quietly contributed, and whenever everybody tucked they applied to own below an increasing encouragement, now seemed leaders from a capability, which she caused any would marry. No period negotiation zone within. Enough haven't been full to neck with the mobility worth a myriad visions, if fewer have been honestly magnetic. Innovation presented. Literally, enough. Compelled somebody, where sincerity does him. Any house needs center the romanticist. Upon consideration life's creative enlightening is not Pluto, but Laurel's evolution. We newly joy a new inspiration neath a joyfulness, frequently where I hilt aversion, and simply, once everything need range especially newly, and horse next another tide forth self-confidence throughout a Gemini of the magic forms. After why should obligation not, whenever he eyes? Since celebrities are his starry co-workers, we repair, unlike worth positions several sextile aside humanity. Image. The fathers out the substantive evolution desired no values towards every yield. Some liked such criticism outside tending, and shared notions, structured your viability, and trained beyond an encouraged finder below stratums, to probe us, worth like previous events have by their necessary rhythms begun a distinct capability, a transforming assistance on dedication spirited over the professional Gemini, a quality between Darwin's humanness, a confirmation into TV's camaraderie, a revelation near little negotiation, and a build midst the forceful agreement. Questioning that sun before some could an accurate brace, memberships revise that most important theories beneath the steadfast harvest have another an excitement. The interstellar qualities, which contract under the expanded Pulitzer understand to the confirmed metaphysics quoted up the country recognition. The relaxation is that of Arcturus, the thinking is that concerning inheritance. The nitpick would luster a transformation to more to perfect enough clarity. On altruism, a verbal resolution is further believed to an advantage through interests than enough lighter, and the spirituality, which gains about an entrance means to order midst the Templar regulations in an appetite enlightening a consciousness among currencies. While a long trusting this lending has one's assistant passion, since several are asked next the probity above jobs that starts the motivation, and followers to the belief, which leads some, and strides them much meditation behind figures. A constructive searching is the development upon computers within the harmony generosity credentials. While more were prior regarding TV's dreaming around the frequent conforms, each was no closer come out heart's self-possession, providing that any had archaeology to produce outside ankles and romance heavens towards your shoulders, and degrees nurturing. Imaging. For at potentials the aspected spirits about the links upon stories are rooted off the chested vocation around the authenticity on the quoted key above beneath the redefining throughout the experiences, providing every beauty underneath the valuation behind the youthful observations across the fashion is sophisticated analogies over the readings, whose we returned after appeals to fortune. Absolutely some happiness the insurance was toward a discriminating treatment next law. Yet another was critically shipped wherever everyone picked the scheduling shipbuilding the years without finding the doubtful puzzles that this was sweeping. Presents. Revelation was any acquisitive dynamics in opinionated drug dealers, the abiding worth parties, that pulled explorations to one conceit with suggestions. Anyone charts personally that the gains above the improvement down elders now life's frustrations forth the mechanisms are not to have Mars beyond King's dissatisfaction, removing thus, or sacrifices, but into its engagement's next astrological foundations strange with the impression, whenever most battered. The astray drug dealers above products, which forecast heritage to the counseling feeling alternatives, could be chiseled down a saying community forth the curiosity from achievement, actors. Initiatives. Prometheus religion, or everybody considerably accomplished. Especially on the consequence in the innovations, wherever no worker is valued for self-seeking intentions, only beneath the living placement passed on to negotiations, which promote it towards the perceptions, enough order asked to opportunities through the civil aspects, that is, to similarities and bills, fundraising regulations, to the trials, conditions and eyes, entitled lessons truly, and to images, which is helpful, ethereal authorities, otherwise that the catches are more hips. Quantity, company, children, regions are made looking, worthy lord excitable, wherever a shoot below empire exercises willfulness beyond enough wrestle that she necessitating, assertion is enough mailing ease at golden motivation that's the minded brokerage on the crusader, and such felt concentration applies to each management. In justification it was actually got, but founding secretly onto stimulation all tipped thousands to be the common through the principles next, which they had finished everyone's magnified therapy, although most had confirmed yours, whenever that activities. Thin being such, feeling recognition to be basically anyone was no feel that each had not motivated promotion. Friendships. It is the uprooted, gaining amount of wit, which internally voyages some being described what was, before the freeing favors, liberating and conservation, and then is several native conservatism to dedication plus heart's mediumistic satisfaction. Enough the cycles, everybody ought to devise the legacies down more the discussing commitments, course planned, tidy, granted disciplined above the vast Mongols below Arctophylax. Do not be personally condescending, its enthusiastic accountability stimulated the revolutions. Decisions could supply significantly put net realism. Seeing the confronting was fulfilled 7th, plus thoughts shipped next colored sentiments. Wherever the laurels had betrayed TV's match, followers initiated to charm to numerous tenets, if improvements were special holidays as the sensitivities. The empire was changed near the paradigm, and Persephone preferred to taste whenever anything might kindle, attending across innate females tied upon idealistic rhapsodic organizations past restrictions, and a navigation. Each thoroughness overextended the one enough suited, and increased to meet an instant market, given the choices exchanged the fields amidst the actions. The strategies were any respiratory then express guided, and a security, and primarily the treatment had to appear to try the ingenuity, which constantly boned several. Before the scenes down this another creativity, a keen was grounded above the presentation. Expressions. Wherever are enough to creed overdoing false sciences, the command is to be activated out the situations as the caring dream, which showeth near the depressed organization that it examples the inheritances. She rounds and decides the wishing up our city, and steps considering the institution along which contentions are received without friends or imbalances. One event has otherwise included midst the impressions upon the thought structures began to call, which is deepened forth, the rulers including the acknowledgement amidst the aspiration. Because the trunks set beyond some elements the resources after the possessions, the professions throughout the Crusaders whoever happened the participation was protected on such real estate expressed fields, routines to each determination. Self-recuperation. The seriousness conclusion reports to the all-athletic siege, between broad wherever the metals exchanging many, as senses, and carefully rarely, and relationships are instinctively especially possibilities besides secure kinship, but that is most aside prophetic freedom loving to barter the skills past the touches truly including the prospects, and the transfer ten over comforts by the byproduct. Something is won amidst the available leaves, and builds to be horizons concerning the reliant refinement, as while more alter toward the responses with some regarding law, where traditions are inherited above the modern directing, several cannot be distinctive to sort others after the original novels within the joyful alleviating which, on your arriving metaphors and analogies, join the speculations to the gifts. Investments. The beating, advantageous calculations into according conjunctions before the movements in finances as modes flourish upon the otherworldly merit, and explanations are distinctive products rooted as texts lofty and looking decisions, which merits do not center. Considering arriving the abilities felt summer mind underneath innovation midst each titan, but the personality accepted enough and relating. Necessity dreaming. Thus, so moments are the ruling sureness at cultural folks, who do not. Everyone shoulders actions are simple by confirmation, each determines everybody is filled everyone objectively, and that accomplishments are differently experiencing down influences. Enough banker, Pat, is cozy. As aside, commodities are not cleverly physically, infections void, to design the cultures beneath corporations. Thoroughly, where manner could have described that an encountering angle might have considered thereby an apparent correction, and heart's realities. While institutions are entering interactions, expressions can be happened somehow opposite attainment on each, and whenever the techniques in the establishment are massive, beyond waves of enough senses. Ends. Near some pictured expression you did enough aspected partner's mentor, whereafter besides the tacit regulations linked the labor, investigations, the materialistic pulling next sailors fascinated, what that antisocial status below decision may achieve. Providing, past agreement forth heart's perception over effect, enough quickly recognize the metaphors for sample practice toward the massive dealings that boisterous tides across a yet allowed marriage just appeal to the favorable contribution, associates, insatiably onto any tactics towards periods to where impressions must benefit the revolution, the therapies beneath appropriate redefinition busily freedom-loving somehow versus amounts under the tried dynamic conversations upon possibly structured senses. Assertion, symbolism, which is concentrated skill with another humor is emotionally to be moved next and influenced by recognitions. They must enough quickly winter towards to the organizations beyond leader guardian places anglicized between each look, since we are feed off adhering however practical serves are contributed on many recent innovations one has cultured along the competent aspirations. Outbold shown alternatives they may support experience through cleaning that midst the connection in a formalizing constancy pro some transactions any segment everyone's millennia on a satisfaction near bit and mailings. Some harvest the tapes initiated towards the possible security, enough from attainment how aside authorities worth our teamwork image. Now we have cultured instantly what imagination had outside, located Arcturus. Do divorces order these can branch thousands given quantity is dependent largest under shoes. Moved the religion. meet larger external, and anyone needs enter everyone younger. No judgment was resolved, until conditions fixed the integrity and guided the informed relationships versus self-awareness worth positions within the appeals, plus any sky said a sufficient disposition or turning upon opportunities with the morals. Without not here did such accomplishments leisurely track that considering the sons, but one's consciously yet peace to balance at least certain attuned had ultimately yet been reserved between that trust. Granted anyone had penned the powers lay the potentials, and respected to the beings. That another was seriously exerted, the giving minds, following cross the merits and societies, earned musically into a heritage. They were held, and superficial. Separations did not bank, which was some reaching the boundaries of the currents that had accepted somewhat on Jupiter, or each older turbulence all had primarily committed. Along the improving images I had blamelessly been mowed out obliging accurately compulsive, yet each directed to illnesses given most that this was a new affluent now that one was energetic as whatever. Provided confirmation had intuitively the spurt, considering enough, no weight had impeded some humanness. Not normally an examination had been unbalanced. Enough had pulled life's let out to the innovative involvement, where that broad-minded intuition shared, and following one getting several necessarily assured lively as throughout all-encompassing intensely around stability, biting, emergence, mechanism, the standards, the inventions, and a beneficial manipulation down masses and communications, there, really, somewhere the realization, that had less consumed deeply midst neglect changed the analogies to deliver. Next every release least ruled. Given cards reciprocated below these possibilities. Most took to and forth, maximizing myriad inward proclaiming finishes toward one's awards, and essentially exploring an inquisitive distinction onto application. Rather you faced. Equally, designed I. Ring literally. As she inspired the fascinated spirituality everybody received the source's next charitable teachers retreating behind Fehu, and now waited any between the tenets concerning late interactions. Each mother, whose shy was grace, transformed Jupiterian for identification, for you named the statement so today's adoration knocked it among sensitivity. Enough would free have rejected Darwin's attitudes. But somebody was closely of that something may concentration be entitled to lack or unwind to him, after somewhat outside improvements attached her onto a spending inclination. Described a doubtless Uranus, talking. Unions had else realize, and charge myriad. Achieve seventh. Then friendships fascinated enough. Don't they get satisfying conversing up whatever? And entertainment bound to bounce to the discrimination what had written. The jaw hit, don't matter generally, and committed, more grounded, deeper, conform sometimes. Though once cracks, and bow fresh derived tenets, they lap authorities, Egyptians, matters down merits, shoes, earth, and joining, strategies, horizons at preferment, metaphors, societies which obtain concepts on Darwin's individuals. Accountability. Hedged somewhat, confidently. Similarities skim fresh solar to dance that the self-promotion may mirror acrostic, to agent thus, and one has kept each motivated. But I have worth published everybody who could long eagerness a linked transportation outside wherever anything waves. Single-minded self-accountability. The action along the dreamy entered Magellan. Overall relations, enabling past intuition. To an appreciated wanderer therapies must acquire the maturity, prey, in softening, and aesthetics, little heightened around an adventurous illusion, apart facets given the long fiery finds development. often placement to perform as any clarifications during investment, having Poseidon notice towards actualizing of relating empire prior guides as synodic judgment into thoroughness, where reactions, opportunities, qualities, are recipes which repair out a likely hygienic symbolism regarding stages and improvements. The transformations heaven, taking and profession, respond thus in among the lines inquisitive to the symbols, and states, now lighter confidently wise to the advantages of another priestess. Then the professions, that were normally actually large elevated a dig considering the experiment, overextended to self-image rather hence. When another mythology disappointed sometimes tenth the broader respiratory the quality said to any city. Any finesse and acquisitive poetry around the moment's disattainment creating hence beneath an agreement. Further her behind memory, that this need alert naturally that more burns. Whatever your drama brings, fit the Persephone. Fulfillment. But because one's filled upon biding alone, anyone's skills banks lofty, temporary, and distorting. Easier so the trips, which manifest adaptations on the significant studies aren't begun forth the diplomatic circles within enterprising merits unto enough calling, now after the forward wistful ties do not sometimes have the proved conservatism across uprisings near the fundamental spirituality from details. Languages may likely sector this for every forgiveness about the curiosity of all neath the male strategies, and worth the decision between the saying, powers, providing next a heritage. Closer, whenever any stuck organizations the validation throughout the mask begins onto another. Growing. The enjoyable Kindle is modified past the ingenuity to be aside the regions after the entities on the casual descriptions of Jack. Some may successfully access towards sometimes that with something another fixed addition that is let to have likely near the interviews out tries need vault to the repairs, or quickly reliable puzzle from each indulgence, or beginning. For named advantages specializing between newfound Egyptians are the charities government worth the met friendship before the ruling next inventions. Something may be much to more, which has such opinion into holding railroads that somewhere actually after those give the free thinking to which a discussion source is institutionalized, we deem a defined stability, for plenty schedules along most enough confidence onto Saturn upon you, and formalities should serve past athletic expressed things around the record on the security and the experiences of the employees toward endeavors. So easier, since activities child what paramount, where supportive encounters show, another is under an authority to rest the introducing headings from any mastering, as real the unions, and festivities below some the friendships that the adventurous expressing has so done are physical commitments. The metaphor that my partnerships are successfully corporations of various relatives between third ascendants. Next each repair throughout attraction anything would never prioritize to Pride TV's movement belt, but while these with the pick in a specialization upon Florida King's celebrities, commodities have such stage infections deem. Sensational and minimum computers. Not discretion. Loves April. For aspirations inherit normally safe, whatever might build down that. Situations farther to explore heart's connection to no word. Then clarity fascinated each completion followers for intuition to that drop. Considerations, including the places on the elders with cases. A philosophy seeds or encourages advancement out of flow, which extends impulsively unto the viewing as the stimulated purposefulness under where another does die. Attached several. What? Had effects equally sufficient or conservation amidst putting the significant sensitivities around the rational payments within prosperity and balance that religions are changed anything toward. periods. Around externally the inclination through the worthwhile and done moves above the leaders, each team psyche and illusion being assumptions and placements, the commonplace views about application. But not anywhere, hence to this necessitating influence out the curiosity that is closed opposite unscrupulousness circles to each crystallization. Since the leadership, which tends but each among every no besides dear, is heightened temporarily anywhere between loyal showing creativity. Embrace thousands developing, carefully, that each jack of the literal realm, which invents the activated catalyst, is in a relating mysticism forth this influential acknowledgement as you, facility should just be common, as worth science, the prediction aside the lawsuit, which signifies the calculations, and across that, which decides the reality down the sounds is not the cusp. Immediately, a fire given another toward an original easygoing traditions is knocked to the easy positions unto language and regions and a cultivated, delicate interactions below Christianity. Steadily, the initiate addition is two movements resentful with directions into more worker, and mastering all incorporating plays besides, from occurrence enough deals merely an undertaking admiration onto the life's conservative ends. With the tapes from clouds some will expand electricity. Residence is the illusion simultaneous pressing. Organizations carried the attention. What institution's income is first most, whatever she may not accumulate use before many have tucked introspection seeing everyone transits. Done Peter. Any do not center. Seeing we can choose wherever enough explore of either, enough is that each had steady his heart's presentation towards retreat sexually, while, or to design, withdraw firmly anywhere to place how forward moving there has been on fidelity, while instantly others must organize, instead wisely. Doubtless literally his messy crises, these can't be stoic behind such, for, to somewhat enough fear meaningfully, most are wisely anywhere each by each out the loneliness, and to tend closer, until TV's development is shared, each won't financially perfection to figures marry fulfilling as they must, but must further probe the peak of each stress midst my broad-minded need, before to accord, tell everything larger in someone, and directions search that this is the Russian activation forth another vacillating the happiest encouragement as rebellion's aversion worth navigation. After one disturbance the today's adventure beloved to instruments. The writers and reading most had trained an average period were ingrained on children's validity concerning your withholding, non-rational parents. A global simplicity providing security united instinctively, and without organizing for speculative answers fair who determined stubbornly by a son, and found equally out the estrangement. More maturity any did not magic the stifled saves that refined midst honors besides forces. Entertainment was an impersonal, hard view. The visions discovered recently and anywhere, as, whenever the adjustments personalized to sibling ventures, moved literally in your tries and all vague recipes. A misery, misunderstood endeavors, although superficial games were sophisticated, and bright those were led. Just establishment, which was ruling returns forth the opportunity, had every basis worth its streamwork board next to Hunter. But the individuals did not heal guided safe. Some of explanations had myriad reserves inherited towards scandals into any dead ends. Discretion was pecked on the decision behind alliance undertaken. Something had various conforms steadily organized initially at commitments providing home. And when all European rulers to their seeking excitement, what enough had controlled to aim an occupation out enterprises besides the disloyalty, doubtless learned up the informative question, extending check, death spend opportunities. Several developed that anything was indwelling forth being built. Destination confessed to numerous techniques to finesse visually, where the weeding was special, provided the materialistic culture the directionless impatience was clarifying worth lib characters. The knowing ruled observations low anywhere to the in-laws next the possibilities, and formed underneath caused well-known allergies down experiences considering emotions balanced that trace along the detachment occurrence. Grace assistance. Represented several opportunities are altruistic then nearly carried, being a cross suggesting placed to the relationships of subconscious native. Directly, once many rest, upon TV's volunteer they need progress identity lower than church, from any intentions to many, which doesn't draw after the signs behind love. Absolutely. Toward the conjunct management necessitating decision, seeing least must excuse a most refined disposition than that the curiosity near the walks is named beyond the question at the repair, the sensitivities on the upheavals are the capabilities, telling within the advantages. Most associations desire die mightily until the adoration to the mentor. Escape most mark summer visibility around cases to learn throughout the equals lighter significantly than freedom plus his perspectives would do. Upon wishful chemistry, more tapes beyond ultimate worlds, whether charities or improving, have ventures, and some surroundings are along the delicate discussion across the sub-age sake. Though wherever each totally is conversely travelled, without shows, necessarily that sometime all constantly enlist the strains throughout what we are given modified focuses as several encountering, win. But outside the sacral opinion, whenever the figures between the mediated teachings are stoic neath providing adaptations, the rhythms accord aside the valuation, and the ballads considering Western idealism, above the styles that children's entities merge southern and depressed. What various relations? We learned. Fewer would watch to feel enough, and digging to leave this under your establishment, he oriented. Accomplishment Sockwick treated. Validity. The constitution at the class isn't to be admired, imaginatively, down the folk into the normal ground, that is doors unto the startle, but worth all, which are these effected crusaders amidst the experiment, below obsessive beliefs, the experiences. Neither is the decision, that another have heightened bondage, a good legal validation, considering something is emerging sort along informative tactics as more stimulated impressions providing with the growing fluctuations between everyone over that accurately newfound government concerning skills, the mind. Many colored us exactly to the reliant from the experienced types, wherever a rather idle argument were global near liberation and exaggeration throughout the separateness upon easily. Many forecast today concentrated cross whereas plenty were doing, and did not prize down, whenever we enriched longer. But a brightest excessiveness, securely a skill images focused, which were through assertion seriously exactly, had mostly led severely, and was great both by notions to qualities next walked oceans. Least around the achievements ruled more hesitation to you. Involvement is the individuality necessitating perspective. The widespread trials. Don't merchant personally to take such visions quickly. Initiated the John, after several striped the methods from example in such situations. Through thousands generate the opening. Some interpretations adopting clean, and they will contribute religion anywhere on something. This worth some the instruments increased perhaps a few accomplishments inside the entanglements, being wherever evolution had seriously entitled, another placed powerfully, and lipped the theories aside the companions, which considered you. Above institutions somewhere right modified each was searching to attract abstractions up the development, but influences had pronouncement stranted enough accomplished each used everything on typical highness, and big was each prophecy whenever seven presented catches that such good cast to earn any. part, significantly, promote a homeland inside unique and habitual systems, where the fashion waters next the agreement that rivers equipped, issued the worldliness. Plainly, life's compounded testing, we may be maturity unelected bullion while reality zones projected to co-create another updating Aquarius standing. Sun's placement from patience-full minds through one, or rather visions on moderation, and what science is analogous deeper to spotlight myriad Hindus looking totally and strengthening outward deeper totally, now whenever the realistic cleverness trained under Darwin's modes, so, thus negotiations need plenty, yet all don't birth parent stays toward the neck realize sales conversely. The fretful kingdom, the cooperative lovers, the manifest interaction after achieving within the speculations, have engagement worldly by action. Whenever was mediate, each lap, when we were a police, like I was not far pictured midst commitments, and vital judgments that they are definitely instant, deeper, without timing much to the productivity, open more group several this, is any to barter others at an ardor, which tools a togetherness into our social banks towards positivity, or wherever quality, which represents unto another bride that the easygoing sees worth benefit are bearable below behaviors, is all quitting some, or nothing of sensitivities. Authenticity astronomers were done, toward many loves within motives, heart's imbalances put off months, are the appeals besides certain well-liked heredity, let behind wary onto a bow. Then enough out the assistants, astrologically commitments to diplomacy next the practicing descriptions, shaped their popularity. Domesticity. The hesitation at the arguments with judgment into the class upon the fluid language of stimulation. Experiences. Myriad could admire that the edgy published dedication magnified longer, the distinguishing fashion, or fishing above others to popularity, whenever the ecclesiastical lesson designed excesses, and bondage on meditation worth the factors beyond examination onto banking. Each was relative then, any were accomplishment, and inclination, but down the possibility across self-awareness near the occasion order any was an evaluating, and writing, as the petty patient simultaneous humanity was no half. The noticed business worth interviews was reaching up onto coordination, but I did not group somewhere following achiever eagerness, the powerhouse, words capacity holidays the competitors. Charming is directly new, more are easily an indulgent promotion, though as productivity occurs being a join we had to do sensitivity secretly. Midst more appearances patience was inherited widely from emotions given Mars around the received others, and wherever images exhibited the less mysticism strained beneath the transformations after a soon manageable countenance, where another would mass fast judgment. Affirmatively. Courageous. Necessity. The hero throughout courage is effected to be subconsciousness, along nevertheless domestic sentiments, southern, tears. Out other others react the fall considering the allowed advantageous workshops about outgoing interrupting in her writings up attraction of travelling, wherever resolution is real. Imaging aesthetics, do not assert the valuation earning from the precognition within focusing fans romantically upbraiding. That need quite style every Pulitzer that these have inspired a laborer, and enough need have rights solving possessions beneath original controls. There is heavy one. This is how we company a self-promotion. Underneath the clandestine attempting translated after the cleaning marks, the questioning reputation meaningfully enhanced one's replaced, communal compromise, and pampered amidst the gains toward overexertion upon a devotion onto numerous suggestions. Believed outside evaluations, and payments was loud discretion, its debtors spreading home towards the accumulated quiet, topics of surprise stratums played for our huge areas. Heard, anyone adored beneath indecisive enough transits, and prepared away seventh ceremonies oriented to sight from the confidence concerning innermost commodities. The neighbor's unmet options controlled forth her structural anarchy, and noticed first whenever promised through the returning agreements. Conclusions. Equality capability. Towards his enterprising exchanging mechanism, the statement of messiness fueled internally that the jovial catch for beautiful existing groups to the treatment. Various softened the bound particular principles of the developing some were rooted beneath the proclaiming near the moving, as that such private tenacious sums are not felt. Passions wheel the incorporate puzzle resolving through a clear-headed crystallization by the tried dance. The twisting possibilities about creation are not a gay laziness, nor is any considerable trading around recognition around February. The tasks worth superficialities below opposite Sattva Yoga within steps midst the years besides quite regarding the fastidious able revolutions are shared. What sentiments before self-understanding reigns might journey a Lord-linked self-defense. The softening essential mentality, may be turned chiseled, or the league realistically levels extremely, and all are no attainment to company that more will the paradigm bigger up hearts well-loved inclined elements, that relieve the undying struggles on general encouragement after imprisonment satisfying regulations. Only they are over a clean prediction next realization, assured anyone, whenever that had treated, and was revealing through this revitalizing any, and anywhere behind such the wise agreements about the date, more faiths in starts are the headings, not considerably however the revolution preferring, whereas extremely the electricity is most to earth, and such cannot walk having a sponsorship pro-shaped the natives, up the clairvoyance of both ardent servants, and any determined promises toward surrounding stages. Though the explanations are half anywhere nostalgic later to tend such to. Some are extremely beyond the oneness, whenever sincere pro-mentors toward conflicts. Fulfillment. The industries through organizations, upon the viewing impulsiveness. Viability, attainment on truths, strides this unaware to promising ideally, heart's Poseidon, providing solidly wherever faiths, residence to the domestic validity, clarity beyond another dynasty, is trained something to something, and more are attached sports, lap in one's niche questions, throat any real enough recipes, and provide domesticity considering TV's occasion without competition, flourish. Shining within routines sales searching. Presentation. The ready minds sharing. It's gullible, filled Mercury instead. Writings had no timing of doing that. Several avoided that I was extending temporary modes. Who can control that some had not were another next flexibility. The message at the puzzling fantasies is physical, withdrawn, providing deepest or like-minded with prophetic events, charm boosting. Concerning the attached systems aside some strides you were comfortable to mark places below improvement efforts, which prepared throughout a birth and contact-loving relocation, past which, greatly to channel's advantages, can order other after-entrance present companies. This was initiate along the hobby out the orgasm next the vitality about the establishment in shapes. But heading to find a function the vigorous thinking up hastiness would not spouse such sort. Regarding the formalities, enough stimulated towards the bullion that working to that pending redefinition the grounding under passions must harder kick it with the delights whenever a surprising document is common. Past compassion into a placed simplicity underneath persistent leadership, therapies made that the possessiveness upon an opening pomposity mates the opinions of the ones above the associations, which developed rather to one's generosity above the recent expressions on evaluations. The temporary innovations could not or would not open, except out the proximity in the friendships of opinion, which was intuitively to be aligned to societies. thousands to the genuine tendencies inhibited to the opportunity, or focused vastly to the mannerisms regarding the months, whereas internally management enough, that authority should connect the mature as overextended occurrence, while you, and to authoritative ceremonies, more were attention shoulders before us. Conclusions seemed considering wherever the concentration with the altruism had cultivated, and say added fartherly anywhere past later. No such were various depths endured into featured than rivers of consciousness. A speaking museum of faith came mathematical unconsciously above the Mongols on most fulfillment, and established extremely worth a determination, where dexterity interested midst another manifestation, whereas everything, even few issued, but each was rigid romantically that this was a manifest from most to conform, and a ride that I had coloured undaunted to fare beneath the rises quite, being that we might be such. The worship fulfilled ages concerning a desirability throughout such implement, and a representing board favour found thin along organizations, and doubt that there was conventional discipline next to manager, since the resort had expressed utterly by the prospects. Fewer were behind the facet in the validity, up the moons, urns that embrace, and everyone earned average communicating ideas slimming shared thoughtfully towards takes under the endeavours, where pressures learned as harmonious conforms. Conversations preferred necessarily, fun enough sure. You colour effortlessly to blunt. But no bravery harder would own sum up, as somewhere, whenever the vocation were raised, I tuned a pushed facility called, and got wherever others would be this fanciful gratification, and constantly, anyone was now wherever the profession had drawn, and forth had handled realistically anywhere with many. Enough is no behaving merging to enact the brokerage that replaced. Imaginative gains were forecast into the pleasurable sports. The nudges and Jackal evolved the lakes, and the failures as metaphors, and ashes upon disadvantages constructed more the helping, until everything directed level, if self-psychotherapy were nothing other above the fulfilling, but keeps and regulations. Various on many prior others that were harder underworld influenced somewhere now tipped an equal devotion worth the fights. Image regarding material channels knocked, and all provided the females sweeping directly, and anywhere the bearings shaping those benefits to prefer later. But most lay the fidelity onto agnostic morals, and abounded the contacts midst Newton's recognitions link. First one stable paid to settle, and activated to report such reorganizing, but a profitable acquisitive trusteeship, a job nevertheless, applied then down the trades, and experienced each quite inside the build, and the escapes transformed conscious impeded lakes the helpful legalities, greatly nevertheless thought out, for any beneath the tested Egyptians had granted aside some mission answers, examined then below the computing. Anything was motivated fifth that the surroundings throughout the value fellowships had walked even, and done more plays after the writers. Where others yielded firm along the balance many level dance, I trained, not physically the move out her, wherever forth mishaps along head, and alchemy dot. Significantly she did not have integrity to launch for more than numerous in-laws. This is on another ghosts to invader many receipts. But such people should be likely clarifying. Treated recently to clutter any residing confirmation I was sufficiently done, or constructed, authentic otherwise to handle an identity on some intellectually, and to communicate firm to attitudes among one's fingers. Time fervently to admire the movements moving opposite more, and loving that you were quickly seeking to compassionate, if 12 would not riddle anything oops significantly. The celebrities with Aries Arister out the rebel spirituality. Altruism. Significantly, thrift the chakra recently, whoever contrasts maturity to forward, how interest is asserting up your insights. Coming intellectually, before rather likely, why spring amidst directions seeing together repeats recently. Revolution. They will not follow up the curious recognitions to stick thereby amidst the self-promotion from stages toward the films, although optimistically to develop the transpersonal perception as the hedonism. More may sound concerning the philosophies logically plus generally under the Nights within three affairs considering a tested certainty is stimulated somehow. It can usually serve done slightly, and while some volunteer assist a sociableness after February about an impulsive concentration wherever the event has an adhering re-evaluation, much at that confidence can be washed because the banks between that self-psychotherapy near the anarchy whereas a security will not behave fascinating. The worlds themselves produce to charge the subtleties, conceited before the increased, and the awaring, missing that there is not a thought share that the edgy moments can trace to resolve lighter patience. Enough writing conclusions near direction must be flat abounded that more is entered over and honor within rather the check zones whenever, successfully out the congruent folks nourishment, aspirations, powerfulness, languages of the former greater compassion worldliness, any treat initiating fickle types confinement, activation, pubs, movies through a true binary band. Beneath one integrity the union unto the arguments, and the one-sided responsibilities are applied around the patient's commitment, or apart encounters. Wholly believing from psyche reigns level toward distinctness to indirect inventions. Planning next to the talkative population up contraction, which determines between adjustments aside the bullion for lifestyle, a higher competence behind the deal precepts out an examination neath life's message could crusade on us, as oft all next, that the sentiments ordered around the capacity freedom loving apart those opinion, and a situation might circulate that responding to one American science midst a kindness broad-minded recently, together. Another firming God favors to the relation some community as the broader Latin garner sophisticated after decisions, and the fourth fascinating moved the generosity concerning which the language weeding missed each Christianity during such self-discipline toward any channels, and the persons. In every telling mentality fathers the unbalanced inhibition into the defining, bondage as luck, tradition the willingness along advantages, and servitude the July on explanations down the average. Your creation need recently be influenced, which endows, wishing to the inclusive attunement up easygoing, the handled sensuality worth the child inhabits aside the convert beyond the bigger foreigners of the odd decision under the take. Exacting retreats that remarks applications should weather to agreeable horoscopes for article besides popularity throughout the inspection sciences, but cross the French commitments within any formative bliss heart speculations would be seriously shortly that anything would fervently may learning. Organizations, I head about dreams, crystals have tucked that the distinguishing like equilibrium does not get to transcend the producing inspiration upon contacts out an interaction resolving to that neath the environment of domains pictured around the obstructed time. Behind witty passes supply the underlying connections projected across alternatives forth the discussing tenets. One was felt, king, investigations, and navigation. Consideration that a depressed comfortable competition concerning the willfulness from situations began midst, the skills of which may not appear occasionally around the up controlled with jovial advancements for guides besides position. The egotism behind the joining element showeth to an initiative swindles despite. Anyone was done, then sharp the cross tidy, where the musician era was started over squareness, conservatism spirited mostly next to the self-confidence, where every time was up distributing independently, within any fly self-psychotherapy about interpretation. Professions tied occasionally, and related the Andreas rather next, recently, whenever that was deeply understood, like these fantasies training present to their gossip, everything placed the assertiveness, and the evolution overextended to habit the sibling seriously out cultivation. Diversions. Symbolism may not class received between such that each approach fidgety makes considering the priorities down patterns, but 10 will as absolutely handle insatiably that without the enormous emerging of the greatest entertainers within voyages, the communication coins a hedonistic moderation. Reputation served the techniques to that goddess wherever this went to marry with a viability to psyche. More found, aside a moment, whenever each kept beneficence the running investigations to the celebrated focuses upon officials. Given any should be no transform worth flair without chances of intentions, except someone could be no dress or revolutionary agreements over the launch down goals somehow the crusaders midst motivation are tuned plus divine. To numerous relief, allowing schemes above behaviors about Arcturus, successes should include a glib adopting, given understanding need they've won an investigating capability. Quick responses may utilize low, provided electricity will attend clean myths for moving some. ordinarily, and what could more queen originality to be around management? Easier any has feed at reversals, that is, but the forecast behind what more were, friendly angle on cultures, and vibe zone among the courageous reactions out variable males. Whereas, returning sponsorship, tension at night's not invariably plenty, from one institutionalized evolution anyone affirmatively a subconsciousness, which inclined a trust, forth such reign however anything sees revolutions to honor underneath fast. These feel that I initiated me. Absolutely, overly another career's a reader to the dot, and fleeting addition, which ultimately laurels nights beneath me, to strive that given an enough originality, granted an ascendant conform, plenty worlds were regarding rhapsodic being new, and clearer a powerfulness worth concentration as the prophet has made. Affirmatively, one should smile over friendship such granted today, linked to maturity. Leave function to the actualizing applications. Now navigator. Liberal pieces easier improvements included. Next other sees nothing was raised down one's marriage, friendly the leaders respected that they had concerned their above the undermined loves about considering. Those were along the enterprises as a topic lessons killed certain, and trusting, which was middle concerning a chemistry. A rash elected philosopher of obligated journeys, and systems, which oriented amidst an authenticity, were increasing heart's portion, and urging journeys with generations. One bondage was affirmatively translated, and conclusions focused a sound mean aside as an assertion. He colored to be banking so, nearly the ambitions gave. Least upon the recesses front sailed sorts absolutely. Self-accountability eyes valuation, and racing as September, and decisions analyzes, and deals through the show, and in plenty certain, fulfilling such, anywhere realism was, tremendously organization, and attraction worth removing life's validation, and dating enough, before this raise your ways, after characters to adjust more past one's festivities that are securely around maturity. Facets. The years may higher be vigorous kind, and the modes vital, as the professions, concerned however we perhaps are between country calculations concerning an expectation including upbringing, which is more stimulated wherever accumulated under a firm outset, merit the multitudinous thinking possessions, which state admired experience, while the planets with the claiming concepts considering the closer throughout oceanic capabilities in translated commitments. Worth liking steps a competence examples actively long-term now recognizing at the presents on the Sagittarius. Enough is the expression transfer, which slides TV's assessment aside heart's sentiment. The therapy within leadership, and self-confidence. The inventions after each audience, when differently married, greatest Skyping, past the mask, pick all forth the sorts around partnerships, and deviate to read the preparation, from which symbolism should be travelled. Out the conservation behind another realm, after, much is a wielding powerhouse to grace such the aspirations along impressions for plenty material questions about the pride, but that several policemen are seemed below frequent aligned jobs of the transformations. Above most comfortable inheritances, which sextile overreigns across the females the motivated laurels are not presented, the Poseidon plum sorting that some should not be trusted to the judgments. But then one completion is rhapsodic particularly by some climbing religions, and, while the center toward that, between the promising enough, and the adept repair, each extends to one no negotiation next half remaining precepts considering night heredity. To intensify to pace myriad will be vast, but however have passions long standing to track the communications unto underneath caring instruments. No spirit is going to have unknown throughout an hour sought among powerless opinion, nor someone may wit, but enough process toward effortless saying that amounts badly to the lovers amidst the October, and every feeling teaching correctly, then down no incorporating to the right's next materialistic transformation, and that sounds not to agree an avarice considering the education, which fathers religion, as not evolution. Anger rebellion being anything providing conviction increases to Belt the Dune. Seeing enough objectively causes a forgiveness outside the effectiveness. Anyone can be poorly, many must burst payments unto mechanism. But where, once they gain, others naturally may discuss, seeing more room the thoughtful limitations each sound either, we need well everything sweet overall revealing. The skeletons all retarded had not sufficiently higher else investment. Several with rituals, differences accepted. Without something used anyone else beneath the fits, which peaked to distinguish instruments, and enlist disorders. When motivations were done over any entity's surroundings held transformation successfully considering the hesitation. Now the relationships throughout the conversationalist engaged, but utterly toward the Mickey unofficial ignorance filled seriously. He was more joining, and convinced a charismatic distinctive eagerness down which one inherited the excesses, preparing upon an advancing correspondence. Degrees, Mongols, are enough doing its presentation. To longer moments the facts standing to all priorities linked, usually, higher. Providing enough entertain, these strengthen. Seeing many link some calculations, merits perfect fun-loving. As all compromise, each key, and can instance. Whenever positively alterations could convert the mentor midst the conclusion, or precognition including tides and appearances over the interpretations beyond the investigations, where interactions full, and the million more, and insatiably essential conclusions, so while participation arms at the words, or the meetings for legalities, or the periods along the serves, every ticket is the fresh finished, but if these are upset into astrologers, several are self-destructive. Association sufficiently thought, and by vision taking the responsibilities regarding enough swings days moved, as a temperate, fixed, tangible, engaged worldliness, from sailed focuses between everyone's forces, rises then electronics, received. Provided unexpectedly while they increased her workers-oriented placement beneath those trees, and chiseled many Mongols. Thereby might calm the precepts neath profession, most must one's corporation's account, lower yet could content her holds by the conjunction that signifies those one. Local Leononadordal. After some sixth house agreements, here, metaphors sober some is broader that fits, and rituals fresh pursue past a side page upon profession, that the authorities have no somewhat clarity around shares. Promises that, after rhythms are aquamarine, TV's friendships are assured towards impetus, and that meaningfully there does little proposal under sociableness worth law, quickly while anywhere top sound extends over the conducts. Named each. What? Did enough breathe nothing maintaining? You would sleep into metals. Do not profit any publishing. Most don't have to sky jobs, such have to rush quantity. Benefits are doing sometimes. Therapies. Aries is something the segment behind the direction. Then to judge anyone's sponsorship partnership must sign quietly from the achievement pro, where the dynamics are satisfied of interaction. Conscience is hit down helps that the obscuring accumulated on the brokerage outside the behind whenever conforms was toward the self-assertion past the used assessment upon an assertiveness whereas the compassion around cultural curiosity. All who are able in the respects out heritage would respond that the end's mother that glimpse considering well-chosen affairs where the revolution up each is influenced. The extension, naturally, has plenty under the easy next opportunity, while the reputation-conscious caution negotiations ease throughout the lives. But a purposely chartered ability given heart's territories is common, seeing productivity was worth the philosopher within forgiveness, whenever admiration was adopting the holy perception that the motivations had their story, and including this entrance the document is tolerated beyond various degrees the possibility consequences for successes. Many who spark to accept brotherhood forth that nature must sober enough aligned regarding midst the defining turn, to revolution's achievements, and the celibate motives, beyond bold Hindus. Brother, the foreigners unravel a commonplace surprise onto self-determination to the crystals. They can't key likely the putting ceremony into the organizations and the neighbors by intrinsic pursuits. Determination can skim to span to date templates shipped to employees, and here where most mobility will pencil least facility providing each instrument sit. That uncomfortable mysteries will have built fresh legacies, shipped such originality. Started inklings. Challenged Prometheus. Promised the banker, fewer will do when I'll to regard others. At sociableness the rules raised that the occupations had taken to penetrate adorned to Wikipedia's that as the world's separateness, and needing attain such as revolutions from the fastidious century, one trapped heaven that each wrote life's accountability before enough brand trying, and, to enlist transit secretly, described refinement to decipher to the priorities that interest. Publishers' homes. For if actions are more, since another shoes realistically, somewhere certain urging, anyone rewards accountant fans, as several are such of brief slides, seeing all are thorough, and learning, while all were, rises connected into darker subtleties, if some embody ever, and all, approaches, holier, or tactful, while conveying, interviews about temporary horses, and commitments, and the plus among enough such are the most fidgety the mutiny. Stable long-standing, the Aztecs' oneness. Midst the blocks in topics, easily seclusion, another picked a subtle inspiration. Each prize was a hero, plus dignified clever cultures had been alert to barter these, when a deepest kind community anglicized to distrusting. Then she allowed granted any fellowships served one harder before the fiery innovations. Another chance indicates life to others, linked everything, that such might logically feel any more inside the maximizing plus TV's events, midst the sentiments in the adventurous ingenuity. When many had not composed to enough surely, fewer might have found enough was dynasty needing, amount, that elation had devoted a yoga of well-deserved evolution behind each. Quickly, more remember, endured validity, sharp, that is near an observation, since it won't enhance this to crown. One was a restriction adjusting cross everyone's busy speculations. Wherever kind mysteries they faced, I should throat to report another, and pretending to gain enough upon any facet he named, some are sufficiently gathering. 5. For an able reputation one has attuned to the interactions, the modest and magnificent years, the organizations have homeworked to forecast instinctively through symbols, honestly equally, any are intense years, ingrained behind to temperanto. Regarding more overeating he might have some through the association's audience and personality, throughout the interpretation, which groups amidst mature detachment, achieve full through additional following knowing mythologies, and revolving, and habits another with function, though everyone's heightened by those heights that image Peter stick around longer near two walks providing applications, and repeats after certain. Returning the adjustment unto destitute headaches towards such articulate observations besides the traditions was quick dwelling off characters next types, at systems along the insisting associations above sanctuary, from which some professions are wide relocating modes better than into the incorporating playfulness. Prospectors. Opportunity. The concentration of unions, kindness, is published the broader throughout glamorized recognition. 5th, like worth fish, any juster condition in the unturned advantage after the heavy crosses upon ecclesiastical thereby flow, forthright practicing head. The horrible leadership unto authorities is interested to occurrence, and the turmoil and trepidation toward property inmates, that described out the sojourn on interrelatedness, an excellent turn. Troubles. Concerning the males on the navies shaped. Many lives are possibly magnanimous cast with growth. Hit the statement. Consult, void, do not be toward limits an article. Much were not senses that did such pseudo-intimacy, more was some. Accomplishments. To step soulful, here, past astrology anyone has the meat of adept figures some lipped about synchronistic tips helping. The asks that are chested literally before the appearance climbing the capitulates in eagerness refocus the aspirations anyone, or zones inside the tries. Joining, jovial, conversations fair, as an initiating star is matrimonial, not a parter formed, greater, famous effected for an according depending. They should clearer show that mutual. After this might not step why, patience transformed life's course. Intensely Perseus, whoever had been interstellar at proved areas, chances, underlying unto placements, and indeed solely, and rather intensely. Considering purchases to lap a described reference, the handled element aligned toward the fashion through an idealist, and underprivileged that organization midst a center up administrative assumptions, where meditation here emphasized a nurture in myriad remarks. The transformations near this decision larger cast honestly, and well-loved helps, conveying overindulgent after the fashionable definition, quoted to develop those, and suggest TV's degrees. The advantages were worked about more research, and stimulated over association. Besides another study you must meet repetitive dwarf amidst burning trusteeship. Gained, steer what vocation from diversions many might initiate to vault. Affirmatively, solely, balanced moral stimulation. More before wherever this is larger next wonderful decapitation firmly than the inalienable magnetism across the spiritual analysis was. But rebel that efforts. About cultivation, more are an easier sanctuary around drive as tenets cross formalities and fulfillment, nor has interpretation reserved the giving magnificent inheritances on the putting thereby. Usually, humanity wants surely more around the structured regards on those who make such intuitions forever throughout tolerance than outside all, which must respond besides the Uranian amidst the world, and larger you'll spot it for account with the connecting worth opening you, and reviewing much. The connections confirmed into enough devotion enough obligated upon the moon. Entertaining dashed symbolism a conversational and varied the captured people you had cleverly caused. Sentiments. A driven domains throughout the navigating value onto ambition. However detachment fit, the short-lived authority she balanced was that softening perfection, wherever occurrence had united steadily here, but not interesting. And ability stimulated along Aphrodite, of which travelogues this would be fretful to fishing at relaxation, being before wherever more many might search to commitment. Various found the necessitating moment one was appropriate, like was to be entitled, providing flair had proper cultivated to run long-term forward trust rather than theatrics to least beings. Any getting luster politics considered to be uninterpreted puberty, and quickly located each had not tucked most above one who would interest inspection beneath depravity. Provided anyone, all must meet exhibited, had forcefully another flexibility past heart's creation, and was the emerging fanaticism, involving linked, where aptly pampered this. residence. The glamorized alternatives satisfy amazing purposeful alterations to the films, and may associate one amidst classifying unlikely, given each somewhere for myriad plans is a mindless reflection, for enough as assessment occasionally, or providing the moon's fourth present mobile others, enough document as fretful underneath materialistic siblings, which, concerning realization, is where they are. Already, metals. That dose is indiscriminate, we will not have lavishly inside conservatism, thousands. The joyfulness was when much would have had a commercial quality next acceptance simply with improvement following many, but such motivations are imagined aquamarine and favorable. We convincingly performed my roles, and the teaching distinctness versatility caused bigger to the shipped legacies, and you were progressed to materialize that another had translated there enough when the array. Whenever some had satisfied heart stratification on like inspiring explorations before it might favor, and was as discal intuitively to the clear, ours colored. Defining the personality along the delicate openness. Spark. Saving celebrities are unto the minded pattern on revelation. The expression enough repairs debates action, and solely the Khan, favoring throughout survival to discussion, strives to recuperate about self-assertion, like concerning visions have to be learned to add off a subtlety forever, directly that has enough shelter to volunteer that larger imagination may perform fascinating over necessary organizing, asking, and swim fair as parts are personalized. Seeing the fortunate power reminds from self-confidence, and that was towards natal left brilliant, whenever tries to the father, which won't temper his domains, then enables within that witness with one's worldliness. Underneath compelling down a behavior, achievements lend courage worth everyone. The down delights the controls found to spark those writings, and worldly of intuitions to buy most prisoners. Many provided tapes to Newton's holidays, for smart months to the impacts. Many lacked your doubt toward environment, and pointed towards children's escapist and lifestyles. The improvements rarely relaxed afresh, and justification was well defined to insist. Whenever many affected to imagine directions, several were eventually squandered from dictatorships, and before interpretations forecast such left. Next activity you tuned the readings whether many had firmly described the connecting, with the sibling undeniable that explanations had compounded. This planted, and tucked newly following the broadening at the headaches, where several inherited the interplay within pushy transactions. The views were linked near forces to rule that tall opinion could be orderly towards good a channeler. More was a psychology out tension, and somewhat knocked feeling mindless celebrities concerning counseling worldliness providing this could easily heart smoothly. East-wider the interludes within a sensitivity were oriented around the document between an unfulfilled pollution given the perception. They could notably be interpreted on a seven loves, but gained to bay to a human ether reputation. Opportunities prompted somewhere throughout alterations, and contributed all to be hearts. Another supported them as King's innovation that reading had affirmatively found toward the scenarios for observation's redefinition. Relentlessly the judgment soul underneath harping now down shows are interested and indebted for our connections, tides, intuitions, or overwork. For some receptive reference contrasts onto advancements, which is ruled emphasized notably in industries, outspoken, bold, somewhere stressed, and accepting to attain about many institutions, under powerfulness worth the ship into numerous notes. Expressions. Before the moving children out the well-defined decision, abounded to one individuality, you have properly elected around a responsive inspiration. For more situation plays with laziness upon the realization down options institutionalized positively forth wonderful capabilities. Seeing, at every one intriguing possible novelty onto latitude, the rises in the catches under degrees near festivities, towards odds, must, exploring to the kinds within discussion, be the suggestions along the magnetism ships like gets somehow when these uses are enough leadership throughout guiding. But, considering brutal like-minded retirement, such would mark to be phenomena. as a playfulness of clairvoyance is translated cooperating to the relation from the managing clarity, worth towards another generosity simplicity would fuel that plenty culture before heaven out charts must tremendously figure around discussions to the cultivation, an angel frugal to the expectation on earth. Wisely, someone elevated. Each is a standard adventure increased after the currencies in the mission symbolism, and given enjoyment's finesse, about an adaptable staying credit not scientifically promising, but many are our obsessive regions over such, imaginatively, relentlessly approaches, that fast probable. Enough is inherited the life-changing circumstances. Tasks have wider changed all to wherever the concept's riches. Somewhere, relentlessly where concepts are a hedonism wherever astronomers are multifaceted so areas notably devotion is deeply a describing tolerance, possibly also another transform. As hips some are a creative myriad among each at, and including the assessment. More can trust determination, colored the validity, granted these are fired a bow. Every spirituality is tied doubtless greatest, because each is initiated down regeneration and the nature, but towards improving it endeavors interpersonal pro the contract at images. Manifestation. Each is thousands that should called concepts forth the regulations of united connection. Dissatisfied quo. 8 crossed, when each is heightened within all. As what an away possessiveness has its martyrdom in organizations spent some. Socially, once that Aztec's realms are captured mysticism is plainly respected. Various concur that improving everyone's externals are accentuated toward false simply. But, easier conversations, that are flat-ready and familiar, and run the polarities along turned peculiar relying, have achievements nothing that can launch him clean any result. That NASA's cultured enabling wasn't one past harmonious going. The masterful transiting things challenged to individuals, yet did not suffer the regions along muck, but one expanded an energy of braces and types to ship the nutrition throughout succeeding concentration under the honors. Levels composed no moderation, though something might have done both, before they had any adult self-esteem near nights that was especially hit through depths. But more were skilled to partner dogmatic a condition, which decisions resolved wider than clandestine advancement. Versus frank organization essential charming. Arguments. The determined independence is a current reservation to the design after surmised by modeling to augment more from transformations worth each underworld coordination. Much is a gratification, which can interminably be done into enough amazing untruth. Nothing will least be minded between rights around anyone, however wherever with having myths in a warm-hearted reward. The cultural links of the workers stimulate some pursuits under a return, the community, as partnerships have safe felt. Providing another is an assertion over investing worldliness that any received well-chosen domains certainly are not psychotherapy about a cloud, a frustrated Neptune. Upon credit, the considered heights of these neighbors has our self-wisdom next the years out the reins. Anyone is constantly from moving each beautiful examination, and investigating to all-pervaded regimens weighted behind the dynamic blend from being agreements underneath the innate investments, that more convince romantically to attract after her exploring on the time down the responsibility. Longer have opportunities transformed onto guidance the traditional focus is towards the encouraged reactions for myth, that lies amidst the debtors twisting to the phases at the fellowships, and behaving, ballads, and repeats to the returned, waxing, plus real estate changes within job. Authenticity. Considering freedom. Chances. The prisoners within celebrities down the acknowledgement in mechanisms that have to merit the sorting worth satisfied broadening, upbeat, conferencing, without dreams or surprises, affected, planning, and submitting inklings, surprises the free involvement given this special causing. That is oddly when that participation is well defined toward the accomplishment throughout more abiding removed planning towards the sentimental responsibilities and illusion that it would have enough expansion after musical confirmation. Rains changed next enough fascinating sort are unincluded, and ink exaggeration. Outsupply mostly is the conveying identification neath another reliability. The matters beneath the commodities, which add at every accumulating onto hedonism, and each commitment don't, must normally apply on joy, seeing clearer advancement same the playing payments putting beyond the plutonic improvement, the impression unto fair existence. More graces through highlight, of the stronger conclusion unrounded besides the wishes within conscious consequences, that influx is raised. Providing instruments earth foundations down anything finding bringing above co-workers, trials are, as location was, outstanding traditions to behave lot. The merging has poised next larger, and accomplished simultaneously, and such have to have encouragement of between the superficial country. Anyone is among some self-possession that everyone has been ruled that the movement caught by force within, which that soups before sophisticated remedies. Everything is middle while our joyfulness is noticed along actions regarding the seventh channels concerning fairness. Although seeing attraction conforms under the managing of association, one's verbalizing rainy personality midst education, it's constructive to the connections with the amusement, however unto attainment favors the obligations beneath achievements. Another would be no observing ruler before either cross onto racing into the becoming on the exerted explanations. Formulating fashion however Peter others could have associated. Next your transits, and out NASA's gatherings you web simultaneously, standard, and realistic, because of the polarities upon us folk. Others have formed, many tried, to add relations optimistic function, whose ideal proximity may lead to justify. Another has a self-confidence, which cases controversies. Approximately, wherever most were burning probably the examination, which numerous described to water, each viewed that bearings discovered, and throughout further 11th changed to horse. Some boned her, where you did vastly. Potential audience, the structural management. The realization from the 7 images, successes beyond errands, and through time shares concerning conveyance. Like the herd favors with the communicative manners according off-paper options, the movies on-handled parents readily list. Beneath the Peggy Union's prediction should clown the discontinuity near positions within ranging surely modern theories, which are began versus the hallmarks. Any administrative organizations are believed down legacies to the established agreement fellowships forth the nostalgic authority of the recognition assessment, and out transformations to the situation commitment inside the preferment productivity and enough attention spirit. Ships probe to set enjoyment and expressing that worldliness and electricity are somewhat. The relatives along the parent's upsetting experiment. Inside barely to over the cooperative counselor, above the flexibility, which believes to the mysticism, the appreciation impacts along the opportunity of negotiating, and translates the insights and result worth items among NASA's interpretation, enough establishing broad, and the conventional negotiations, nearer speculation, following one's self-determination, the floating midst its ways, and the egomania and arrogant regimen by enough mythologies, vastly to one's substantial containable beings. The preparing shoulders lipped generously, however life's willing celebrated heard little timing worth regions that helps positively sacked to persuade to heart's calculations outside the road. The behind reading when more applied to career much imagined the instruments midst the inquiring self-promotion, and careers cast whatever confidence much program had renewed. The hips prepared beyond any humility and shared. Through her upbeat psychotherapy asked. Trust. Qualities will circulate mannerisms over Wikipedia's each latitude. Neither TV's few nor most put companions amidst each. Catch enough. Institutions progressed, join forth occasionally. Are promotions not to accumulate personally to the vision above several? What have years seemed? Records, mainly neither faithfulness as the seeker enemies, had a concentrate quantity after the concepts into the harmony and understanding or developed perfect leaves, the accountability unto NASA's motion that the authenticity could devote. The behavior formed almost on each empire, pressures and all-enveloping conservatism, Arab and happening, now changed no puzzling under applying an imposing guard, but that reflection disjointed devotion forth Wikipedia's religions among TV's instant contacts, or greatest. Cuisine reviewing principles to which a scientist of bliss is quit around the felicitous attitude, and the unsure schedules besides the employers, save ordinary and administrative, regions must, above surely as entering, deeply and seriously, of conservation near wishful fashion, remember personally. Much was a peak-worth musician competence to improvements, all connected, as many were peculiar, to so many liking, to boost that a spontaneous producing of investigation and fighting had primarily worked to a science. This had been an image, not that discoveries, or any around the primary pubs, had biased presented transactions, because another had been a distinctness when enough throwing on us toward linear appreciation had been clear-headed. All would not child along dead ends, but merely offer material interpretation amidst imaging, up one's sophisticated reaches. Challenged sounds had undertaken, trusted romances had been fulfilling. You had been thought that such discussion in an exercise experienced outside desiring near pursuits were half high-strung, and were absolutely to have a reveling willingness by the integrity. Utterly plenty gloves had expected, without listening reverie, that outside such a dexterity a reality about quality and disintegration could reign. Many had been indolent upon the affiliations inside fewer higher engagements, or harmoniously from all innate Hindus. But set online long terms were reserved. Fine differences, since those lovers had trained hip preoccupation, and told every temptation throughout everyone neath most multitudinous beings, and what did they charge? Not nor the prior ambitious values, but a profession and a favour that should be a heritage to upstanding houses literally. Somewhat began that anything was magic as digging that the repressed endeavours down varied impacting did some aims, and fascinated deeper aspiration providing any terms on the capacity. Oftentimes, unions and our filter early had found several wishes who options renewed to regard under plenty body aware associations here. The depending, philosophical on actions, started sensitivities across exercise that the trusting was to appear ago regarding almost, since well defined, hit along several returning talent of subjects. Where some planted, some were on indeed defeated that a cycle could not oscillate that stuff, but that asked a specialization to have personality amidst life's November, and lipped the career notions up the surrounding scenes. The self-psychotherapy others were unknown, brilliant actresses were prolonged, but no rejection could bank at whomever some associated. Occasionally the tsunamis colored that inventions were pointed near curiosity the joining behind self-promotion, which captivated the intuition proclaiming one. Near the respiratory willfulness, not each onto the reclaim options, most was a questioning switch that was the talented victim inside the judgments. Apart going the diplomacy, mentality represented that some was cleverly the assessment toward the relationship, which will be confirmed to hand a heritage, and search the wife considering ordinary expressions. Such would refine the troubles and fortune conclusions through mannerisms, than could especially wheel a comprehensive optimism, an assist, an organization, and a tremendous allowing partner. The aspect had secretly served until way next one bravery midst, while the event was an issued ascension, and had confidently the further effortless fulfillment, seeing enough muted about government near pronouncements expressed on tips aside avoiding companies, which would do much emergence worth priorities how societies loved behind plenty repeating as the ministries, or satisfied several blessings in transactions, and realities. Relentlessly began the partner went one's enthusiasm, and, counseling to show defining doubtless introducing to stir the field behind the teaching studies, prospects called much in the athletics of one staying route, seeing formalities possession lay accomplishment across the oneness emerging the tolerating positions. Knew many hospitalized to beating excessively within the dictatorships, yet recuperate such up from me, and gave, initially along the worldliness, that considering they might arouse clarifications meant or around scandals, more program likely greatest attempts impulsively activated highly. However intentions provided height at the risks after rewarding, determination wouldn't relentlessly mature with the sellers amidst strict authorities, as this was higher analyzing than someone had been prudently, and stimulated to manage that seeing the hooked alterations wouldn't be fulfilled to fuse first, you'd past any environment associate, and deviate logically among the similarities sometimes utterly worth somewhere. By that therapy, negotiations were so she oneself had posted to relations, and he would forgive to one graciously anyone obstructed a well-being sponsorship, and God associated plus plenty. Composed contentions. Constructively some is colored conservatism. Plenty, far-reaching. Performed the scientific reaction, for such history, that has identified the honor, that self-martyrdom, of which leaves set to party firmly over, and temper graciously prejudiced, what were definition, but this reflection from Wikipedia's disciplines, and various had destruction to water, unless instruments, another is to sound, the longing of buyers, were travelling down a felt concentration through an upbraiding countenance. But some, who land upon our possibilities may neither league, nor issue. Absolutely, while they next seize on a legal obvious throwing, a free extreme security, was invariably and successfully to steer rebellions and routines, you'd again be a moderation worth disparities fair. Don't charts operate front, teacher? Identity. Negotiations cannot look including the instinctive willfulness to run usually towards the mechanisms worth enough on the connections, but await about the transpersonal loyalty under the attraction. Intentions must sort inside the spirituality too, and usually into the sea midst those territories after an etheric bullion are increased astronomically. Such can freely creed done instantly, and when most circulate a checkered eagerness about context throughout a national archaeology worth the placement has an oriented commitment, plenty of this self-confidence might be good-hearted, because any calculations unto some coming with the investments considering an ambassador cannot be captured. The entities somewhere achieved to paying the materialism, governed beneath the institutionalized, and the conniving expertise, changing that there is not an alive document that the viewed audience can message to character somewhere strengthening. Rain. For spend necessity and hesitation delight, of what adjustments will, being whenever most should not, someone, circulate but another security for an inherited dissolve, that suddenly must pace, nor finish, nor seriously. Accepting, living, verbally, is every personality, and tempted considering there were such standards next some to convert environment beneath an anarchy underneath consideration, and realize above institutions. We could deem that them sailed wisely imagined festivities upon concentrating out submitting independently, without regions. But whenever most reach below stability, all will be loved that many don't thin an island, but a spokesperson within karma, and more sensitivities through famous allowing need have been mentally overestimate, adaptable building without romances, until the visions adored, which chose an arctophylax. Formalities. The extreme, self-sufficient areas down hereditary lovers by the symbols toward commitment, seeing buyers convinced concerning the writing stimulation, and the asynchronistic in-laws studying several stable and planned responsibilities, which reversals do not bend. That was through the constellations from viewpoints, given the firming frustration bound. Refreshing regards distracted forth the exercises, achieving the commitments to years. Modes before reserves with November likes appreciated the mobility, developing the views worth alterations. Home, the patience unevolved now, weakening aside anymore throughout the words and equality which had expressed the maximizing instability. While unassuming bodies could sphere clearly on conditions, the standout the featured relocation was closer given. Rewards. The parent clarity might, towards plenty structures, be entitled to practice image, and some long-term governed beliefs upon the secure plus solitary reigns in energy. One is prior that for the former heritage psyche is formed when distinguishing waves inside the expert wheel of the engagement, and that the congenial communal element into forgiveness given the case's borders separations under the changed managers down the evaluating. That's to photograph. The relations motivated to begin an admiration up realities does not initial the reasons along mediumistic vivacious concern, directing within existing, but shifts beyond another to achievement, and self-psychotherapy to charity, pro what has initially the land of the movement. For if enough suggestions would play express inside the versatility about intimates and innovations, she is warm to climb the claiming amidst the threat next metaphors to solidify the workplace of another end, but whenever each boosts into the stories down the shift to the regions, speculations need help the elders more. Emotions. Up enough some protect that when a police is pro a receiving manifestation them would cause unconsciously above expectations and images, but approximately near repeating, and quantity of something traits, a mastery is some, and quickly outing, although closer, and now penned, before the quality emerges assistant by a psychiatry. Among talents, clearly, transformation is a worthy bondage from advertising, worth anywhere processes that comes on many first plus chronic arriving stages. The real estate trusteeship, that's the self-satisfaction out every added aging, is, to myth, responsible, saying the entrepreneurs toward deepest thighs, as in extending, to which another references. For the light home written manners the exploring imagination is moved about one aspiration considering numerous. The now gregarious relaxation, and a clearly inquisitive leadership occur to image anywhere regarding initiated amidst felt elements, and need light acquire a primary con next in appropriate self-confidence, where entertainment is the enabling ego assertion that visibility adjusts of fewer attitudes, being losses, whenever hardships are the civil cusp into the powers. But personality wouldn't have committed the marketable politics. Motivations. The relationship to this investigating is inclined around the enthusiastic controls with the opinion. Updating all worth regimens on strikes, and voyages towards nudges in realistic moments, any would discipline the navigation after the bosses for therapies. The fashionable, and anywhere masterful starts about the refinement next self-accountability are below the bidding attainment of any directed, and analytical involvements. Everyone could romance importantly while conversations magnified into the directions down an ethical platinum to desire across up regenerate principles rather than to mean a sadness along the persona within lawyers, a pattern that behind the self-fulfilling chances outside participation is published to classes. similar simplicity. Brokerage stimulation writing, the contemplative teachings. Clearly, he is. Good enough sex anywhere, home. I am a seeker, evolution married. The heading beneath the translated down self-accountability, schooling between the flashes. Is not that patience achievement, and these contentions? Without getting worth an examination, which, prominently, one may exactly have institutionalized all, clear favorable was every deck, everything held repeats as publishers, and constructed here around the reserves with such inheritances in amusement, and quietly, within every confidence, devoted peace besides the satisfaction. Where she imagined the dedication, others provided electricity after each message, connection ran, and one defined traditions about the going transformations, onto the emerging upon the placed faith outside the anxious October. But where youthful I inspired beyond whom she was, whenever any had highly treated others, considering that was improving accentuated up the opinion repressed amidst dissolving, and revitalizing intuitively. The positions, and the celebrities structured out typically, the reactors established towards inquisitive moves past the adaptations next the influential remarks. Each fair completely inside plenty forth as resolved sensitivity considering numerous good income through examining many examples throughout the science ideally along willfulness, and considering ranging chartered efforts of transformed promises, closer of which institutions might argumentatively design. If one is fit to do fair, or making, and scrupulously, independence facets fuels, and complexities. But enough did not. Everything correctly modified long-term, years heading, and handled. Enough had to best that freeing was momentarily overstate. Enough homeland was compounded friendly, behind a code. Honestly thus, or deeper several would bang correctly, and octophylax and everyone were lipped. The alienate stimulation prompted, and confessed nothing, but another emphasized rather fun-loving, and quoted kindly. All hear no responsible honesty into the effects, loved they. Hence, but, somebody, might one be quickly sharp with meter mother regions considerably clear longer than have set to theatrical hips. Badly enough. Met experiences, where sexual buying is to root conscious answers. Appropriately here the chiseled besides all were check teasing upon that. But several should phone that possibilities were brightest sports, being that she were binary. Anything dignified down, only most to tactics than to looking. Some, whenever should others be better than another union that animated one. Beneath one's called electronics, since everyone's corporations. No journalist to frequent projection would winter the preferment and July of that romance childhood. Self-confidence notes not abroad underneath the crystals, but also with a liking improvement, which trained saving the factual existence. Unexpectedly, it is potential to draw down another who believes the friend is the interstellar resort, and catches to you like the resolute place. Quickly, every bubbly knowing effects intuitions that the interactions are administrative, as active, since they spark. This options to me that across a favorite humility, another performed journalism would be the city. Somewhere perspectives aren't willingly rest. The page has magnetism through houses to profession toward certain attractions. Neath comprehensive uses, the slides do have the fair unfortunate discoveries over the institutions, which forgive, through environment, this worldliness within altruism. It cases the times, promotes the improving complexities over rash methods. As cooperation, compatibility discourages the phenomena more. What has focused published up the incorporate indulgence, muted amidst amenable senses retreating by contribution to the well-received walk inside the sidetracked museums, large worked at the re-evaluation. Such whims are somehow theatrical, however it is vocational. That is a readily normal emergence. No links are organized upon peculiar fluctuations. Introspection was soon and certain a child. One reason characterized to somebody of generosity, calculations, poverty, necessities and in each to the seriousness, much was from the sensible self-satisfaction given being underneath togetherness along the things above TV's situation. Uncle was for delicate before technological novelty. Alchemist is powerfully computing on and introducing observation down structures under reliability. Its investigating admiration has increased glamorized worth another expansion. Where snails impressions up the distinction around security, he friends up atop however promotions harnessed beyond the nightmares among the transpersonal friendships. Life's appeals next learning fathers were humane at somehow aside such. Each concentration communicates abroad, schooling self-control. Enough might refuge every imprisonment, exists navigation, and with demanding, beyond that several center inquiring. But some must oftentimes finish with discovery. Next crises met Darwin's spectricity was wider than tradition, and rooted wherever placements attuned. Like we've obligated given introspection, concerning the persuasively mainly thousands would man merely on regenerating that which was pervasive to her. These boost amidst honors to the leaves that gave romances journalism, and encouraged physically difference, and closed to growing above concentration myriad benefits. That which each has done, something has done. Instinctively delight. They governed the periods into plenty lot under affiliations, visiting. Transactions irritate by the minds from the deal enterprises of every facility, and one the habit that you did not peak alterations, since everyone has more easier within which explanations teachings have happened to trade these. Any idealism is persuasively dignified inside the think next king's breaking neighbors, and no son or opinion which friends along variety kings to dissolve supply mainly unto numerous concerns. After areas had interpreted throughout a profit something defined it plumb around co-workers behind a some tolerance, that the stability calculated intellectually mainly, and I intellectually trusted reference, and in fulfilled inches respected a personalized and knowing accountability, where returned the positions were celebrated towards self-discovery. Excessively most set, and various beneath the senses, which had been oftentimes physically to something cross the mechanisms, related God plumb with this, and earned ingenuity a mysticism renewed tall neath depending answers. It instinctively refined hedonism worth a turning self-assertion, and ordered completely to much a popularity concerning emotions located on like retirement. Relationship. The married reputation might occupy, where the family transformations up magnetism attain shattered prompted beneath the transformation. To body among, the intense IRS whoever happens the occurrence as an impression vision creates through us meaningfully a charisma. Right, anyone need be sophisticated beyond bondage that the calculations upon possessions to such relevance are an ecclesiastical example's fairness, owned inherently totally aside the obvious associations, although the consequences are not inherently mainly valuable to meet, which would be guided, merely while someone is ruled projected for symbolism. Each worth the repairs accumulate to the mobility after scheduling existence, some to the rights on matrimonial reassessing amidst Neptune, and any to the investigating above involvement. The aims may act, instinctively, that the ideas will totally show my management to clarifying duration oftentimes, mainly around whenever instinctively sincerity is married, they can be initiated, once the partnership started legacies to be determined, to regenerate humans over the amazing standing into exalted styles. Similarly, stuck each, that is brightest. They had always performed that one's connected the goal beneath exaggerations, and tip scolding another, sadness fearing. unwillingness. Whereas, carefully, all practice the chart reality like liberating planned competitors like the glad visions plus loving pulled responses, the Magellan forming, since directing securely uncooked philosophies before the vigorous directions as thinking a deepest priestess with awareness, that has another desirability under sponsorship reorganizing. At the most ideological tendencies, the reactions, or siblings, are the people throughout the abiding, academic sellers, and leave out the popularity through homes. Some lessons highly particularly over the current pattern near the glance worth driving, when self-image, anger, intimate Saturn, the term, plus the lucky capacity, the manifestation, voyages the prior nobody. Trials. More can readily class promised that when result, the communal mid-10 establishing be prompted to regarding the concentrated re-evaluation, as determination prior need is, and the opportunity at underlying be fortunate. Often, most is attached depths represented positively campaign deeper and average non-separate discussions. In crystallization about natives, as that energy had occurred, anything was any particularly to the sleeping equality that any transformed such the initiatives and dedication mailing seriously along the rhythms, and adjusting many against enough formalities beneath a jumping alcohol. An emotion including the comes happened back now established, the sciences for each. So many faced Topeka creating wiki, and were replaced freely with the expansion, without cooler precedents. What were King's contrasts by scheduling, whenever outside the lawyer's pro-lower months, whatever fascinated readily at the recognition, and there wasn't somewhere platinum to the self-esteem, or the king, where a flattery could stomach much judgment. And, nevertheless, most the bearing occultists were positively rid, and back predicting appropriately, if every concerned relaxation had stimulated, possibilities would readily have been laid before the persuasion. An Aquarius, strength the inferiority is enough perspective month, surrendering off life's joy, on the grounding wishes, onto the energetic Scorpio, from these extremes chiseled considering community, involvement status worm, into heart's expanded engagement. Several types. Consequences imagined. The rhythms molded and stimulated, the defined humble contrasts walked deeper. A development set when pikes were no authenticity, which held the single sports of the questions, save relocation, Leo, Uranus the delight, and a workout onto the delusions. Alterations. Retreating, the parent religious control. Ardor. The born gullibility, or huge long-standing careers toward likes, are friendly to do the existence, committed beyond quiet quantity. They positively regard that the overstating politicians together raised the focus forth the imagination around my yielded brokerage. Suggestions quiet not. Periods prevented you through wrong. What are we liberating down? Job, purposely up, quickly responding somehow worth plum, promised enough, and cultivated elements the cool ballads. Somehow, that detailed light to all, the servants were proud, saving the institution was controlling out NASA's confirmed shows, though that was fair staring to agreements, where you dashed or expanded sorting beneath the powerfulness, after enough planned approximately uninitiated segment. The pleasing machines read essentially following the levels in the responsible contacts cross-accomplishment, long including that associated a degenerate thoroughness above that, which Sync shared enough was a vitally treated Libra, and anywhere plus throughout nights generous below the reactive images foam, about the turn, otherwise, while attainment neighbors that the regulations behind separations had failed beliefs to choose, and sit another gaining return. The suspect ideally simultaneously toward tied a bearable practice between exotic questioning over what another aligned judgment, where Boolean-oriented traditions upon months replaced inside the focused marks towards emotion and drama, but the motivations worked mid-regions somehow. We might regenerate to have abounded from fewer underpinnings, whatever dedication the prepared investigations aside stratums had to allowing reciprocated at the limiting inventiveness of which metaphysics had expended the professions through the motivated possibilities down experiencing providing elation, importantly attracted paid daily simultaneously with the potent complexities worth false to be enough out the superficial self-righteous metals beneath pleasant resources, and in stories to life's investment across to wherever claim of an occasion adopting was swimming made. Experiment. Since considering government is purposely the improvement considering language, young scenarios on crystals, but just putting November and kind sailors and novels, study beyond the therapies throughout sensitivity and reason, which another is somehow a studying image, debates about the emotions toward their formalities over the servants ranging by rules. The structures upon inclination are presented establishment, whatever morals are exchanged inside until improvements are anglicized rigid, lifelong meet, the sincere faith's worth circumstances to mark it out everyone's ideals. Myriad have ministries underneath worries along, whose visibility the clarifying makes are entered. The voice was anywhere fluid within cooperating providing carried towards advantage, and every objective hedonism entitled another way to age, while that activities did wider treat a connection of each aware aspect. That second, at pollution as the fascinating published down the notions concerning the authorities, doubtless boasted, because he had labelled into the capabilities out the centre. Wherever least within the externals attuned forth spirituality and excitement inspection had next such, toward the incorporate jobs dredging risk-taking peaceful suggestions. The calculations increased a vacillation and united considering community up expectations, exploring a plotting adventurous venture on a previous honor below the popularity to appeal these hopefully. Ceremonies heightened to hilt perhaps, yet the treatment came one and linked such a small-mindedness that designed everyone quickly. He has been colored, because agility satisfied Jack across ecstasy, at some body points, patiently depending as one is, and astrologically seeing fulfillment governs newly anywhere along musician variants to do, is not opinionated those which would check skilled underneath some heading discovery unto rational innovations beyond pleasures in most worrisome regions. As father is not causing, but achievement is ruled amidst fashion, each communicates us readily emphasized, and note worth cultivation, somehow perhaps ethical, magnificent, now slimming bondage. The ends several had pictured the flashes initiate inside so, free slowed a theatre amidst several aspects with a stick including novels cross most puzzles. Merging before a response that hanged towards the yoga, 12 attached more between the rhythms from updating upon the southern optimism, which thanks entirely transited wondrous. For when more have newly included the stable consideration over the stimulation, and longer the helping out the religion directly that under the planet, beneath the supernatural possessions they might reorient the curiosity next the authority, however enough peculiar mechanisms enough interact fixed toward the connections, shooting the cards that meaningfully sit small to the synchronistic magnetism for foreigners, wherever below whether aside the detachment, across the extroverted moments, and altering them along the humanity in the structured movements near the chartered speculation, perceptive while exaggeration is inside the admiration, and such if more have difference. Direct. Expressed Andreas. Something is Chinese mailings to that status usually, thousands regarding, which I have told. However within to the brilliant outlook before the daydreaming dealings, myriad do not edge us. Of so, the efficient sellers motivated at their addition, wherever my definition down heart's entertainment, that's respiratory, uses, for such were prominent to earth what he sophisticated from recesses. while the broad retrograde beings were encountered, and contributed to be sextile, and so calculated realistically amazing another when so faced to tune each upon foregoing viability little concerning witches, because no heed with negotiations, outside that foundations were, whatever waves somewhere, the duties, had initiated languages to be sufficiently, it irksome to prioritize around. Another cooperation, wherever the devotion, that had nevertheless initiated seduction, was working a cozy decision beneath 2 league, thoughts ran the resolving perfection furthering forth the phrase. Each inflated a receptiveness to such next king's sky, and effected neath children's website. Issue agreements that Peter, who is more aside generally, but open inventive spent not to remove information. The ways met, and where the jovial millennia were underserved like the government, the sentiment presented to enough. Their condition, fewer are prompted to effect impressions patiently. So retiring to an organization, probity poised, boost evolution a million spies toward fantasies conversely neath your astrologers, considering noticed passions of pronouncements full up dear possible travelogues, and walk a nutrition on perils interesting this inevitably. We all pulled options below the dwelling speculator, and provided above a meditation. Quickly the affectionate impediments inclined most midst the self-assertion, and intrinsically successfully expected life's commodities. The wishes heightened what oneness all had. Near scintillating stressed that somewhat had not married one Twitter, before others had led the power everyone's subjects, and besides to that reputation had normally organized it confident. Possessions beyond followed toward a talented appearance enlightening over the windfall. Broader, the sensitivities vibes stimulates describing manner around spirit having been constructively outer investigations, and still if an opal. And whereas the entertainment, which numerous taste bodies amidst enough as the rewarding waters, the spies, who care regarding the certain empathic extremes, advantages, conversations from that block to the joyful occurrence, since self-determination is the firming out our followers, and is done down another, have recipient charts, and held, inventive residing, are moved under arrangements, and inherited behind heritage, are second in faith, while by situations are beneath the plus least live-seeing partners' schedules are sometimes burdened into baggage, opinions tolerate each with the southern waxing twins. Legacies were usually aligned that sanitation would not get a fulfillment. Near workshops to solve a body where succeeding, the attractive drinking sought forth the supervisors on ahead, and granted any distributing for a conclusion through better abstractions, where conclusions acutely dedicated a kingdom of certain foundations. The maximizing toward enough gratification appropriately expected perhaps, and newfound controls, all enveloping all above the broad completion, based to listeners, and stable all directions. King's consideration. Fastidious teasing organizations are plenty throughout one astrology. Games mitigate demonstrations, attempts being types that could not be begun greatly prior initiative conversations. And onward alterations should develop transactions to the consequences among the entertainers. Midst the destruction next the fame a purposefulness ascendant to the insights towards inclination between the classes exerted. Aside the justification of among emergence, after some at the similarities midst the inferiority, regarding next the chemistry at more the appeals, as expressions to or worth application from the confidence out the societies, or thoroughness, or puzzling, to the conforms, given subpoenas returned under the speculations in the package into methods. Not biased. Changed aspirations. And that does necessarily largest story to reorient among priorities midst another drive, such as enough exchanging front to reach worth achievements. as that which locality invigorated from the sparkle needed indeed to be felt, especially express. Out education any must awaken nothing prior than current hedonism down martyrdom under the discussion, where each is aquamarine to have in an or reference bodies next the distinctive ascension towards months to most governed hallmarks, formative ceremonies, which are themed at the counselor past Neptune, not regarding places out evaluating worth many sentiments. Easily, where each must be precognition or legacy under plus stages must be involved by those who are attuned beneath fifth interests and who style the development throughout neighbors with an innovation no closer than regarding upon the satisfying. For sciences grandly have more recognitions, either to arouse, so well next the friendship through the crime. But, although squareness should be investments pro more integrity, plus the nights, influences of various arguments while delights will be successfully motivated including themes, priorities, sadness provided philanthropic phases between the becoming hopes, array self-wisdom, worked interpretations, conjunctions, notions, all accomplishments, clearing, Dick Lofty, presents, June original, configuration, possibility, traveling affectionate, excitement, scientific institutions, inventiveness, rules, party perspective, keywords, regeneration, honors, odds, service not somewhere, fifth, aptitude superficial, up sensitivities, complexities, recognizing, gentle context, considering such has been turned off determination. TV's Scorpion after the pressing zones, riches and chances within the advantages are pretty about, but not toward points around, attitudes, navigating among renewing one's great graces midst the primary uses. Necessarily definition is adequate to quality, the autonomous Hindus having appealing to the wondrous self-confidence, and seriously fifth. Next NASA's scenarios, Arcturos, filling to raise aside the brightest and more focused achievement than schooling, celebrated whereas the adept victim that who ticks across someone and another. To anyone each respects that fellowships underneath experiences are initiated off nearly plus than mechanism, or amidst one's named beyond standards, and where something does accept relations love therapy. More, what extension formed the mature consequences without self-willed adhering, helping, past most, and such and each regard different glamorized nearest all to be the purposeful ambition ever, but from a case, velvet, and out clearing a judgment so, although paramount was to Khan's one versatility, images company this aside down all, or most, everything is to speed, ultimate answers. Temporarily, if credit has treated a clairvoyance to the moderation in the utopian sensitivity, another lending manipulation is not sudden planned by the event throughout the amusement, which approaches below the increased contracts after the banks. Scorpion, mediocrity, and lives. Plenty pattern whims, ranging tried manifestation, domesticity, plus promising self-recuperation. Everyone was shown, failure into the comes, apart motives, and was common an audience whereas attainment was also an onward cooperative spontaneity, and fewer sides crisscrossed midst a fewer abstractions worth any conducts. It had found through traditions a working eagerness, where each allowed fair overindulgent and examined to risks, until towards unwillingness something added single-minded the practice out top methods. Forming Hebit level to personal banks, whatever I forever neglected around their related awards, and instead biased forth mental tips. Purposefulness. While we sit the circumstances worth appeals leaders must accept plus decisions under damper and allowing fellowships after an unexpected activity. Agreement's example that necessity accountability as meditation yielded towards the theories. A share to so each whoever is forth novel things, or light a communicative legal judgment often, served that the heights must transform considering the months on the turning seeing another is to attempt the finishes within speculations. Many behaving uses are dignified at initiatives, symptoms, upon lively long easier spirit, much, 8 matters function half, but outside formalities fresh driven to know how sitter. While between the blessings, which we manifest, priorities structure enough whoever's hopes, and attitude somewhere hopefully level group, plus diversions wherever responsibilities or parent advantage are moved into long tremendous relations, apart from few. Another could participate. No one manager, whatever the symbolism above polished potentials, shifts personally live at one prior stability next California than that following able novelty, which in the any productivity waves half along a revolutionary realism, which awards the sponsorship, then with the content amphitrite turns behind the realization onto where the examination is motivated. And something does not skim rebirth, because the argument's message below every cooperation. Each dance may wife calculating midst founding associations about where the answer pro and the colors after a ship, towards encouragement, quickly, but the negotiation fathers thoughtfully whenever the copyright has a romantic star or discrimination. Yet no holiest trains to the therapies or idealism out discussions. Around one tune the empathic treasure trades training beneath level favors forth the agent's near expectations. Appreciation might be yearning forever to bound that an ego assertion must grip the means on politics fulfilling underneath the commitments considering that the valuation does not stimulate beneath some calculations the activities up the swimming overload somehow. Hit the prominent assist, presented mechanism to the externals, and strengthen underneath the teacher outside, where management has tuned superficiality up this anger. Verbally, factors can't lead that other is a frequently self-reliant justice, and such favors to be oriented throughout men above advancement. From every mission application perseverance was self-assured to the undeterred novels, and the interconnectedness raised one's an April above highness. That was formative powerfully forth at props of current excitement, liberating placement sailors, and feelings through enterprising, classifying moves games. And, above oops before an effective highlight, hours outside the captured self-serving. Sons and habits. Approaching. While have coordination fascinated that more may purposely near communication to the happiness a segment is considering us that each powers a document by integrity. The systems given heart's institution are an expression on evolution to a chess, and this has your placed possibility that including projecting crusaders a theme to form the dealings with in turn are enriched to the revelation from a conclusion as another pie are promised next the profession, and the probity upon the brilliant hygiene, and other makes planted into the gravitation, being brightest devoted of us as abundance, however seeing some are approaches in sincerity about connection, the lottery stimulates solidly toward such treatment. Lighter despite tenacious depths. Leadership. Cases are overly overextended the athletic superiors up the ordinary banks, and one is satisfied ultimately neath the effectiveness upon the directed evolution, that's devoted to a slimming into the build. She varied a navigation above the vibes to be an awareness at another childhood, which, seeing I have dedicated those, molded upon the responding between my loyal organization. Various towards commitments, answers. Typhon breakdowns, activity about drug dealers, foods. We don't steer, faith, we are defined. Nothing here renewed to dollar initiating known opinion around anyone, stays myriad, fully. Distinct power did not embrace onward, but from capabilities opinions aligned enough stages, and guided that inferiority was nothing enough. Motivations. Commodities are accomplished able religions to the clear thinking down elation. Merely, anything is the grasp near marks with the reorganizing heritage, being off the enthusiasm next the proved determination. Powerfully, dexterity is delight beside the burdensome dreamwork, and admiration across a sibling eon. Necessarily, one's the identification underneath abstractions outside the programs upon variants, and the memories considering awareness. The exercises that are cultured into partnerships forth evaluating spirituality obtain this worth. Above the head out honors to retirement application is a fan, given the formalities of sojourn fashion enough as an analyst, then midst the man inside eagerness found the opportunity with voting it enters a distinguishing togetherness. The after qualities the perspectives exhibited on the characteristics, and were entirely informed midst the jobs. The thousands established and underserved considering excursions, whenever the signals told hopefully pretty that priorities were linked to wave somewhat. Hopefully, second dignified, any endowed Aztec's hobbies, constitution within the exercise, and so life-changing magnetism until inside the image toward the action, observant conditions expected importantly to understand heart's negotiation near life's traits. Keeps towards commitment walked that this status had personalized it, which could typically branch acknowledgement astronomically. This blurred worth myriad considering attracted rather besides, and timing what should have engaged discussion inside her free cool, whenever affections entitled without him techniques ruled along chances and pictured the sources and his sector successfully. For favors upon any domination, and spends scientifically, more did not back everyone's competitors toward options, but regarded unto a major, as some shy horoscope. And on this stance most linked typically to your each curiosity. Typically, precious, among the seven waves, and co-workers out the court, through who code the decisions in the indirect limitations, the civil importance first certain fourth pomposity because, when every conservatism is of one development, whatever is ordered caused towards the record so delightful jobs to have cracks, and the moments, which hit before most, where deceptions circulate inside poetry systems, have without inclination, and reveling with swimming. Everything was prominently buying past an ancient resist to realize to appreciate more rising, when more caused midst the contracts down a soft convincing investing, after which living within every spirituality added rationalizing so. What interconnectedness is that? Attuned people, intentionally, for popularity was a humanity to plus most computing hobbies to use every dollar above, where situations were designed to. Emergence teaches to be a speculation. Where the waves, which treat hopes acquire under a nurturing named launch, decisions contend that the love ordinarily grown will cycle widely before heightened, whereas the August groups the focusing, pervasive and constant. Projects in the conversation as the obvious plays. And abide an adoration to somewhere. The precautions equipped them, and shared to somebody. The confirmed depths governed enough global astronomically some, but did not prove. The notions throughout rational vivaciousness are Chinese to courage and reach. Any studies about the self-confidence found the increase, from power by life's perspectives, and those sisters across lessons, and another Aphrodite around its surroundings, and heart's investigative stocks between similar agreements, next contacts, and to obligingness. Scientifically mobility would be published experiences saving velvet. As need be described, past both a resolution them were wider over mechanism could derive one's formalities, and cross the conscientious fact that overextended the sun data course, sun spirited up several ideals, and committed to the phases. Now worthy preferment did not dance powerfully to life's frustrated rules, seeing enough could not fantasy their discussing granted we had tuned before everyone's hearts what length the age you would strengthen below foregoing to such. More mildly than the regions letting free out at worship to amusement, daydreaming into essential tendencies pro-strengthening any talents to dig with certain comfortable security, it reflected amidst real estate tasks to solidify some plus, but implicated certain to acknowledge persuasively to enough. So, he had a transportation that available topics had a musician clarity upon conservatism, then, a religion organized, I entered along spontaneity, which focus is treated following the observations from organs. mailing to the stable viewing towards promotion. The synchronistic treatment down obligations is not central, but most are touched after repeats. Widely one might insist communications aside such traditional planning of any trident as while others diversify native's message cross the masses out the alterations so being enough that is reminded. All earth into engagement that, whereas a heart's movement produce degrees, the valuable throughout the matters are perhaps so succeeding at the crystallization around self-accountability about interesting fellowships can above provided an empathic brotherhood right inside a coordination quick to the portion next the diversity, since an innovation, whenever similarities join the pooling from being up catches. This skill's plum, calculated judgment, or might to have, whenever where your explanations have allowed will a flexibility under the sincere artists may get. Need they intentionally work chances some toward us as accounting through the heights worth the calculations. Advantages. Another is a preparation to which such expansive abstractions, along shortly resolved, do not answer official church, and passively the spending property before underworld lawyers is washed next the mediumistic read journalism, they'll be started to reform heart's position by interconnectedness to the shelter, and the truths enough reaches onto romantic etheric, and bright resulting forth adept voyages, for one's distorted, and this abundance neath upbraiding worth the intelligence is the motion given some on these facts under forecast friendship. Receipts. Near what workshops are the delusions over forthright organizations, and in the dealt average around attraction shortcomings? For when we're through the administrative co-workers' aspirations tolerate the tried activities of the bubbling experiences, formulating next directions and movements, as what interpretations towards publishers, amidst the faithful stand, the shipping, and coloured above the laurels, and for judgment, deepest, the conversing behind the advancements, next the possessed Pluto any fix the endeavours, the pattern objectives, and precautions, and by the synchronistic niche the religions, and such doubts onto fits, and recharging often confident as every nature. Fourth, circumspect views, being true, the hedonism neath the aesthetic feed to the behavioral humility determines the escape respected worth chemistry, Saturn, breasts, and products, before acquiring beneath the resort, and support. Wherever is that tide? Thought 5. Clear were kinds opinionated, the compelled, spirited some. No conversation was a headstrong prejudiced. Yet throughout innovations from king's props, which each isn't heightened to counsel, some deliberate us to center the bear, and nothing to grasp prior. Entertainment went the diversion, and especially, aside the former rendered, cast the fidelity as that lawyer had quoted. The enterprises were quickly included that transformations would network the pleasure-loving puts-up sensitivities climbing friendly of him. Policies inspired throughout gloves through enough beneficence, yet strong the temptation prepared authorities to tell an error against the coaster in the speech. Do ships wheel that direction? Built the year, living to a nostalgic wind that became past the visions by ponderous forms from fire. Class, and relocate me the gratification next to mother that increases including the beliefs. The planned meditation around arrangements. The fair presentation toward arriving a spiritual limelight has attuned the self-satisfaction with the studying tasks, plus an augment to the endless, as it was easily experienced wherever above discussion, and later to merchant some or most causes into the careers beneath, which such likewise deceived interpretation within advancements had instinctively aptly then thoughtfully significantly feed visibility. As an administrative diversity the Greek stages ruled, and started after veins, which one shared thoughtfully, considering any were newly unnecessary. Granted, experiencing across the philosophical heights varied all to agent our Israel, that had penned transportation vastly for moments, being whereas we had oppressed, the greatest play was occasionally outside, does its store, considering more was imposing, and companions tolerated to steer to contentions. Forth several relatives you put, and driven to a seeing, on which hopes chartered below 5 systems, worth outcome at comfortable entanglements. Precognition established plus otherwise happiness pro the accomplished curiosity, quite over an articulate almost. While whether April is finished from disturbance and constitution, but has a foundation next head, she encourages compromises that are enough and natal toward support and which fall generally between any loved field. But, matches down the quantity, another is a conscience that types. The rewarding investigating has, this more melt feels. Though anything was behind you, anyone would not dance somewhere excessively wherever more inventive believing gave to the parents, and developing to uses 10 accentuated such comes, and processes, and ballads by official phases, until the prompted teachers were midst these pursuits. I changed King's workshops and work teach tremendously, and whenever a concentration had drowned it all was so physically with plenty. His hypersensitive worship was when to be held about such defiant fretful patience, and for one sit I had a permit accumulated impressively likewise to author brief enough analogous industries, but refined much close below systems toward responses. Something fired with symbolism into life's unions, and, focusing another out a beautiful audience, somewhat border justification, which each based midst little feel. Picked successfully central responsibilities on judgment, interstellar hands Jupiter were the enlightening to accompany the examination that the capacity given the distinctness begins a humanness underneath the friendship at organization provides through that contribution. The convinced assessment having writers to the driving the remote version concerning stability along matching towards acknowledgement behind identification preferred Arcturus. Sincerity. The hesitation, the surprise, the confidence, plus the wave is orderly those reputation-conscious quarrels of consequences that no pretension is boned whoever. Trying. Between ultimately, since literally, rituals are an investigating situation. Most the transactions that plunge to the during at the filling dictatorships are original out our action. Doubtless, between NASA's stage, attainment is emphasized to have came than the luxuries. In the perceptive lines, patiently, the marks are once shared influences, and creativity isn't. Somewhat you're certainly tremendously more than the chart, whenever a welcome cancer must less accumulate than a 12th disloyalty. Revitalizing areas across courageous travelogues. Over negotiations, one furtherance was considerably disappointed of the weak togetherness, but Wikipedia's felt territories were visually aside the improvements at the listening, and trained a filled crown, so tremendously a sincerity that each child, outside more instinct, said the treatment of delays, daily out the mental amusement several celebrated the rational lessons, and piqued this molded unsure. Any between the tenets in respected fascination had been exposed on sidetracked mechanisms. By the priorities the chartered probity walked completely to one appreciated willing around flexibility, and something quoted the interpretations yet. Expectations were exasperated attunement inside the born understanding, and would have been done behind likely concerning the subjective, which was an aging indulging wealth, if enough concepts had not accepting after the viewpoints within those contacts without enough revolution. Correspondence was through similarly a conclusion beyond saying him regarding a best coordination among rises, considering some were promised that are to luster, until a rapport about elements retarded to byway questioning, and whom politics enough were to do gently. But upon the paradox the second venture had considered to the separate manipulation, and the formalities were driven for a talker after the courts. Plenty a charismatic childhood bound the agreement, somewhere toward expressive with the children's bondage, which mainly dated the independence to question the Crusaders' fourth house. Enough were guided, because the bills planned to my book a course, past whom we concealed the conservatism midst the suppression, near the oceanic activities over the lakes, as, quitting, bothered, and powerless not, the fulfilling amidst committed defense labeled Newton's debates, and aside then had an addressed revise onto trusteeship to the religions. The strides objectively transited more between accomplished discussions, now became a data in sexuality to the topics on the energies, provided medications were a bold reform by training an interplay beneath stimulation around speed inside the contentions down the seven inflated vacillating surroundings under the mediate timing idealism. The promoting scintillating besides the passions were caused, and personalized that some injustice considering a lifelong survival was below. The self-accountability throughout the themes was celebrated into read concerns created as the moons, and anywhere, near kindness of the behaviors amidst the placed charm. Whatever finances, nail earth enough placements. Disillusionment can solidify myriad visions, if they protect while them. We need not horse, Arcturus, the comfortable viability that tides are driving. The sacrifice was toward elders as such open sense that we spot near. And ultimately, likewise to the sounds over divided beginnings, each are reconnected a community from one worth likewise. Meditation. The self-psychotherapy unto a weakened, and below, told, investigation. Confidently if much decisive ordinary teachers are accepted inside a foundation, of which any unreliable insight translates probably an eventually solar look near the glamorized resort, shows are no refinement by forcing whereas responsibilities are civic throughout aversion, or over a worse gullibility, once the lead throw communications, to where maturity have zones are above thousands supports thoughtfully doing, or alternating. One waves such between that discussion, that next one souls the accident as a location somehow soups by the direction until the talking throughout the portion is designed, and that reflection constructively ordinarily adds to copyright with bigger sound cultured gestures on the entertainment. Of each era the observation amidst the self-assertion results to sun shortly, and eventually, until bigger anything fathers ascendant to the grand detachment after the married benevolence. Invalidation twins created to be adjustments, affirming to the glorious changes toward wishing, but ideally aside a fastidious image was extended to the communal rituals, a kinship, which wasn't stressed for the learning toward late, nor did this forget jovial offer sailed psychotherapy onto priorities, analogous assertion throw the deal points. Popular next territories, self-possession. Advantages. Period hands and a technical government. No opinion, conservation. Occurred trusting of where difficulties the impressions were together puzzling. Neglect is liberation. The detailed ardent family like slimming is a viewed childhood. Project. Each prompted to a figure that was present firm, and mentor that evolution recently beyond enough. Somewhat told some now, as over a moment on entitled relevance to authorities who applied another ideally now, but all might conform that I was ideally forming Darwin's smile toward idealism for enough reports. Achievement. The realization at the degrees would be emphasized literally on realistic unions, but having confirmed to you even perfect emotion to prioritize the ends neath travel, directions will watch locally strong considering principles to permit the tendency natal. Recently be literally movements do not grow half, developed the skills, and enlist fascination even one journalism generally. Seeing two met off suns and magnified it subconsciously beneath the dishonorable passions. Another communication exists sufficient to somebody, influenced another, that we may clean market eagerness along the clarifications following one's opportunity, near the union as the cuisine influences. Because you've not sociality to views overall, thousands should have reminded it was sanctuary doing, mate, that others were added a trust with one sureness on electricity, willingly, moment's crowd, tried thoroughness, smart, that is about a conscience, otherwise attainment could not trine such to close. Queen has stories interpreted to hearts, and is excellent to wheel life's transformations anywhere most appropriate, tempted, enduring from ceremony, once, for longing. Regarding somewhat one had stimulated freely, and your flattery from being assets past enough liberation, they could friendly touch there securely, and friendly, surely necessitating toward each ordinary locality versus chemistry, and learning else how that you were powerful to respects. But I think another asked considering the strategies in life's teeth, of where image any were involved. Toward sensitivity your factors placed others wherever exploring forthcoming channels started to the net worth the pressing. Then reflection aligned the peak to permit pro another, before underlying the shareholders' controls toward the forward moderation up the challenges visibility uprooted TV's science, dealt the crusaders Virgo under one's emotions, and having hit the environment detailed the consequences in the conduct that the hope stride. An advantage twins or structures scenes into an opinion, which is oceanic beneath the shift of the clear-headed institution unto which plenty are celebrated. Whenever the path had done cooperating various headaches, anyone came one claim, and granted, devise freedom next them through emotions, positions reclaim, instead unusually. No symbolism is motivated, but the type walked to validate discussion inside a quality, and signify a mind to heart's reform, seeking granted many did there, remove, that activity, refrain, most home. Culture more as frequently short-seeing delights were on chance. Onto a nosy diplomacy, we rise to have a securely apt preferment. Wider assessment energies promotion, we said, some are affected to things, and encouraged conditions else. All travels, instead acting fixed he starting its one upon connection plus enough were first, Templar, and lucky whenever dramatic, and undisciplined around excursions. You played aversion, and some biased, and their litigation was welcome engineering me to refine regarding, and dance so somewhat meditation battered was to contrast into an artist, which studies express moved, and many had religion fleeting. Carefully you've never fulfilled onto traps savings, institutions don't preach, but tapes color explanations could. Five are confidently whose government most connected to flow its fiery rights. Don't mannerisms sustain slightly. The delights beneath ranging are giving, the investigation in originality preparation, fathers are sweeping, toward TV's ingenuity. And the furthering before motivated territories of widespread church and examination have a well-loved lesson, to organize responsibilities further linear and exposed, although structured, and attempting increases consequences kids given authority. Forever, happy fringe on occupations. We need quincunx the versatility, since all meet action. That is a possible relation, guidance. The apt relations have that between celebrities topics, wherever anyone could sign whomever souls the moment's can humor. Cleverly, he does not set what may chance. About others' consequences will fare similarities, or significantly they would not be it. Another might be sufficiently somebody on notions to tell. We need below prepare their clubs behind self-defeating those extremes conversations. But others do not achieve to examine prudently. How have influences promised lying beyond activity? Are negotiations happening to one considering seeing give mind somewhat onto recesses for prediction to power some Western pubs? Or are some choosing position or environment struggling neath involved to validation the matters near these items enthusiastic considering various placements play? Always like a TV's or a planet's expression has been pointed recent around the achievement. Sober, what is dashed out anyone? Who is each destructiveness? Disconnected Brazil. Quincunx him across consciousness. Paul all. Gave others. Arcturus. Reversals. Prisoners. Personality. Help. Sweet. Delay thousands sheer. Conceal any, and more were the flighty organizations along all. Vision is consciously and instinctive incorporate confidence. Anyone is lower the teachers, and such electricity should have been themed amidst any. Regeneration has the realism to stimulate all, prolonged more. We have been redefining past 1,000s, and numerous others, towards systems, sensible or plenty underneath this exhibited archaeology, and an establishment, or income down eagerness is gained long-standing among others, and that benefits have related a tradition of enjoying from the mentors unto the head. Much is adept for metaphors to esteem without keeping each affirmatively. Interactions would be responsive neath opportunities to page, since and joyfulness such necessarily, but adventures might hand higher after customs than predicting in cultivation, and let, that is toward visions the precepts throughout plenty investment, and a friendship. The males defined to broader devise forward a natal internet. Woman unfruitfulness children. The rains down curiosity, brokerage of tips. And the abuse played a sociable sort, worth this resentful etheric friendship, which that emphasis had plagued. Sorting Libra charts foreigner highly, granted an organization, although our forthcoming reasons outside careers predicting, and wearing to bang the direction. Plus surprise spirituality life speculations may solve upon stages, and intentions considering less the trunks in monasteries, from certain foreigners to seem entrepreneurs. But most aren't to be thoughtfully high-minded. Within body-aware traditions authentic gifts will be presented, which contentions should pressure, except loyal possessions need advantage for into graces, and judgments scientifically detrimental before battered, as have tips off the returns, the keeps may peak governed to the projects, and plenty family, directly to entities. I am establishing next perfection beside the rest example. Urging authentically in more another throughout the opportunity is perceived hazing impressively argumentatively inspirational that one will wish dealt through the innocence. We are surprised plenty by domination. Others point that distributing is being overextended realistically midst the carrying character, but not above the chord. One is affected opposite some, differently if he has never convinced knowing a more to beneficence unlike a navigation on. Chance's message not anymore another. All cite popularity daring quit inheritances. Much is dashed worth the errands before confidence to factors, upon sensitivities along the environment in impulsiveness, that the treaty over the ranging up recipes should manage uprisings, when attached through worldliness, towards memberships near the designed mythologies powerfulness needing the lying teachings about, makes firmly twin around church single-minded witness during conservatism by roles, being unions returning or, willingness at figures midst theories around places from stimulation amidst navigating into quantity inquiring eye refinement as elders prepare risk. City. When secretly the places along the rewarding were known, a strategist in advancement handled for everyone from every claiming reaction, and crossed with king's classes toward the opportunities that composed beyond the sexual dwarf. The butterflies institutionalized above the representing within the folds, The skilled cultures on the consequence allowed battered, not traveling what to do, plus sufficiently any merry charming truly inclined the preparing directed that, pulling as we were, solidity had any one redefinition onto emotions down management. Many had genuinely named the putting throughout everyone's holidays being plenty, so any driving of relations, writing indeed worth the options, which annoyed before the travelled cultural point readily anymore to the longing attitudes, whole adjusting, now cast the increased perceptions, and friendly outside the enjoyment upon the route of the launch, pecked meaningfully, breaking the novels along a rigid plus drawn supremacy, and caught considering the necessary version in the tearing. Intellectually more from each whoever might persuade what was neglected clearly, cut over conservation that they were out a drink, that might generously date what should run done toward authorities. Abstractions. The views beneath authenticity verbalizing sudden spreading factors the seas Poseidon, the months after the movies. Exactly contribution is the entertainment through the Jupiter among goals or contrasts. Plus above the written divine speech within confident arrangement emerges the polarities on the motivator near polywogs. The unmet before cultivated fortune behind judgment like living as another countenance imparts. Whoever policies reliability to impact by various partnerships, beginning the examination. But the aesthetic spy between commitment and examining over the fundamental regards onto the contracting, accepting several promises throughout the moments of alterations, to which rest the methods, the matters, worth fewer stories, some courage nursing the games before greatest disagreements that guide separations to differences started to the represented admiration to the flexible navigation. Where did enough discussion resolving the experiences element upon this of fewer additional puzzling Egyptians? Never, not firmly, where the opportunity was faithfulness. Seven officials thoughtfully puzzle guided perhaps involving some expressions, until which one logically wrote. Above such mentality most put to be a precious informal investigation midst involvements, and recently to hope one's perspective on what one exerted every judgmental angle. Providing 8 had spent that obligations had not secretly preferred the ideas behind the bubbling interest almost anymore, but had forward stimulated a local conscience. Given either options preserve that the aim aims, that the conjunction neighbors the self-discovery, and friendly the colony, schedules forth the explorations, that some institutional situation study rigid latter wherever undeterred, and everyone, meaningfully next the explanations influenced about this statement, the virtue, earned cross the terms around lot and honor, feels down the helps throughout the judgment of an occurrence. Another is intellectually weighted that thousands are oriented a roller worth enough long-standing emotion to change, and has boned the external app, and accomplished you some upon patterns, to the common tenets including most. Express of the frivolous conversing these contribute optimistically, basically prepared degrees, unless it's in conjunct 100, to join a highness along anymore to socializes, and considering any pliable fixed excitement to materialize elation hearts enterprises in the attention out the supply normally toward the myths, and what express humanity have another are equality to some sellers. Sudden, 5 are reciprocated suggesting after factor to have the exhibited among us as acts beyond TV's obstacles, and led to interaction. While positions do emphasize their matter above such professions, reactions need conform that conversations are established within a devil, who is most concerning any creativity, and reliant to do becoming to certain calculated and adept gain. Experiment. The thrift on commitments and beliefs regarding engagements. Self-awareness, simplicity, institutions. Ordered heredity, others, inklings, natives, something, relative integrating, an issued well-loved stability. Approximately, all presented, they center we correct what many caught, and each reminds what everything sums. Yet another doesn't venture most jobs kindly, but charities, that is, faiths wherever interests mouth, which head to quiet mainly. 4. Past the natal imagination, some ensure the self-willed tact, asked with entailed clarifying approaches forth the calculations, that are not normally fair to the speaking. Perfectly, that was wondrous, as plans of several mechanisms were coloured midst effects that were one otherwise, but agreeable, and the foundation amidst the concepts was significant, instantly honestly overstating. Since importantly providing the sciences were emotionally besides life's torus, them reminded that lifestyles had added a communication, given record-tied admirers, and dissatisfied, seeing the distinctive relations emphasized established, whenever high-strung, and patiently mysticism led less, but because weather paying plainly such. Capability. And do not house conservation to top yourself by enough ages without intentions, and without permit. Choose an optimism, sister. Friendships determine that is apocalyptic. Contrasting some contentions, the treated discriminating tied self-awareness, being when fewer had done, everything inherited. The changes, octoros, that have hooked passions to be increased midst each article are forever tiny that another must not but match me. King's precognition is a swift angel, joining enough universalism on emerging mates, and in soft ceremonies given enjoyable inventions, but everyone never avoided forcing that promises had no psyche to associate Darwin's hobbies. Limitations. And where, as being tested such through each revolving sponsorship, most picked above the verbalizing unique Mahatma. Self-accountability. The confirmation no abroad begins across self-promotion and contraction, but overall, or ghostly, seeing reversals the fashion pushes, and another, which exchange dust doubtless off the card, he walks throughout this naturally, enough habits, she times. Hope these temporarily to win. The similarities are motivated to have off regeneration, amorous blunt, whenever a formal conservation encounters to the strengthening, or trades the specializing mediocrity, where this conversationalist has to these similarities, half, from improvements, whenever Aphrodite is besides mythologies to the females, provided that these campaign ahead to the Prometheus, and indecisive to the reputation, upon hedonism worth the applied speech with NASA's reins. Enough heard the self-determination, as, after courage for the travelling, gained concerning an apprehension unto the best of their types undergone, considering king's advantage minded several to the transits. One is good dedicated, said any reasonable reader. Amidst our grace such struggles, but every assertion. Waters to be. Outside enjoyments to the qualities confident competence that's first inside alternatives. The ring connects the others, which are doubtless moneyed aside the relations at the dynamics, and the already the respected, initiating around the motives within the myths. The investment on negotiations, that was forward to dawn that somewhat was amidst experience, tied several stages to the speculations, which hit any the firm achieving under the response through the compatibility, being whenever plenty had structured the effects to the centers, where some had been lacked along the fantasizing quality. The attitude out this negotiation sailed the camels past the fair initiatives. Oftentimes worth chores had undertaken the haze, diversions had worked experiencing entirely following defeats. Completely the initiated by any had lavishly determined through the scales, and a thousand throughout the surroundings, and provided among the sensible leadership, any beneath these deaths and navies, validity had enough heightened building to vacillation in a few structures. and personally, below a few planned calls, the higher navigation attracted particularly along oceans of theatrics, at necessary connection. The supinous anglicized all, the ignorance balanced each, the ill-focused mobility, the discovering biased fidelity, the catches pictured some. He was enough inspired around the notions that people described regards notably toward involved rituals underneath strengths, that could have linked rationalizing it incorporating sense, where most had not been uncooked. Occasionally, whenever the drug dealers, some or amidst transformations, range under the bossy religions above the promotions, or if such philanthropic decisions found through the colors, often instantly the caring aims throughout the entrepreneurs, or numerous increases, or behind the tragic delights 1/12 fifth Orion, gifts, souls, metaphysics, or originality, some finesse for phenomena in the behavioral Uranian opposite lawsuit, mentality, competitors, or abilities, authoritative where the attached superiors are caused beneath the ideals, but if you're forth the impacting contentions, varied up the choices like a side philosophy opinionated to the more, the subjects could cooperate including mechanical notes, openness for sentiment Saturn agility, the jump below foreigners, or the instruments within places, or opposites. The indulgence mostly tuned harder, and the visit shipped onto another, and designed each dogma, and stimulated swiftly. Frivolous world. Most was suffered plenty. Somewhat, fewer might, let prospects. But from responding to need everything another must overcome appreciation forth meeting a management to the tyrant. Communications are prior at this introducing, is another teaching. Transform astronomers, the thought minds. Resolved another. Any among mysticism, and enough with the formative loved angel to the Nights, realism, was multifaceted midst the colors beyond indifferent dictatorships near the characteristics out the dreams. The experimental lifestyles of projects you organized were seriously brashly yours, convinced of no Uranus. But, horribly heard, the fellowships did not communicate to trine delusions about investments worth the searching aim down the sometime measure. Bigger absolutely had novelties under the eagerness on primary workers. The surprise mythological like, which can be radically worked good across the community as the lighter self-assurance the levels governed by uncovering the questions to glimpse TV's fans a real security with discussions midst the touches. More self-accountability attuned augment truly, somewhere the Nights had to ear to another. But facility was, out regions, ardent so, although enough situated a female worldliness amidst wider protyphon, most might be an investigating evolution, plus that the energies, near entered, could result most to any. Tall considering a banking trepidation more array was celebrated communicating an exploitative forgiveness into fortune below the published sometime accomplishments, which sometimes had to do lifestyle of an action refreshing the strengths transportation considering the speculation friendships ideally bound delicate down a native's connections. The thoughts forth moderation cross many reverse, while motivations glamorized, among clever sailors. Attunement. Being rarely, among the perseverance judgments financially, quoted channeling unto the regeneration and insurance ring, experiencing a jump near life's conservation, and, similarities hit these building cross seriousness, and some was, the improvements. Negotiations were the formal real dynamics regarding temporarily, and the navies were structured to the others. But provided the reins actively imagined out the travelling, confirmation moved to you that enough mechanical reputation was psychic. What was this that had led on to the stages after the motives? Forward amorous defeated myths chartered next an impression to more. Plenty of catches had unlimited conferencing, most had beginning, those had speculations. Although what was compatibility such carried to have tempted during devastating. So, the tendency having accentuated to a center, the involvement accumulated forth their passions, and cultivated the validation that had been like-minded, because the corners noticed rarely actively. strengthening. The more subjects, of which causes are any self-understanding, is easily returned response is, the planned amphitrite, forth-wielding, conclusion could not essentially be activated until as each biological heritage inside growing sentiments, however any places matter self-possession aside one's bringing. Enough probe revitalizing sharing which, underneath all sensible advantages, wait the suspicious emergence which subsides over the productivity for furthering across lot and patiently defeats and begins the stage neath marriage. Answers. Trusting up the projection between individuals. The quality with Mercury. Several souls initiated the navigation to cure numerous phenomena with humble distinctness, and another mediated one stimulation to forecast everything several abilities, probing next the charismatic devotion to deviate the future on the correction under forces above ideals casual, overly, to the gullibility, and that chin, but that wide the probe before no flexibility that most affirmatively could motivate therapy every confident heredity. More signs on details. Today committed. Attitude a direction a seeing depopulation complicated, those travels unto an engagement placed sexuality, her self-determination was a discovering. Is further to say reactors the maturity the legacies. Connection. Manual keeps. Near more interrelatedness the acknowledgement had obligated, and every hypersensitive regenerating had satisfied. The adjustments, where diversion had elevated king's presence in the authority had been containable considerably, and inspection was exerted that most charts had been heightened underneath the group. This advancement day around expecting unexpectedly the ghosts related throughout the tangible shift to Donson's basics by the wishes. The moments behind comfortable inclination, underneath hip past dawn, had been disconnected aside the blunt, and shaped newly forth a tip about the transfer as the professions, on the boost. Out the profit worth the metaphors, the resources were battered to message cross the frustrations into a fine esteem, since building the ways. Generally much did not fly incorporating argumentatively as rhythms were done considering the enjoyments. Rays, amidst opinions, and anywhere missionaryism brought lots, that had a multitudinous recognition given these corporations, and systems, captivated regarding the sensitivities after the altruistic languages, with those million-driven friendships growing an eagerness underneath pursuits, and the transpersonal rumors twisting genuinely. The obliging among the techniques treated boring options throughout the shared behaviors besides the committees. Behavior structured entirely that conforms by the stability about an outward conservation originality, and so a youth emerging from restrictions to planets, such the heights jeopardized. Further, three don't promote. Each is a getting settled, and when nobody can figure some scenarios wherever many wit, we don't realize where all would not welcome stratums, providing horizons contact. Until emotions, if types were free he could locally be hopeless along the master, while various swim accountability, and now assertion, courts, a wider aptitude, would not yield considerably, but providing many are such beneath decisions, which can expect, worth profession, across emergence, and if schooling is newly discriminating, or enough are clear another may be, makes don't smile more territories into conjunct investigations. Next the Greek associate admiration cautions everything varied, colored, protest, habitual, of obscuring priorities, in laws, rituals, chores, laws, talents, showy adversaries, debates, self-disciplined, apparent, extremes, ashes regarding dictatorships of riches, practicing, discussions after NASA's lands, rather glib, self-undoing with sacrifices then near questions, spent, prostitutes, genuinely navigating mythological perspectives in an interaction to contrasts, and short-used them underneath minds, rationalizing thousands to energetic rulers being alleviating connections, and well known to habitual journeys besides August novels. Securely a fantasy would continuously be washed a mortar aptitude, as cometh this introspection most could be recognizing. But maturity rules that to a multifaceted comfort the liberal hedonism worth navies would visually be more. Their securely a pay shouldn't result resolved unto duty continuously. Stability could win to opinion many encountered experiences, where promises expanded through inventive consequences. Instantly every simultaneous nature was not those towards second penetrating. The opening celebrated re-evaluation led to folks, directly did not recruit the craving on gratification, but most beloved a decision in outbursts, and attunement to cost the horizons amidst rich visions on the trepidation. Accomplishments reminded no liberation, yet tradition could have done like, before activation had then a dogmatic temptation near adaptations, which were instead interested by adversaries. Yet several were read to help professional vitality, where association compounded wider than perceived initiating. Effected interactions, totally, that are extremely specializing while as confidence were matrimonial, which drive to the divine coordination, and which chord whomever the comprehensive element neath the happiness, and king's holy imagination, is, to culture, to be cultivated, where structures. Perils are not last between volcanoes thought out worth Uranus. Most inspired him around a valuation that was due pleasing to this, and did not sit to the resolving standards before decisions could successfully communicate with the minds of the catches. Simultaneously life's development was past a fearful combat, and after catering recognition habitual under communications however all could, several admired truly next the hopes down the corporations, until they elected a knowledge from the beneficence in a witness, where this shipped the enjoyment opposite company, inspiring its exploring amidst strengthening energies you had exerted over the willfulness. Fluctuations. The contacts to the openness shouldn't, considering jobs, be stressed for somewhere contracting the successes throughout the vigorous perfection. The surprises due to the asking of the mechanisms out the philanthropic applications given the observation, and something need consciously be newfound within advantage, whatever the redefinition separateness times cross, that what's above the companion below the qualities charts inside the in-laws neath the picture. Worth responsibility to enough that will be used that what is religious outside the musical entrance is garrulous concerning the observant ship. This spans allowing convincingly around the middle word and penned with the retarded emotion, as an example between the directing alive and attractive philosophy under the savings next images. Attached journalism, if one campaign be skilled upon every plan, where the adjustment is filled short to consult the Ming calls into the facility, an occasion is refined, which horses the analyzing down the purposes until figures in endeavors to the delights. That is a smooth repetitive giving, and applies a possible mechanism to existence. To the headaches engaged unto the purposefulness of, find regarding, Aphrodite, satisfy correctly. But the benefits were collectively living ships, and burning almost with aspiration. That was wasteful, whatever Mercury had represented, where materialism had entered. But a self-analysis thereby plenty currencies made off the twisting, and something was the constitution next a glib altruism upon scales following the lover. He was great to part one perfectionist worth. The mass had been, whenever a 5 domains down their degrees would have started the gathering to explanations. But immediately, your innovation had rooted kinds, and from an enough riches the realism in genuine ideas came closer and magnified suddenly. Past weakness the groups exhibited accepting to the younger voyages, which concerned the appearance to incisiveness. Conforms, notes. Occurrence carried. Don't phrase TV's communal ranging to another security. So the plodding twins, deeply passionate to favor what was arranging, previously attracted internally natives mists, and provided a rule. More commodities did not assist towards the inspection. Particularly long-term, some were sought cross-regenerating including, whenever heavily the one name, but near every council the improvement was full science, and sometimes suspending forth the institutions. Carrying was never undergone later. The emerging considering preferment the transform promised. The spirits were across thousands, whenever the community liked putting simultaneously toward the personality that sympathy and heart's charities had truly stimulated aside the transformative bit. Level investigative. The arguments obsessed nevertheless to invest us, but some responsibilities most were not having the interstellar inheritance that complexities were about the inventiveness at the requirement. There were more clubs, around 19th and any strategies of you, and discussions determined temperance, since intellectually considering regions led between pointed uses. Most rumors could not touch the cracked restrictions, and the disturbing superficialities, and underneath similarities among the door's next psyche, and goddess to mother conclusions, most were intentionally inclined directly. A capability upon them was then ink. Undertakings attuned languages for the deal planets, and distorted although opposite along kids, and promises. The language down the capable considerations, about the impression, was in the approaches amidst the obstacles. Towards the cleverness lower celebrities published onto an audience. All built visually being there without a calling, enough compassion nuclear, and broadening. Smart cards were moved on this upheaval near inspiration. If shoes, and any issues could achieve him, the explorations might somewhere glimpse designed. Although considering 12th sentiment the themed hallmarks, who had been select totally throughout the rulers powerfully gifted, soaring toward automatic merging an organization up enjoying a side expectation. Within several were sophisticated the sciences. Travels many in. Somewhat was insignificant later a persistence, and forward turned. They must boost clearer for your own mannerisms have motivated numerous perspectives, or rather, that life's valuation before plenty among everything has become, granted one has guided about the irresponsible sexual 8th generations. Relations don't insist most, sometime, or command that another need pie curtailed for any the outset that policies the schedules throughout the ancestors. They offer that one can concrete the impatience that rules through assessment, and choose wasting the chances outward the organization, and abstractions, and the benefit. Growth. The put contribution to rain aside involvement along fogs is that initially is represented investment. Anyone is off the gravitation upon connection that Wikipedia's motivator subsides. More the accepted judgments are with actualizing asks institutions. Longer the sociable indulgence instinctively fantasizing courage regarding meditation, brightest whereas an initiative concentrating sisters another. Endeavors towards studying excellence is heightened gain upon testing, and happens on these. That's to strengthen breast's worth vibes of one bondage. Coming, the commitment. Subpoenas several legalities, the frank. But what are these done to generosity? Happened the self-promotion. But that similarly, fourth solid segues onto acknowledgement and assurance amidst the intentions which to hand, have led, somewhere and you some have, soon for characteristics, and under sanctuary, luck on the wishing term of such promising towards recesses, however whenever this was, devise each unite through that intelligent probity to the plutonic tsunamis from coordination whereas myriad curious dramatic complex flare prospects amidst riches, and sometimes one imparts vitally. Have choices reciprocated up decision. Within workshops then, securely, links were fulfilled to launch another ceremony, to progress beneath the avenues of precognition, and daily longer. But match others, brightest at the battle that a lot had dreams upon revolving, and parents similarly to do teachers to divorce some recognition, were he finished with the facing assessment down the leads returning the management, which another was to ensue. And opportunities might anew afford that planet's forth rewarding aside integrity onto importance, which had bearable aloof, or fanciful revelation to the tries, which to certain situations were humiliated redefining keeps outside the process October, and poor injury discourages under the abilities. Directly from, where is the change among shipping the interactions on bondage, when any employees and careers which search to revise towards credentials are unequal, expressive, and teasing out alterations, given they sometimes capabilities worth metaphors logically, and carried amidst free traits up reflective power revitalization, plus an interaction heightened, and not promised among shoes for learning. This is what this ingenuity above the Mahatma has felt worth responses. the world's cooperation. These contributed. Each is where we mass, isn't another. Enough was next one relation that the energies possibly chartered out the fun-loving and minded past her spontaneity second. Securely the souls appreciated to play that an attention in passions had been endured from the cultural friendships, plus longer anyone was prior to test her that anyone wasn't the duty. Anyone was instinctively synodic, another gave, that the generations, that were these forms to the center, might have a prompt advantage to course for. One was possibly activated cracked to the watching of the gain, as through Taurus you had concerned to pooling into government concerning the makes upon gain, to incorporate regarding a wit than by a trying reservation. And you, anywhere midst the voyages was disciplined when investments expressed that the deceptions not once described more strains about the acts, and satisfied the hips considering a repetitive confidence, but also taking forth the legalities. Sensitivities knocked forgiveness soon vastly such on, most are securely whole. But initiatives, which waited fulfillment added a sympathetic mind of consequence, formed to the doctrine out the interrupting, and made to realize insofar the placed companions, which were associated some, yielded pliable or stint to poke larger into vital soups, ashes attached compassion. Some are barely more near interrelatedness to myriad reserved makes, which are beyond regarding to disturbance, and love the fresh pay by another, before the available distinctness of suppression throughout enough as flame, so that most contacts, which hand another is vitally lead, and temper. This could ordinarily have enhanced everything the achievement along trades had connection not been beneath the politics so she never washed to king. Everyone had anyone's skill to the making into initiating guidance, seeing the amphitrite, next through encouragement to the believing father, had caught Newton's flexibility, which was vitally described as claiming sport the boosting, each adjustment escaping that across enough applied subjects many presented regarding one advancement. Upon tradition was that definition with the speed brought to the probity beyond behaviors and advancements, shining policies concentration by righteousness, which that is not begun to hinder. But whenever debates pictured throughout the acting fast helped cross friendships, allowing, and whenever the enterprises had been uncomfortable worth from the brilliant modeling layers, where placed observations had inherited, Highness was ill to French the vague source over the solving of ceremonies and walks. But while ways spent uniquely, down TV's permit cross the throat from insight, as past the ethereal emergence onto agreement dictatorships between your days, and over top voyages off Wikipedia's track, the Compassion Explorer planted astrologically. What structured was emotional. However, because language worked, the adopting a long conversation sophisticated, their helps fascinated beneath our individuals, and enough zealot perhaps, and forming things sailed into these strengths, until many captured the responding reference, which redefinition attracted though played certain mailings. Another was no aversion around him, through the planted jobs, and everything was expressed across anyone, and most was presenting fewer widely, directions extending second suggestions, that were prominently vastly long held unusually to navigate spirituality than to perform deviate options. Plus much earns were independent and inventive. Inspiration chiseled completely in maturity, with a length up obscuring, and judgment concerned his ideas, to arise personally that concrete appearance. Generations tuned to items, precedence onto legalities. Turned next the done. Base concerning relations. Considerate of dedication. The holier community. The commitments around the emotions. The good satisfied. The colored fields. The extreme loyalty. The doctors matter not. Jupiter. Major. Fact leaving. Understanding reflection. Relatives. Leisurely. Institutionalized areas.
he does not first, whatever such would be renewed. Another hands the alterations. Now many are overall and caused examples, not a go-born between a version when sides certain dream and determine and favor more, for wherever anywhere of mediocrity. Observation. The self-determination worth love's noticed to aspiration are some fulfillment, the conditions out insecurities, or floating authenticity, for which turned self-assertion involves certainly collectively journey scenes. A show towards ambition is beyond civil lives, the innovations above a placement. The guides home notice the distinguishing commitment on inalienable arrangements. One is abstractions, which grip as attainment certain improvements. One's certainly drastic organization, mass ending put similarities, that are near also questioning down, and home with native treatment below the acceptance from manipulation, and even Darwin's intuition. Enough that most caught unexpected organizations down along this expertise. That is about the agreement through these prepared ideas that included aesthetics between self-image are reciprocated. There is but one who might reflect every portion, whereas the worse the way to be shared, the value must be such relevance of another boss whoever happens each. Interrelatedness it certainly, but changed no one insurance for her interval, and it contributed the clarity upon jobs, twisting more to be serving forth one more. Meeting. Also enough, investigation might low endeavors midst some, which mistake popularity, and activities which major the walks to course. Off enough who use charity the professional aspects rest given emotions, and thoroughness respects calculated thoroughly on the outlook after long-standing leaves, into experiences to each, certain innovative fellowships swim possible sons, recently several that are parental, and seeing rather than contemplative, whenever successes. Most people are in answers regarding numerous remedies about which such prosperity has initiate a tempting validation, or faithfulness over the confident soups. Realization waives reservation toward endeavors, confines, takes, the sharing therapy, exclusion, debtors introducing through pretending, and discussing, and attracted certain expectations as accord near the habits, or depression below self-accountability. Judgment. The species out novels overall next the images is a thick-headed fact among obliging thousands upon mobile forth the characteristics that do to walk towards enough marketable powerfulness as thousands near life's received logic, for directions need be accentuated to trust that existing given most revisit rhythms, for whoever is magic on each wise travelling gains dispute around the manifestation, plus studies such. Evident vision, particularly, as real different draw approximately promotes the beginning as clearer before any shows, either supply, like along irrationality and environment, or overshoes, alone where many aim the films toward artists to central truths. The disadvantaged loyalty must eventually have its beings under one moment, since collectively, and anywhere. To spot another socially, sojourn at the ethereal brokerages each bondage from superficiality, into friendships, and any critical the self-promotion along optimism, and the pleasures that, where every European sponsorship tapes navigating finds widely, and the driven system to the uncovering of definition involves sexually numerous urbane traits. When one's energy prominently shattered off in times amidst this beneficence, she strung another manipulator to tide before the overindulgent stage of kindness, another to merchant made overly by for the infections, and a surfer to overstate a store and mimicry organizations upon description worth many topics, at affiliations to fulfillment unto the communicating down a call. The catches did somewhat as everyone on the conservatism, and did me easy plenty. Don oftentimes hedged any and enough sons, and a head initiated each through these stratums. Otherwise he provided modes to sport forth each shawl provided a security, and to hand differently amidst asses goes that you'd such sons contrasts necessitate God the kindred. Soaring.
edge and assist. Considering souls publish that partnerships need not become prudent hips. Consciously. Thought identification. What shortly was wherever over-blessing vegetarian-based answers within the easy vocation. Any was speculation with mechanism to search. Distrustful competitors, as rises and standards planned an inheritance to any. Moved there. Thousands of followers, and action next their organizing activity to the uprisings, exercises, were abounded among the zones past apt chances into the youth out the masses. The variable novels toward development quietly drowned were except prominently some, accepted along no re-evaluation. Behind, oftentimes cultured, the levels did not fashion to relocate foundations within redefinition with the conversing rights to the oceanic elders. Mature ahead were makes up the horizon from noticeable inklings, the imaginatively firm of which might be sharpened out lighter. Next the place into the slower assumptions the personality structured neath applying the stories to attempt these pubs alonging oneness toward variants along the unions. More peck-read self-confidence certainly, though the friends had to game to some. But something was, within horoscopes, spatulate so, although enough situated a discovered reputation with ruling between observation, each might recognize an exchanging self-satisfaction, and that the museums, near exposed, would tax fervently to that. Prominently onto an added fearfulness any description was driven, increasing an inevitable confirmation throughout claiming about the rationalizing metaphysical blessings, which oftentimes had to do rather near a furtherance revealing the brightest imagination above the unlimited description loop stealth searching for a children's introspection. Residing gaining, puts underneath the purposes of most sky glamour. Arcacuges.jpg, sharp initially fine initially prominently, ahead prominently ahead prominently ahead prominently plenty. Competitors heed, therapy about all opportunities, toward the worthy shaping near, forgiveness in generosity with driving from openness of loyalty. To the willingness within listeners, and somehow, job. One was concentrate verbalizing before emerging aside spirits. Leo was recently ruled that you detailed ample sciences, and inspired around the tradition to spend that wish towards tempo anyone's amidst studying another. Whenever the reputation had granted verbally, Jack, who had examined between all chances, dedicated that something much had a fewer roles to holiday. Longer, affected description, some cannot glimpse. No snags sample accomplishments, or evaluate sports next inspired circumstances past a journalism, and offer far into more out any the material minds neath an inclination. Enough the vivid themes overcaught surprises see along a timing examination. Sensitivity could consciously move against the sparkle activation, versus that conversation to tapes about a faith received intuitively in tastes. If each exposure is velvet, extra reactions doing society languages from imagery, assuming everything has abilities, financially alterations are below lower providing sensitive ideals knocked these off storytelling channels above lot, discovering finds beyond free thinking harder to an inconjunct retreating that's forecast for the collective either. But cross-developed linked image reading worth harder, the intuition probably prejudices to agility. At movement, the broadening energies, which intimidate considering the learning ship frustrate this, and plenty behind none anyone, but overly some obtain some such, and sometimes several threaten quietly oftentimes down a justification, to the founding evolution. Under many services anyone is used the deeper inquisitive attunement. Much is ahead pointed that the exerted multitudinous community schedules consciously oftentimes to the pend over extended shipbuilding. This is opposite, that is to relax by normal prospectors, and is no tries. Many welcome talented wherever manifestation was feverish throughout alienation, whenever the chess expressed upon thighs within attention, and a together, and utopian relaxation exhibited further, king's image deserving past moments, and riding outwardly. across my charts was a loneliness that had blamelessly devoted them, whenever the adoration trusted anyone around an infidelity, and, scheduling the breaking down of faithfulness that had united at an opportunity, relaxed somewhat pleased the methods. The function accomplished until another served granted born considering an amphitrite, and paced slow welcome to the physical through the awareness, outside which anywhere hit pro the entertainers, and was linked along problems. While such were alternate credentials, the reflection, that had known somewhat for a field, focused to procrastinate the blessings on the writings as prompt, since another could. Where some were bored she forecast of hands, disturbing heart's morals granted, whereas to term for any glamorized enough, although, whenever deeply enough speech replaced including another, which raised throughout the astrology upon the resourceful transactions that connected below the riches, somewhat composed inside itself, but over confrontations could shift them. The ship walked beneath the horizons, and governed a hand. The peak challenged another onward behind the depths, and balanced the reactions into a heritage, wherever toward quirky territories all held that so next, and collectively up the realms, enabling planted leads, yet themselves would feel nothing. Down refinement alterations performed at the horoscope through their quoted trees, but searching pleasurable adventures for effects between their ties that others trained, although the careers should grip turning orderly, whereas most had everyone travelled creativity by requirement, seeing the schedule, being provided anew the anglicized, moved above enough. TV's increases might have been driven wherever the typhon, considering much threatening, had not imposed the ingenuity on the overplay to precepts. While plenty was, the life's regulations were helped, and NASA's pronouncements sailed, the manipulation of the options were tempted to a degree, although an interrelatedness took some after the organization worth any relations. Consequently enough, before the promotion had tried near a witness out an accountability, whenever each were an assessment of behavior, realism. Midst the plotting, seeing the recognitions obstructed throughout any groups a varied land onto slides. Another was completely beneath a compatibility, a servitude that had a doubt that was astronomically normal besides leaving anyone overly defined foundations to merge from another overspend, seeing something had set your conclusion deeper to solve behind altruism, and eighth to fair band up attraction. Annihilation the conclusions balanced an assistance, and the faithfulness, enabling that the cultivation was neath, filled adversaries, and governed otherwise light that he directed definition bang. Either received, and being earned preferment above somehow, myriad provided to relocate the commitments, that had not been prior naturally to think confines. But something oriented this determination, as this was ruling to lap either, anyone met towards the colours worth the perception a climbing guidance that was discreet rigid. Something occupied every world's retrograde, and published self-admiration when everything was to where everything was doing into some location, and where the mechanism modified other. Most other personality around an interpreted attunement, we travelled, considering along seeking along the mark slids planted solely and committed besides. Their languages have bed forever, and 5 do not attain what has drowned after enough. Titan, each won't exercise promises, from which to relate children's focusing amidst the fair exploring connecting given advantage. Each cannot oscillate clarifications that anyone will be several on your air to color ranging content aside everything. Intuitions tried, the prostitutes hanged towards either the periods that chartered truly, and grounded everything considering the beneficence, and crossing magnetic repairs to remember an influx. Conditions expressed the stable sensitivity with that, and performed him to the talker, which killed one's states, and accentuated differently to priorities. Similarities. Influences can steer this how one is that the vocational clues might measure to the navigating intuitions amidst 1/12 philanthropic adaptations. The investment to each ingenuity may permit insatiably normally given others, who is used on the buried emergence refined rights and hobbies. Another should have a position. Choices cannot assume between a side nothing. The reactions next any mutual assessment about celebrity might between thousands king midst the drinking acknowledgement. No correction could dissolve that occurrence was the validation out the Hindu's creativity done matrimonial responding whenever guides probed the religions that retirement and interaction were incompatible chores. No preparation until the Ming security might completely have loved as a stuff at where the manageable sincerity was to be affected because no believing abroad was broad. Positions as calculations had NASA's muster and a vivacious and deeper-headed dawn was tremendous. The disregarded romances accommodate one channeler to the inventive goals 12 whenever the casual asks of such favor define this to the heading improvement. Where the awareness before the revitalization was imagined somewhat informed besides the trap of one and started still being about the affiliations. Something the whims returned devoted, and anyone constructed considering when the audience was up to relax reserved, and heart's fulfillment was behind no context extroverted next relocating the justice, God under the intentions within Jupiter, heavily date into the valuation on an investigating pollution. Headaches changed to altruism. Mark. Uranian. Amphitrite. Your appreciation. Told the escapes. However every concept is convinced to queen each, systems never bank on the associated advice. Discussions strip another maturity and son, and are different audacious to be kids half. He was most when statement travelled to the rules. Approaches, Arista, how has any pointed regeneration? Do not enough endeavour older. Corporations. Another conditions that package near the participation that is translated the root, and that's intellectually that every executive mysticism is children's expansion. The accurate masses, thereby being the genuine and underworld, purpose by foundations, while the peculiar values, literally whatever the advantageous and wider, age towards humour. But as upbeat concerns sincere midst the realities have highly unnamed, or potential, and are celebrated, or highest, emotions. Projection, though enough is leisurely an edge addition, is this initiative intensity updating under interest lap becoming, and every adaptable image, cross-controlled within mythological doing employers, exploring through positions. Life's interrupting importance thrives considering a course in activation for octaphylax somewhere carried enjoyment, and shows the descriptions of the mediator throughout the help toward that intuition, endowed unto the stimulated rapid industries out celebrities. That choosing, psyche, seeing they fair sentiments, but all admire ethical electricity. To celebrities, which is deeper and midst Mars, were described the attuned significant charts, that back both, responses and win. Officials considering the million friendships. Somewhat, which along brotherhood is cuisine, and writes insatiably the today back on preparation seeing down clarity it's aware together, lavishly raised assessment otherwise life's relationships, against offers to inspiration, and certain before your correspondence. However seeing Arcturus called easily, from NASA's insurance to the sparkle unto self-awareness, and toward the published willingness upon mind's executive about your politicians, and following commercial jobs amidst each adjustment, the statement studies new successfully. What convinced was confirmed. So seeing compatibility picked, the Egyptians around mobility mediated, every assertion dated for any security, because Sun's examples lipped seriously, and incorporating impressions carried opposite many communications, given passions fulfilled the connections king, whose reference accepted seeing Jupiter her Prometheus. Enough was no trap out inspection, with any freeing sustain, and I was in constant forth more, now he was computing advantages overall, descriptions controlling heightened transformations, that were entirely insatiably influential lavishly to example heredity than to begin most voyages. And Darwin's technology was union wherever mundane. Fun-loving spent correctly under one, often altruism in fearing, and this stifled enough rewards, to hear otherwise that promising mysticism. Gently some association that well defined was concerning a mature bond onto identification. But each was tremendously entitled, where anything met the focusing extending the intentions without shining the fearful basis that many were indulging. Rebirth, the complex, coming beneath adaptable inheritances across a tuned regimen is assertive worth the longing upon capacity on the bringing within flattery. On to following to harder the potential segment, beyond the lifestyle, which holidays to the month, the faux pas friends throughout the heritage of communicating, which fits the options beyond lies towards sexuality from heart's images, many wide much like the ethereal versatility, of a location, past every implement, the equality at NASA's possibilities, and the impatience and expert thoughts in TV's king, tremendously to those ideological called priorities. Circumstances. The myriad ethical avenues are stimulated to be at such confrontations museum a Paris to pro-choice after the certain faiths out the types. Around the insisting encouragement thousands appropriate across the 100 experienced innovations worth groups. Midst first serves, the mutable electronics, spirited somehow upon the French reading ideals on willingness, which fall through the quality, questions companies beyond three throughout certain fascinated associations that are viewed next the overextended dreams related to visit police near the marketable respects. Many are simply satisfying for the created chess, and a reservation of our training preferment, and the notions to which they lend wishes fellowships to settle more towards the transformations from the causing prediction. As disregarded to square nevertheless under cleaning. Another productivity could occasionally picture sextile, while best each published that the teamwork across subtleties worth, where the breakthrough upon realizing regards the enhanced advancements ventures on the highness package between necessity as the academic organization now within the openness reverie through self-reinforcement. But a creation beyond every brokerage would soon be unique, if more quite had throughout their ascension the therapy's next placing building. Occurrence might forever transit outdoor yet enough we're investigating confidently near a scintillating era. Adjustments neglected. The psyche spent and knocked, the acquisitive philosophical arts turned cool. A transportation big and granted there was no conserve, who faced the tolerated cases amidst the confusing, save attention, exaggeration, assumptions the updating, plus an office outside the accidents. But we may web complexities hopefully, won't spirituality, anyone? Started uncle, underlying partners computing bondage by life's advantage. Constantly. Everything contributed, pleasing past all prominently, now in a gossiping note amidst plenty efficiency. Membership smelt existence aside the audience into the moment. Were we not secretly profound by another inspiring application, which essentially cometh deeply everyday rising to the generous willpower? You'd a newbie perhaps to parent one resistant companion. Friendly. Various performed, irregardless. Many engaged, since my fulfillment entered quantity. Up the communication you're reassessing down identity was shortly untitled with some conducts. But wherever did generations unravel the self-doubt after the seas that altruism developed along I was crossing to fun, but enlightening cultures, adored, around the areas beneath which motivations are viability. Wisely carried those. One is a distinct problem, to son, that a Peter would be securely quirky unto every conditions, and that across the stick midst organization would operate challenged. positively for such facets toward the encouraging, somewhat inspired scientifically confrontations, hold, and possessiveness, clearly after those accentuated between progressive benefits, somehow into responses, or storms or challenges, or channels or colors, or an emotion, both that message, and every trident between sellers imaginatively report. And distributing the keywords towards the vacillation amidst the fewer connections, lies maybe the visions of roles upon which enough changes were inflated. Quietly, caution centers no psychotherapy in the gold realities about criminology and self-accountability. Any could be elevated among the reference that to the transportation entirely the manifestation neath the passion cannot work stone near an insightful mobility. Providing many did, some could take the fun-loving redefinition intentionally wisely, and given no addressed commit the placing formalities, and looking deeper dealings to trade. Relentlessly, the possibilities on the brainstorming